right. Good evening, everybody. I do apologize for. I guess I'm technically late now. I thought I was going to be hitting in right at the end of my window, but things crossed over. So, just a heads up at the start. I am actually sick. I genuinely threw up probably about an hour ago, and I've gotten something substantial down. I think it might have been some milk that I had. I'm not quite sure. Otherwise, I'm feeling okay. But I generally being sick tends to throw one's plans out of whack. So I need to take a quick second here just to make sure that all my settings are where they need to be. And I one of the things that I didn't get to do because I'm sort of scrambling to start is to actually load the game into OBS. So we're gonna get a little bit of technical work out of the way. We'll introduce the game and then we will jump in. I will still try to do a full stream just in terms of duration. So, I think you all can hear the game. All right, that's looking promising. Tell you what, I will close the game out and go in again because I don't recall if the game might be a little loud for people. Please let me know if it is, but I suspect I'll only know that after. We can let him. We can let him do a little advertising. Okay, sorry, closing out the stream now. So, for those of you who have been following the broadcast for a while, know that we've been doing a little detour, I'd say. Excuse me. So I, excuse me. The catalyst for this was, okay, it looks like it's just a loading screen that's on there. Fair enough. But yeah, so the catalyst for this was the release of Not for Broadcast. And one of the things that I wanted to, do was make sure that the references that we had for Not for Broadcast were not limited only to film and games, because there are very legitimate references. I was delighted that a viewer came in and mentioned the movie Network, which I think is fantastic and only continues to gain relevance, decades after it was released. But the thing is that I don't think it's hard for people to watch movies. Maybe older movies it's a little tricky to get people to watch, although I really do think Network holds up. I really do love reading, but I'll be the first to admit that it is much easier to sit down in front of a video game and play for hours than it is for me to sit down with any given book. In fact, one of the things I've been trying to concentrate on is specifically reading some more fiction, because I finished Anthem and I really enjoyed it. And I'm on to a book about Amazon now, but I fully intend to go back to just some regular fiction in that. So one thing I wanted to do was make sure that, because that particular game is going to inspire quite a bit of conversation, I wanted to make sure that we had a point of reference for for that conversation that was not just referring to other, again, perfectly legitimate games like Papers, Please, and so on, and instead sort of go to some of the earlier conversations we've had on those themes. And for that, we started by reading Animal Farm and then the unpublished preface to Animal Farm that Orwell wrote but was never included, and in fact still largely is not included in copies available today. Another catalyst for this is that I had actually been waiting for a very long time to be able to read Animal Farm on stream. Now, it's not perfect public domain for George Orwell. It is actually, Orwell's been in the public domain in Canada for a while, but this year is the year where most countries now have Orwell in the public domain, and the two exceptions seem to be Spain and the United States, which have longer copyright terms. So, I have my little prefaces. It does help me out if, you're in the States, that you're showing discretion in terms of it, because I don't have a way of directly limiting it. I would prefer if people are able to, experience these works. But I also recognize that, the Orwell Foundation is the one who is the rights holder, and I do think it is important to respect those rights. So, I did as best as I could in terms of that one. I mean, ultimately, the other thing is that for me, I am a Canadian, right? And I do not feel it is appropriate at all for the United States to be determining, my ability to produce works based on their laws. Like I'm not governed by them, and I would actually prefer it if Twitch would give me the mechanisms to make sure that I can respect the fact that there are different IP rights in different jurisdictions. So I did the best that I could with that. And the other thing too, of course, is that the purpose of reading those works is to sort of enhance the games. Obviously, I'm not sending out my own. I'm not publishing an audiobook that you'll be able to buy on on a website or whatever. So, in preparation for this game, which I don't think I mentioned we were going to play, we read 1984. Of course, that is a much longer work, so I needed to do that over 3 streams. And then on top of that, we also read Politics in the English Language, because I do sort of feel that the emphasis of 1984 does tend to be very heavily on the surveillance, and specifically the methods of surveillance, and less on sort of the thoughts and what life in a society like that does to you. The things that you do to get by. And ultimately, I think the interests and the emphasis of 1984 are revealed by the amount of time that it spends on various subjects. There is no appendix on the structure of the telescreens. There's no appendix on, how many floors there are to the Ministry of Love. There is, however, an appendix on Newspeak, and specifically the structure that it has and the way in which it will sort of quiet dissent. And so, part of the discussion was to just try and reseat the emphasis, because in the end, the one thing that I think is sometimes a worry for me is that people will read 1984 and they suddenly become very nervous about CCTVs, where I would maybe propose that, if you're in a society, full of CCTVs and with no CCTVs, and you're completely incapable of having a single independent thought, or you don't do anything other than just simply repeat what the crowd or what the government or whatever it is repeats to you, you are in no better position than Winston Smith in 1984. So, you may feel differently about the book. Obviously, that's the reason why we read these things. But all of this was in preparation for Orwell, which is clearly kind of wearing its influence on its sleeve. There are, in fact, 2 Orwell games. So one is Orwell, which I think now has a subtitle, Keeping an Eye on You. And then you saw the advertisement for the second one, Orwell, Ignorance is Strength. Now, quite some time back, I did play a little bit of this, and actually it seemed like a really interesting game. It definitely has quite a heavy emphasis on the surveillance side of things. And of course, there's the name of the OS here is the Orwell OS. So of course, when people talk about Orwellian, generally, Orwell's name is now being attached to this, these maybe not institutions, but against these systems that, of course, he's writing in opposition of. But in any case, I thought along those lines, one, I really wanted to get back to this game. I really do not remember it that much. I liked the sort of investigation side of it, and I thought it had some really nice little music cues. Like, I remember getting a bit excited each time that certain music cues would come up. So this is going to be a little bit more relaxed. Also, I do remember a comment on YouTube, somebody asking about Orwell and if I'd come back to it. So I really hope I'm able to find that comment. If you happen to be watching this video, I mean, this one person who wrote this, absolutely your comment led to this happening. I definitely wanted to go back to it, but once the opportunity came up, the fact that there was someone who mentioned this game specifically made me more inclined to do it, because of course there are plenty of other games that we can play that cover that covers some of the topics that we were previously discussing. So, I believe you said that you wanted me to play this at some point, Night Vale. I know you're not the YouTube viewer, but I think you had mentioned that I should have played this. How are you doing tonight? For those of you who would like to see Night Valian do some Suikoden, he's been doing Suikoden 2 recently. It kind of seems to be your main game, although I think you said you were going to be playing Final Fantasy Tactics soon as well. In any case, there is his channel. As for me, I'm going to be jumping back in. I did delete the save file because I think we maybe made it to episode 2. I remember a bomb goes off, but I think that's in episode 1. But yeah, anyways, I'm looking forward to this, partly just because, as a good citizen, all of my memories of the past have completely vanished. And so I get a chance to experience the game for the first time again, I suppose. Well, I'm just jumping in, Night Vale, and I remember having a very favorable impression of it, and I have a general feeling of like what the interactions were like. Sorry, just one second. I hope I enjoy it. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I was going to say, so I remember having a favorable impression of it, but I couldn't tell you much about it. I remember a couple of tricks, like you have to pay attention to what the dialogue is, because you absolutely can take a very casual remark that someone makes sarcastically and submit it as evidence about their character. I think that's a very specific choice inside of the game in terms of how it works, and I thought that was really neat. But the specific context and who that was, all of that sort of out of my head. So it's one that I've wanted to get back to for a while, and then when I knew I was doing this little journey down the works of, at least some of the works of George Orwell and some related games, this was a prime candidate. And if I like this one, I can definitely see myself doing episode 2. Anyways, it's been 10 minutes. I figure people have had their chance to come in and look at the beginning, so we are going to make our profile. Congratulations, you have been selected for the Orwell test phase. Please create a profile. Select a profile picture. We will be... Oh yes, we will be an intellectual. I mean, this... I'm wondering if this is supposed to be O'Brien. This is not... I mean, except for the glasses. I could see this matching a description of O'Brien, I think. Could tell the terrorists to get off my lawn. But no, we'll go for the professor type. Did you know you are one of wow, how many is that? 2,102,541,577 accepted applicants? What possible... I wonder where that number came from. Anyways, I've already put this in the previous time. I mean, you already know how to reach me, but I will skip it this time around. And be diligent. Your work has severe impact. Please agree to the following terms. I am aware that my actions may severely impact the lives of the citizens of the nation. I will work thoroughly and judge objectively in the best of my belief. While working, I will adhere to the laws and jurisdiction of the nation. I agree to the terms stated above. If I don't, cool. Thank you for ensuring the safety of the nation's people. Your registration is now complete. I mean, I guess maybe the implication here is that the nation is... No, it can't be Oceania yet. Okay. Freedom Plaza, April 12th, 2017, 7:48. The temperature is cool. Well, I guess the clocks aren't striking 13 yet. Episode 1, The Clocks Were Striking 13. You're online. Good. Notice the name? I think I pointed this out when I first played this as well, but very memorable character for me. You're online. Good. Call me Symes. I will be your advisor on Orwell. Together we will form both the first and last line of defense against terrorism. For this test phase, you are one of the first people to try out the Orwell system under real circumstances, selected from thousands of applicants from across the globe. Normally, congratulations would be in order, but as you can see from that footage, there has been an incident, so let's get started. Oh, okay, so it's a worldwide application. I suppose that makes a little more sense in terms of 2 billion applicants. I've activated the reader tool for you. Its purpose is storing bookmarks to online websites and documents for easy access, and to highlight when there is new information to be investigated. First, I want you to be informed of the situation. Our leading newspaper, the National Beholder, will bring you up to speed. B, the leading newspaper of the nation. Fast, precise, honest. Feel free to browse the National Beholder. I've activated the profiler. Open the unknown person file once you're done. It's a good day to fall in love. Singular. All right, I'm actually going to go from the bottom to the top. This is actually usually how I read newspapers, so I am woefully misinformed on current events because I usually don't get through the whole paper. Maybe I should just read physical papers so I don't need to worry about that. Movie shooting completed, April 13th, 2017. Shooting of the Grey Shadows saga has finished. Third part of the saga to hit movie theaters next Valentine's Day. 100 Grey Shadows, Valentine's Day 2018. Written and directed by Sumishi Aran, Rhubarb Productions. An updated version of the official poster was posted by the director. Image Sumishi Aran, Rhubarb Productions. Hilbury. After a lengthy shoot in the hills of Bonton, self-proclaimed visionary director Sumishi Aran announced that the filming of his eagerly awaited romantic drama, 100 Grey Shadows, has finally come to an end. Announced via his Timelines profile yesterday, the brash director said he was eager to begin post-production and the final editing stages before the conclusion of the Grey Shadows series would hit the cinemas on Valentine's Day next year. The third and final chapter in the Grey Shadows saga, previous releases being A Grey Shadow and Another Grey Shadow, was announced to be released almost 4 years ago, but was postponed numerous times due to production problems. Fans have speculated that this was largely due to the breakdown of Hollywood power couple Betty Yvonne and Mike McDeal, who have had long-lasting quarrels during the filming as a result. One production hand was reported to say that these spats were getting out of control, and that completion of any scenes featuring both actors was nothing short of pulling teeth. When we reached out to Rhubarb Productions to get a comment, they declined the rumors and claimed for them to be mere speculation. HH. If you just give me a quick second here, I'm going to wrap myself up in the blanket a little bit more and adjust the mic stand, so sorry for the delay. Go back. Negotiations in Triflith failed, April 13th, 2017. Pargesian president aborts negotiations with opposition. Violent riots in Triflith. Blaine encourages renewal. Violent riots are all too common in the shattered city of Triflith. Photo Parapress. Triflith. Peace negotiations in the riot-ridden Pargesian capital city Triflith have been aborted without any result last night. Independent sources report that President Cassert abruptly cut off communication with opposition representatives as the latter presented a tangible plan for the organization of re-elections. The news about the premature cancellation of the negotiations caused thousands of people to resume demonstrations in the capital. It has been reported that demonstrators wearing hoods threw incendiary material into shop windows and onto cars. The police struggled to keep the situation under control. Prime Minister Blaine stated his worries about the negative developments regarding the political situation of the neighboring country and has requested both sides to resume diplomatic discussions. JP. Finally, the events that we just saw. Rosen Technologies, shaping visions bit by bit. Bomb obliterates Freedom Memorial and kills 3. Detonation destroys the Freedom Memorial in Bonton. 3 people killed, 5 severely injured. Terrorist ambition suspected as a mystery letter reaches authorities. The explosion obliterated the Freedom Memorial in Bonton, leaving nothing but rubble behind. Photo UNP. Bonton. At approximately 7:50 p.m. on Wednesday evening, an explosive device detonated at the Freedom Plaza in Bonton. According to official police records, 3 people were killed and at least 5 bystanders were severely wounded. The Freedom Memorial was nearly completely destroyed. Police forces closed off the area immediately. Experts believe the attack was an act of terror, with police confirming that the explosive device was homemade and triggered from a short distance away using a cell phone signal. Police reports also confirmed that, several hours earlier, an anonymous letter containing the first 3 stanzas of the German folk song, Die Gedanken sind frei, The Thoughts Are Free, had reached local authorities. Prime Minister Blaine immediately issued a public press statement firmly condemning the assault and put the nation on high alert until the perpetrators have been brought to justice. JP. Let me just take a quick peek here. Erasmus, I'm going to have to close it down. Thank you. Erasmus just linked the folk song. I'll have to listen to it. I don't know if it's royalty free or not, but you can all follow that. All right. We are clear. The profiler holds all known information on those we investigate. The file you've opened is for our main suspect. The blue-haired woman that the CCTV footage shows before the... Oh, also, hi, Erasmus. Before the assault is no stranger to the police. Take a look at the arrest record. Bonton Police Database, Cassandra Watergate. The highlighted elements in the record are pieces of data that are able to be extracted. We call these elements data chunks. Hovering over the data chunks will reveal their relevance to the case and any connections or information it may influence. Drag and drop all data chunks from the police database into a profile to upload them to our servers. Right, Cassandra Watergate. Arrest date July 10th, 2016. Charge assault on a police officer. Arresting officer Lloyd Duncan. Holding facility Bonton Central PD. We can add the photo. Report. Suspect was arrested on site after very good. Pictures and names are crucial information for Orwell to identify a person. Information in documents can only become a data chunk when it is clearly assigned to a target person. Add the reason for Miss Watergate's prior arrest that has just been unlocked. We will need this info to progress. All right, report. Suspect was arrested on site after Officer Franklin had been struck by an unknown object and became unresponsive. The protesters at the origin of the assault were forcibly moved where the suspect was found kneeling and weeping on the ground. When asked to lay on the ground with her hands behind her back, the suspect cooperated immediately. So just warn us that things can't be undone. Good. With the data you extracted from the police record, a new document can now be accessed. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in coincidence? I do not. Find the data revealing where she attacked the police officer and you'll see what I mean. Back to the TNB. Leading newspaper in the nation, fast, precise, honest. Is this woman a terrorist? July 25th, 2016. Woman allegedly injured a police officer 2 weeks ago remains in custody. Trial scheduled for August. Cassandra W., simple protester or anti-governmental terrorist. Photo, Bonton Central Police Department. Bonton, the case that keeps the media and the public guessing. Cassandra W., pictured above, who had allegedly injured a police officer severely 2 weeks ago, is still being held in police custody. The young woman is accused of having hit the victim's head with a large brick. The incident occurred during a rampage at Freedom Plaza as part of a demonstration against the newest amendments to the government's model project, the Safety Bill. Protesters at the Freedom Plaza turned violent 2 weeks ago. Photo JPTNB. Due to the chaotic nature of the scene, police have not yet been able to connect the crime to the accused. Cassandra W., who is an artist by profession, has denied the accusations completely and has asked her friends to show their support. A trial that has now been scheduled for mid-August. The case received nationwide attention when Catherine Delacroix, Secretary of Security, labeled the alleged perpetrator, alongside other rioters, as anti-governmental terrorists. So this actually came up in in Canada, I believe it was the Prime Minister had actually commented on sort of the status or the outcome of a particular trial regarding a former, I believe it was a member of the military, that provoked a lot of comment, and justifiably so, right? Generally, we do not expect the politicians to determine the outcomes of legal proceedings, at least not in this country. All right, so clearly this incident, as tradition. Hey, Aziz, how you doing? Yeah, this is the Mark Norman trial. So we will take this incident. So this is one thing that's kind of useful, is it tells you how it's going to be updating the profile. So previously arrested for assault on a police officer at Freedom Plaza. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting, right, is this game makes you put this information in, but this is kind of interesting, right? It's like, just because you were previously arrested for something, this is distinctly different from it being established in court that you were guilty of this. Like, essentially what we're doing is, we're justifying further surveillance on this person because they got arrested at one point on suspicion, which, I'm sure at least some people might be a little uncomfortable with. The exact same location as the assault, but she turns up there right before the explosion? Surely not a coincidence. As you know, Miss Watergate is still running around freely. We should find out why. We should also gather more background information on her. I want to know who we're dealing with. So, profession seems relevant. What's her favorite color? Oh yes? One who does street art by blowing memorials to pieces by any chance? Great. You found another document. Before we can go on, let's clarify your job and how it affects mine, shall we? You've extracted all the info I already knew about Miss Watergate. Starting now, I'm going into this case blind. The Orwell Ethical Codex dictates that investigators like yourself are the only ones allowed to access the documents of target persons. Advisors like me only get to see the data provided by the investigators. We will then draw conclusions and request action. Your primary job is to provide information you deem important. Never give away incorrect or misleading data. You may hit disable on a data chunk that you do not want to pass on to Orwell. However, some data chunks might be necessary to progress the case. To progress on the case. All right, portfolio. Harboring outstanding art. All right, first thing we're going to do is not put a mugshot in the profile, because that is already going... Syme already seems kind of determined to jail this person, so... Hi, I'm Cassie, a colorful inhabitant of Wonderland, right behind the rainbow. Glad you found me. Finally found the courage to quit my dull day job and focus on my art career, and put my stuff on Portfolio. Below you'll find a hand-picked selection of my latest works. You can browse through them by clicking on the arrows on the right side of the pictures below. See something you like? Why, of course you do, because I'm freaking awesome, isn't it? Because it's freaking awesome, isn't it? Leave a message on my Utel account, thecassie92, and tell me which piece you'd like. I'm going to make a fine art print and ship it right away to your doorstep. Best thing? Free of charge. Now go on. Now off you go and have fun. Tags: professional, painting, pop art, various. So this is probably an example of irrelevant information. So location, yeah, in Wonderland, right behind the rainbow. I'm sure Symes will get right on that. This definitely seems relevant, though. Quit a previous job to focus on an art career. So presumably we'll have to go find out what that was. Interesting. We should find out what that job was. Hey, woman. Let's put this as... disable. Definitely linking it to another source of information seems right, so we'll add that. Good, you found the chat handle. That allows us to overhear any conversation on that account. The listener has now been unlocked. New conversations will appear when they are started. I'm assuming this is when the game was made. Was Signal a thing before? Alright, Cassandra's Gallery, my beloved furball, Kiko. Definitely the only family I need. Yep, that beaut is me. I was never sure about the title, though. The Businessman's Forgotten Daughter, or Victim of Traditionalism in Pink. What do you think? I mean, it's the closest we've got on detail. Okay, yeah. I don't remember when Signal was a thing. Well, it is a thing, but I don't know when it came up. Christmas present for my darling. This is actually meant to be a private piece, but oh well. I'd have a hard time keeping it to myself. Okay, so we've cycled through. It doesn't seem like there's anything else here, so... Hey, you. Hey, Jossie. Can't seem to find my credit card. I assume you took it, right? You got me, Sherlock. In the middle of buying all Bonton with that platinum card I lifted from your desk. Thief! This is obviously someone they know. They are fine with it, so... Can't stop me now. Well, lucky for you, I don't mind you going on a splurge, as long as you pick up some wine for dinner. Wine? Does Joseph Langley, my fearless attorney and all-round badass, have in mind this time? Sorry, what does Joseph Langley? Probably just a business call from one of his favorite clients. Actually, yes. This is exactly what's going to happen. Very serious business, Cassandra. I thought as much. Guess I better pick up shitloads of wine. You'll have to get this client of yours pretty buzzed to handle all that business. One bottle should be fine. She's a lightweight. Oh, whatever. I guess I shouldn't pick up on some of those... whatever. I guess I shouldn't pick up some of those party pills from Big Pharma, aka my parents then. Okay, well, that links to the entrepreneurs. Oh, come on. I was only teasing. Speaking of your parents, when are you going to tell them about us? Ugh, yeah, maybe. Gotta go now. Text you later. XOXO. All right. Oh yeah, of course we investigate lawyers. I mean, this is how it works, right? You now have a profile for a related person. It can be accessed by the profiler. Data chunks will only appear for targeted persons and can only be extracted into their relevant profiles. And yeah, we definitely want to connect. So entrepreneur, yeah, we are going to arrest everybody who is the daughter of, everyone who's the daughter of entrepreneurs. It's maybe a little extreme for us. Watergate, pharma entrepreneurs. That does ring a bell. Okay. Back to the TMB. Procedure closing raises manipulation suspicion. Orwell informs me you just encountered conflicted data chunks. Whenever the content of two data chunks are at odds with one another, those will be shown as conflicted. When you extract one of the data chunks containing a conflict, the others will become invalid immediately. I'd highly recommend that you clarify the context of this conflict before you proceed, though this is your decision. Once the information has been parsed, there is no way to reverse the choice. So one thing that I suspect that this is just for the purpose of a tutorial, but one thing I do kind of like as an implication here is that the entire... So I mean, again, this is sometimes the fun that you can have with your own limited perspective, but even though it's a tutorial, there is something kind of funny about, or not funny, but fun about the implication that this whole idea that there's sort of a wall between you and the analyst that you're advising is a complete sham because he's able to detect little things like, oh, you've just found a conflict. Yeah, I've actually been watching you the whole time here. I just really want to see how you'll handle this situation. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to... I believe these developers are entirely possible or capable of going down that interesting direction if they want. But it's maybe not what I would expect off of a tutorial. Who knows though, right? All right. Investigation into the malicious injury of a police officer has been dropped due to lack of evidence. Speculated that the accused parents manipulated the trial. Triumphant, the suspect's lawyer, criminal attorney Joseph Langley. Bonton. The case that has been at the center of media attention for the last month has finally come to an end. Cassandra W. was acquitted of the alleged assault against a police officer before the trial took place, with the case being closed due to lack of evidence yesterday. However, the case might be reopened should new evidence be discovered. The suspect's lawyer, Joseph Langley, pictured above, welcomed this outcome. At no point has there ever been any valid evidence that my client was guilty. At no point at all. The revered defense attorney commented during a post-trial press gathering. The defense successfully brought video evidence depicting the incident in question, which eventually turned the tide of the proceedings. Meanwhile, the relatives of the victim expressed their disappointment on hearing the result of the lawsuit. They openly voiced their concerns that the wealthy family of the accused might have influenced the outcome in her favor. The victim, a father of 2 young sons, was rushed into hospital after the incident mid-July, where he is still in an induced coma, unresponsive to treatment. So, yeah, I mean, we have a fact, which is the case was dismissed due to lack of evidence, or we have the opinions of, the family of the victim. I'm not saying I don't have compassion, but clearly in the purposes of an investigation, we want to deal with the fact. This is what I figured. Pity that the CCTV feed did not actually help. Maybe it will today. Yes, clearly it's a pity that we are potentially not arresting the wrong person. All right. Let's see. Watergate Pharmaceuticals. Products. Watergate Pharmaceuticals enriches lives with our industry-leading range of products, making an important contribution to your well-being. Methrin Blue, mood-elevating medication. Handle with care. Keep away from No. Give fistfuls to the children. That way you can get some peace. Read a book. And it's lemon-flavored. Great. Below you'll find a small selection of our most popular products. Ahoxtil, Axel Forte, cough drops that fight against irritation of the throat based on natural herbs. Compensum, activating pills against migraines and strong headaches. Fukusin, sorry, I'm not so good on the pronunciation. Medication that increases concentration and cerebral performance. Foral Active, medication for the alleviation of arthritic joint pain. Betharin, antidepressant to help stabilize your emotions. Spiron, all-around painkiller that dissolves in water. And Zimmerlin Night, soothing pills for a good night's rest against occasional sleeping problems and for acute application when suffering from insomnia. Company. The name Watergate has been inseparable from from progression and improvement of pharmaceutical research for more than 80 years. Watergate Pharmaceuticals is one of the nation's leading companies in the area of medicine, and at the same time, is the largest medication exporter to all areas in the world. The business Watergate Pharmaceuticals Inc. has been in the hands of the Watergate family, owning and managing the firm ever since its foundation in 1931. Bruno Watergate, Chief Executive Officer. The CEO of Watergate Pharmaceuticals Incorporated is Bruno Watergate, grandson of our founder, Edgar Watergate. Apart from working on the family business, Mr. Watergate is also founder of the Central Pharmacy Congress and head of the charity foundation Children of Pardes? Is that something I should know? Dr. Alice Watergate, Head of Research and Development. Dr. Alice Watergate, co-partner of the firm with her husband Bruno, holds a PhD in biology and chemistry. She leads the research and development laboratories here at Watergate Pharmaceuticals. Cassandra Watergate, Junior COO. Carrying the family tradition to the next generation, Alice and Bruno's daughter Cassandra will soon be joining the executive ranks. Her business acumen and unique flair will write the next chapter of her 85-year-strong legacy. Okay, well... looking like now, I'm curious here about this junior CEO. Yeah, so I don't actually think this is her current job. Now I see. Keeping it a family affair. I'm not gonna quite. I will definitely spike the portrait. I don't know nearly enough about the C-suite to know whether or not there is such a thing as junior C anything. But you're right. That is an unusual title. Watergate Pharmaceuticals is currently looking for suitable candidates for the following positions. Please address all applications to Josephine Markart, Head of HR at jobs@watergatepharma.tna. The nation, I guess? Unless the A stands for something. Maybe TN is already used. Chief Operating Officer. We are urgently looking for a Chief Operating Officer to replace the retired, formerly appointed predecessor. Well, we expect many years of work experience in a leading management position, preferably in the pharmaceutical industry, deep knowledge of the pharmacy market, a master's degree in business economics or similar, language proficiency in English, French, and Chinese desirable, a traditionally oriented character with a mindset that is nevertheless open to new challenges, a competitive and motivated spirit. We offer an ambitious and challenging role with high responsibilities at one of the most renowned pharmaceutical companies in the country. A safe job for one of the most stable and promising industries, a competitive salary, a dynamic team with a friendly and cooperative atmosphere. Also a research internship. As a research intern, you will be in a scientific research team for 3 to 6 months and support it with your assistants. We expect undergraduate studies or postgraduate of biology, chemistry, biochemistry, or similar fields. Reliability and team spirit. We offer an interesting insight in an exciting, fast-moving industry, a dynamic team with a friendly and cooperative atmosphere. If you cannot find any position that matches your qualifications, we are still happy to receive your application. We will keep your CV in our candidate database in order to contact you as soon as a matching vacancy reopens. So I'm a little curious here. If I go and add, now's the time to experiment. Let's add junior COO as her profession. Let's see if Symes tells us off. I guess that way everything stays in the family. Being an artist and a junior COO seems quite odd. She mentioned she'd quit a dull job, didn't she? Yeah, well, okay. I'm trying to establish this information to you, Symes. Thanks. Documents that you have already reviewed may be updated from time to time as events unfold. The reader will notify you when that happens. The National Beholder just published a new article. You may want to look and see if there's any new information available. There we go. So yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind, that certain things unlock. Or maybe I was wrong and nothing stays in the family. Ouch. This is probably what she meant about quitting her job. Good. Currently, I'm thinking that our Miss Watergate underwent quite a radical change. Don't you agree? Let's find out what happened between these two lives of hers and what might have caused this radical shift. I think she also made reference to picking up the medication in the listener. Probably not enough to follow up on, though. All right, let's take a look at the headlines first. Crime rate continues to drop. April 13th, 2017, the Ministry of Security has presented the latest numbers on crime statistics in the country. Never before has there been so few violent crimes. Delacroix gives a press conference early this morning. Bonton. On Thursday morning, the Ministry of Security published the new crime statistic report for the preceding year. According to the report, the number of recorded criminal offenses decreased by 4.8% in comparison to last year. The crime rates have been continuously declining over the past several years as a direct result of the implementation of the safety bill. We'll check that out in a second. Secretary of Security Catherine Delacroix appeared very pleased by these numbers and declared this development an outstanding result of a successful safety policy. When confronted with the recent assault on Bonton, she once again admitted the ambitious goals of the government have not yet been accomplished. She further mentioned that activities are currently being established which will have a considerable impact in preventing further incidents. That's me she's talking about. All right, let's learn about this safety bill. All right, crimes per 100,000 population. It's went up around 2008. Safety bills passed in 2009 while it's already on a decline. The party is elected in government in 2011. There is a sudden drop, and then the rate's basically the same. The safety bill is a collection of safety-centered laws and statutes created with the ultimate goal to protect the freedom of the nation's citizens. Central to the safety bill is the simplified, sped-up process of taking investigative measures against criminal suspects and their prosecution, as well as the provision of an increased budget for safety-related expenses. The safety bill also paved the way for stricter regulations concerning immigration and general travel into or transiting through the nation. It also became mandatory to inform employers whenever an applicant or employee is an ex-convict or otherwise regarded as potentially dangerous. Since the safety bill has come into effect in 2011, the total number of acts of crime and terrorism committed have been decreasing continuously, and the trend is ongoing to date. The party's peacekeeping mission. So yeah, it seems like Seems like that's the charity that they were referring to. The terrorist incident of 2008 was a terrible consequence of the premature retreat of our troops from Parjes, a region torn by civil unrest for years by the order of the previous government. To fix our predecessors' mistakes, the party, when elected in 2009, immediately made preparations to send our highly reliable soldiers back to safeguard the region for the good of the inhabitants of both countries alike. After the Parjes' peacekeeping mission had been signed in 2011, our troops were sent off to the neighboring country to perform tasks including the distribution of aid packages containing food in addition to health and hygiene products to the mostly impoverished population, the rebuilding of infrastructure, particularly hospitals and schools, upholding the law and public order alongside the removal of war relics such as anti-personnel mines or unexploded bombshells, and training local police and military forces. Due to a recent stabilization in the Parjes, we have been able to reduce the number of stationed forces while leaving the overall goals of the peacekeeping mission intact. Okay. I mean, we could take a quick look at more details on the party. Positions are 5 pillars for a great nation. Safety and security. We firmly believe in the strict safety regulations and mechanisms to preserve the life and well-being of every individual. Economy and commerce. A strong economy equals a strong society. This is why we strive for constant, healthy growth. Values and tradition. Our cultural origins, as well as the significance of family and communal life, must be cherished. Migration and foreign affairs. Gating immigration from and intervening in foreign countries are necessities to uphold law and order in our own. Education and health. Rock-solid education and healthcare systems are the foundations of a great future. All right, I'm sorry. I gotta see what year this game was made. 2016. Okay. Yeah. So it's quite clear, quite clear what was going on and what inspired some of this. Not that these are particularly new positions. They just happen to be ones that have come up. I believe this is a British developer. Leaders of the nation. Robert Blaine, Prime Minister. Prime Minister Blaine, as much remarkable visionary as unmatched leader, is a member of the party in the 4th generation. When the surprising death of the previous leader of the party, Mrs. Goddard, left behind a power vacuum, it was the young Robert Blaine who stepped up and was elected as the new head unanimously. Just as in this exemplary case, Mr. Blaine will take initiative whenever possible and is sure not to relent until the party's ambitious goals have been achieved. Arthur Scott Gallagher, Secretary of Economy and Trade. Mr. Gallagher, one of the most seasoned members of the party, is in charge of the Ministry of Economy and Trade. As such, he is directly responsible for reduced tax levels for big and medium-sized corporations, as well as the resulting decline of the unemployment rate. Catherine Delacroix, Secretary of Security. The Ministry of Security, dedicated to the purpose of improving the nation's safety on the interior, was formed directly after the elections in 2009, just as originally proposed by Catherine Delacroix. Mrs. Delacroix was subsequently granted the position of First Secretary of Security. She is best known for the inception of the Safety Bill, elevating security standards in the country to a new level. Peter Faulkner, Secretary of Defense. The Commander-in-Chief of the nation's forces does not tire to stress the importance of stability in the nation's neighboring countries. To that end, Mr. Faulkner created the party's peacekeeping mission, which played a key role in the prevention of terrorist activity occurring on the nation's soil. Participate. Become a part of the party. There are many ways in which you can contribute to the nation's success. Becoming involved with the party is a huge one. If you are willing to give your all for a brighter future of the nation and consequently all of the world, come and join us. Find out how. Donate. The party is always grateful for donations of any amount. Your gift will directly help the party to continue its course to build a stable, safe, and positively conservative nation. Volunteer. Support a local group of volunteers to get in touch with the nation's leaders and champion the topics that matter most to you and your family. Become a member. Being a member of the party is a life-altering calling, as you will represent the party in political matters on a communal or national level. Get in touch and apply to us. Join the army of the nation. The party is a big promoter of direct service to the homeland. If you think that you have it in you to defend the freedom of the nation in foreign countries and help stabilize them, get enlisted now. All right. Cassandra's timeline. Yeah, we're not using that. I don't know. Well, activism. Art, music, activism? What a lineup. That's kind of anecdotal, but I don't know. It does explain her. It does explain a few other details inside here. So, Cassandra likes the Targets, painting, Alice in Wonderland, and my cat, Kiko. Cassandra Watergate posted on March 1st, 2017. Woo! First day of freedom, far away from the shackles of Watergate Pharma. Jake Clefton says, what? Who's going to pay for your stuff now? Mommy and Daddy won't like this. Listen, Jake, I'm not Daddy's little girl anymore. My art's already got me a lot of money. More than enough to pay all my bills. Don't you worry about me. On January 29th. Despised puppets of the state, you have finally managed to destroy us entirely. There is nothing left to do but congratulate you. These are my personal wishes to you from the deepest abyss of my heart. Fuck all of you government lackeys. Most painfully, Cassandra. Mary Bly, sweetie, what's the matter? That totally doesn't sound like you. We haven't hung out for ages. You gotta get out from time to time. You'd feel much better. Mary, just shut your freaking mouth, okay? I'm not in the mood for your stupid act. I told you again and again, I cannot deal with you right now. Okay, you know what? I'm really sorry that I still care about my best friend, no matter how often she decides to give me the cold shoulder. But in this case, that's in the past now. Okay. I'm curious what it says. Yeah, opposes the government vehemently. I'm not quite... The game hasn't quite boiled the frog enough yet for me to say, oh, someone who doesn't support the government, put that in the criminal profile. All right, so broken friendship with Mary Bly. We've not yet found the data chunk that conflicts this, but I definitely want to pay attention to the days. Cassandra Watergate changed status on August 22nd, 2016. So this is getting a bit old. Changed our relationship with Joseph Langley. This is just kind of repeating what we already know, right? With her lawyer? Might be noteworthy. Cassandra Watergate posted on August 10th, 2016. The Beholder actually wrote about me being freaking redeemed to this shit. But surprise, surprise, they had to mention the speculations over my parents buying me out. Makes the click counts go boom, doesn't it? Did you just actually me, Uncle Cranky? I didn't know that this was an actual experiment. I just know it as the phrase. But yeah, fair enough. Sorry, I just saw an update on my phone that caught my attention. Fair enough. I will have to look it up. Anyways, have you played Orwell, Uncle Cranky? At least you're redeemed now. Want to blow off some steam together with a little late night shopping tour? Mary, not today. I have a date this evening. Ooh, who's the lucky one? I'm curious. So obviously she wouldn't have updated her... Yeah, fair enough. Cassandra Watergate posted on August 9th, 2016. Case closed! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Congratulations. Never had any doubts about it. Harrison O'Donnell. Kiddo, you're my heroine in both the heroic and the drug way. 1,000 cams on the Plaza, but no proof. We've shown the world this dirty surveillance machinery only exists to intimidate and to mislead people into believing false promises. Cams for safety, one big lie. Juliet Carrington, August 9th. Wow, I'm so happy for you. I knew everything would be okay in the end. Shall we have an awesome Cassandra Freedom Party on Friday? Thanks, you guys. I'm so happy. I'm sure you heard the load fall off my mind. Harrison, yeah, we'll totally write an article on our blog. Juliet, of course, I'm so in. Oh, hang on. Okay, it was the 10th, unless I don't know which the Friday is, but... Cassandra Watergate changed her profile picture again. We're not going to put that on the file. The concert was amazing. So amazing. I just had to give my hair a little makeover. So without further ado, how do you like it? My God, what happened to your beautiful hair? Why didn't you ask me before going to a stylist? We could have gone together. Cassie's going punk. Did mommy and daddy agree with that? Looks nice. It's a whole new you. You'll also need to think about a new name. What about Catharsis? That's clever. Me likey. So henceforth, Cassandra shall be known to this world as Catharsis. That is actually a useful alias. An alias name. You know people on the web, so many names, so many identities. It's always good to record every alias, then we can match data chunks to target persons whenever they are using them. That's the spirit, kiddo. Now I'd like to invite you to our little active... Hello. If you want to join us, would be nice to have you with us for the Protest on Freedom... Okay, yeah, sorry. So I'm forgetting the dates on these things. So this is basically establishing the circumstances under which she allegedly attacked the police officer. An activist group. Is there anything more specific? Maybe in the phone call. Just discovered this hot new band, The Targets. Man, do they rock hard. They're playing a concert in the Cell next week. Who's coming along? Mary, I'm looking at you. Punks? Not really my style. Sorry, Cass. Can we just go see Cherry Cheeks sometime? They're not some punks. Their lead singer's a real cutie, and they've got a cool guitarist girl. Plus, they got a message. What's not to like? Nope. Sorry. It's not for me. And bah, alrighty. You're the one missing out. I'll have them all for myself then. April 12th. Ooh la la. Oui, oui, no? Having an amazing shopping tour with my Mary, best friend of all times. But you really should consider paying a visit to your hairstylist soon, darling. Well, that is what happens when you do my hair. All right. So this is not a hard contradiction to figure out. This one's April 12th, 2016. This is January 30th, 2017. It seems to me the broken friendship is the more relevant detail. How sad. Oh yeah, this probably isn't... Mary Bly didn't really come up, so I guess that's not really relevant to the task. I think it's because of the contradictions that I thought maybe I should include it. But I guess it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to include that because Mary Bly isn't part of the... Okay, we're not including this. I do like that it gives little gray marks to indicate that you've looked at this and decided it's not important, but there is something here. All right. What does... Obviously, it's very important for us to check in on the chats of the lovers. Hey, did you hear about the Freedom Plaza bombing? Yeah, don't remind me. You know I have a history with that place. Well, and you were in the area shortly before. Never mind. Already fucking me up enough that I have to catch a bus from there every day. Too many bad memories. And now I was there just moments before it... Okay, good, yeah. I never should have gone to that damn protest. Darling, you don't need to justify yourself to anybody, especially not to me. It's a little weird that I'm not able to get a photo of Joseph Langley in here, because we've seen a couple of photos of him already. I was so happy when Goldfells accepted me into thought. Activist group, maybe? Yeah. I desperately wanted to go to prove my worth to the cause. Think of it this way. If you would not have gone to that protest, then you would not have been wrongfully indicted, and we would have never met. Yeah, and I would have been not been called a terrorist in all the papers. You are not a terrorist, okay? Ain't I? You sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Ka-ching! Was that supposed to be my credit card and a cash register? Something like that, I guess. I hope you like. Chateau Margaux. Great, so you've decided to bankrupt me. Yes, sir. Always ready to put the money out of innocent pockets. Oh, that's got to go in. Anyway, I got the good stuff. Now I'm headed to my handsome boyfriend Joseph for dinner. Here's the thing. I've got an important appointment tonight. It's surprisingly out of schedule. I can't postpone it. Gotta be kidding me! Very sorry, darling. We'll see each other tomorrow. You always have an appointment. One. Appointment here, appointment there, appointment every fucking where. How can you constantly do this to me? I kind of like the spelling mistakes that they added inside of it. Darling, please just calm down. Have you taken your Methrin? Yes, damn it. The only thing that matters to you that I'm on my fucking happy pills all day? Darling, please, it's nothing like that and you know it. So I keep my mouth shut whenever you leave me hanging? If I don't, I actually really like the way they do the text conversations here. Like you can see who's sort of writing over each other. So I can't do it in, speaking obviously, but if I don't show up to this appointment, I risk losing a very important client. Fine. Don't you understand that? No, I totally understand. Don't you risk losing that very important client of yours now? Cassie, don't be like that. I get it. I guess I'm just not an important client anymore. Oh, come on, Cassie. Going home now in case I'm getting up on that going home now in case I'm getting up on that priority list of yours anytime soon. Please. All right. So I have some evidence we might want to consider here. So I think it's definitely something we want to record. Meaning your presence there before the bombing could be a coincidence after all. I'll reserve my thoughts until you find more evidence. Yeah, we definitely want to include this information. Okay. That activist group called Thought. Interesting. Maybe this is what influenced her. And who's Goldfels? Yeah, well, Trotsky if you go far enough back, but... Sorry, just reading a woman's comment. We should find something that shows her current attitude and see if we're following the right person. Okay. I am going to include that. So the reason I'm okay, so there's two things. One, in the game, I think I should be including this. If I was put in this position, if I was put in this position, I might just quit. But yeah, obviously this could speak to state of mind when it comes to the to that protest. So. What's this Methrin? Can you look that up for me, please? The one thing that I find a little tricky on this one is I'm not entirely sure what the status of the So, I mean, here's the thing, right? In the case of the game, I think it's quite deliberate that you don't exactly know what your legal status is. There's obviously some things that you can do during investigations, and in terms of the whole, I know TV shows don't really go into these sorts of details, but when it comes to court, there are some bits of information that just will bias the jury, or there's a number of factors that can really work against someone, so that even if it seems like it should be included, it's too much to sort of expect a fair hearing. So, and then, I mean, there's just, in this case here, right, we're looking at private chats, we're looking effectively into somebody's medicine cabinet here. Clearly there's a lot of stuff here which we should feel really uncomfortable about in terms of what we're getting and reporting on this person. But, I guess the tricky part here is that I don't, I could sit down and really say, it's well, is it okay for me to, the medication thing, well, I guess it's relevant to the protest, so on and so forth. Obviously, in this case, the nation has sort of deputized me. I think there's the implication that we may not even be a citizen of the nation. In this case, we're just somebody who's been brought in on the pilot program to take a look. So I thought so, but when I took a look, so the most relevant information, or sorry, the most relevant photo I would have thought would be this one, right? And it's not, even if I go to Joseph. So the possibility here is that Joseph is not, it's Cassandra who we're investigating. All of these are sort of people related to them, so we may not necessarily be able to build a profile on them, whereas we are allowed to build a profile on Cassandra. But in this case, no, we've not been able to update their profile. I'm not freaking out about it. Just it's a little funny because we definitely have a good photo of him. But I'm assuming this is just a way that it's indicating that I'm allowed to like build up on. I'm able to build up on Cassandra sort of for any reason. Anything that I build up on Joseph has to be related to Cassandra, basically. So, hey, DTG16. All right, so I think we just need to find. There we go. She might be emotionally unstable if she's reliant on this medication. Okay. The thoughts are free. If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. That's good to hear, DTG. Yeah, I've done, I think, the first episode, but I'll be completely honest. I do not recall much of it. So it's basic, like, it's nice to basically be able to go in almost for the first time again. But it does seem like one where there's a fairly it could hurt your brain. Oh, okay, interesting. I'll start with episode 1. 403 forbidden. This article is private. Due to the privacy settings of this blog, archived pages are only available from direct links, not from the front page. Sorry. Ask an admin of the blog to provide you with a direct link if you're interested in an archived article. Okay. So freedom is unfree. Count catharsis. Okay, this is all information we had before. Registered since September 2016. Last login April. Oh, she logged in today. But this was published in 2016. It's cams everywhere, even at the Freedom Plaza. Is it just me, or is that more than just a little bit, I don't know, ironic? You probably all know about me as either the blue-haired punk bitch or stupid cunt or anti-governmental terrorist. These are only some of the names I've been called during the criminal investigation against me. That's just because in the middle of the chaos, someone believed to have seen me hurt a police officer. It never even occurred to anybody that it wasn't me. We were there because we wanted a peaceful protest. We have always been against violence. One would assume that in an age where there are cams everywhere, it would be easy to prove whether or not I was involved or not. But it wasn't! It took weeks of investigative custody to figure out that the cam footage was actually not clearly showing anything at all, which raises the question, why are there so many cams in the first place? The answer is intimidation only! If you keep calm, quiet, and careful when there are you keep calm, quiet, and careful when there are cameras around, or you fear that there are cameras where you cannot see. When founding this blog years ago, Abraham predicted pretty much this for all of the web, and now it's in our real lives too. We've been brought to the Freedom Memorial since we were kids at school. We were told lavish tales about the founders of the nation, told to show national pride. And I know what you're thinking now. This thing is damn ugly. What is that donut even? The Let Freedom Ring? But that is actually kind of clever. But the statement behind this ridiculously enormous heap of stones should be clear. In the middle of the Capitol, there is a symbol of freedom. Comprehensible symbolism for everyone. Isn't it? With the cameras there, this is now the Plaza of Unfreedom, if anything at all. Okay. Are thoughts still free? Okay, cool. I think this is entry 1. Are Thoughts Still Free? Published March 2012 by Goldfells. I propose to consider the question, are our thoughts still free? While this might seem to be a surprising question in our current world of ever-growing digital surveillance, freedom of thought is no longer self-evident. Dear reader, there is a German folk song called Thoughts Are Free. It goes like this. Thoughts are free, who can guess them? They fly by like nocturnal shadows. No man can know them, no hunter can shoot them. With powder and lead, thoughts are free. I think what I want and what delights me, still always reticent, and as it is suitable, my wish and desire, no one can deny me, and so it will always be, thoughts are free. And if I am thrown into the darkest dungeon, and all these are futile works, because my thoughts tear all gates and walls apart, thoughts are free. When I was still young, long before I immigrated to the nation in 1993, I believed this to be a universal truth, that there are no borders for thoughts and no rules for what is or is not allowed to be thought. This was not because I thought people should be so tolerant, not at all. Instead, I simply held it dear that nobody, except for ourselves, really knows what is going on in our heads until we choose to reveal it. Yesterday, a question crossed my mind. If the increasing interconnectedness of humans via modern technology serves more and more as a collective memory and brain of our society, and there is an institution that is capable of monitoring every bitstream of it, how can thought still be free? Is it not likely that we will communicate only under great mental reservation, to hold on to our knowledge, which means as a final consequence that we will stop thinking? When I think of the increasingly aggressive operations of the surveillance machinery in the nation, I truly fear the answer to this question. That is why I created this blog. I want to encourage alternatives to the total control and safety bigotry of this digital world. Yours sincerely, A. Goldfells. This is where you feel Night Team 4 could come in if both worlds converge. Oh, I wonder if that's on the list at some point. Yeah. I definitely need to go back to Night Team 4. Okay. 3 comments. Guest, March 30th, 2012. Hey, Goldfells. Interesting name, by the way. Just stumbled upon your new blog, and there's some truth you tell here. The web was born in the sense of the ultimate freedom to be who you want to be, express yourself, wasn't it? Now that the Gov has come to threaten this with real name policies and shit, save your IP so that they can look up who you are. So you don't say anything wrong, possibly. About time someone did something. Well, if you didn't have one before, you just gained yourself your first follower. Frankly, I'm surprised to find anyone here at all. I thought nobody would ever find this blog at all. Thank you very much for the kind words. And yes, I'm very delighted to have a first follower. Hello, admin. I like your things too. Could you one but now even more to get a service on search engine optimization independent. Others get clicks and more money for you. Now in use, NHSQKFPL at mailerrate.tna. I've gotten these. All right, let's look into this. Count Goldfells, 5 articles. Yeah, founder of the blog, so not too... Did I remember to... No, I didn't resolve the... So... Adverse attitude towards violence, but we don't know the other... Oop. Celebrating the Beacon event. Oop. Cassandra Watergate posted on April 13th, 2017 at 5:19 p.m. Ha! Finally someone who had the grit and explosives to show how futile surveillance is. Ooh. There are thousands of cameras pointing to a target and the Big Bang still happens. I haven't laughed like this for ages. What now, Mrs. Delacroix? What now? Really, Cassie? You laugh at people being killed? Are you out of your mind? Yeah, that's... So, like, here's the thing. This is actually one of the trickier ones for me to resolve, and I suspect this is probably the point where the game's trying to make this a little tricky for me to deal with. So sees the assault justified for showing the futility of surveillance, and then we were there because we wanted a peaceful protest. We've always been against violence. Both of these are dealing with kind of dealing with a way that this person wants to present themselves, right? So a blog article and I guess it's just a blog. Anyways, this article and the timeline are both sort of public facing. Obviously, the public facing one is more recent, but they're intended for different audiences, right? Like, I definitely heavily discount the sort of nonsense that people say online. But in this case here, like, as far as interpretation, like, I'm just going to say the more recent feelings kind of have the standing here. Like, I realize there's a question of medication in that, and I suspect that this game is going to interpret this in the worst possible way. But I don't know. Life imprisonment for being a dick online. I suspected as much. Seems we're looking at the right person. Looking at what you've extracted so far, we're dealing with a potentially dangerous personality. I will indicate that to law enforcement. Alright, what we've found so far is all good and interesting, but I think we should be searching for something a little more concrete. We have to dig deeper. Hey Cassie. Hey Jules. Cassie, I just wanted to know, your post on timelines about this assault. I mean, it's not a question of spoiling. I'd much rather just play the game, like, even without nudges along those lines, DTG. Like, the thing is that I'm starting to remember this a little bit more, and it just works a bit better for me if, like, we just avoid kind of talking about the choices. Like, we can talk about the stuff afterwards, I suppose, but, like, I've never really seen a lot of value in even skirting the line. Like, it usually just winds up in a situation where I wind up enjoying it a bit less, so I appreciate it. Oh, it's one of the music bits I was thinking about. Okay, let's read it up because there's something. Hey Cassie, hey Jules. So this is why I hate this stuff. All right, clearly something just happened. So Cassie, want to know your post on timelines about this assault? Really, Jules, you're not going to preach to me about this stupid post, are you? Really shouldn't write something like that. No, I just wanted to know what's wrong, Cassie. It's nothing. Just between the two of us. I just had to let off steam, you know. It's because of what happened, isn't it? Yeah, lots of other shit today. The bombing stirred up all this crap again. You know, what I did. What happened there wasn't your fault. Cassie, you hurt that officer to save me, and you succeeded. You mustn't forget about that. That was so brave. How can it not have been my fault? Juliet, I smashed the freaking skull of a father with 2 children because I lost it. Fuck! You know what would have happened if you hadn't stopped him, and this is why you really should remove this post. I feel like an asshole, the worst kind of asshole. I might be free, but not rightly so. I'm not innocent. Oh, Cassie, nobody's innocent. You'll have to let go. Okay. I am suspecting Juliet is probably giving a more accurate representation of events. What? Where did that come from? This is perfect. We can arrest her and open the investigation again. However, we probably won't be able to hold her for long if it really happened in defense of this Juliet. Very good work. The intervention team is already on the way. We'll need to wait for confirmation. In Miss Watergate's case, it was not a problem to get her address with the help of local police due to her former record. I thought about what you said. Maybe you're right. I should take the post down. It'd be better, believe me. Wait a second, somebody's at the door. BRB. Okay, I'll wait. By the way, how's your boyfriend? You still together? You haven't been talking about him that much lately. Well, not as much as before. Hello? Are you still there? Cassie? I'll inquire if all went well with arresting Miss Watergate. You did a good job in any case. Although we have no proof that she's involved in the bombing, we might be able to question her. Despite acting in the defense of this Juliet, she seems to be quite unstable and a threat. Okay, I just received confirmation that she's now in custody. Very good work indeed. I'm curious about this thought group, though. Whether they... Oh, God. No! Take a look at the news! Breaking news. 2 dead after second explosion. Explosive charge set off at... This is horrible. 2 dead, similar approach. Same letter found. So these assaults are connected. And, as if that wasn't enough already, Miss Watergate was in custody at this time, so that's her out of the picture, at least for this attack. This complicates matters massively. So much for our simple test case. I need to speak to my superiors, see how we're to proceed given these extenuating circumstances. You did good today. You can log off and get some rest by clicking the bottom and the top right of the desktop. Try and get some sleep. I have a feeling the next few days are going to be trying at best. Explosive charge set off at Stelligan University in Bonton. At least 2 people dead, 3 injured. Once again, a letter has been received just before the crime. Stelligan University campus has been closed off immediately after the incident. Half an hour ago, an explosion occurred at the campus of Bonton University. According to the latest records, at least 2 people were killed, with a further 3 injured severely. The area was evacuated immediately. According to yet unconfirmed statements, the city administration office of Bonton received an anonymous letter just minutes prior to the detonation, which again contained the first 3 stanzas of the German song Die Gedanken sind frei, The Thoughts Are Free, exactly like the letter received before the assault on Freedom Plaza yesterday. We will inform you about any developments on this event, and as soon as further details are available. Based on the data you've submitted, we have learned the following. Assault on Freedom Plaza. A severe assault occurred at the Freedom Plaza yesterday. Cassandra Watergate was present there prior to the assault and is thus being investigated. Activist group Thought. Hints of the involvement of an activist group named Thought have been found. A second assault at Stelligan University occurred, seemingly connected to the first. This suggests Cassandra Watergate is either not the only perpetrator or not involved at all. Cassandra Watergate has been criminally charged with the injury of a police officer at a past protest at Freedom Plaza. She's an artist. The former criminal case was closed due to a lack of evidence, as in a relationship with her lawyer, Joseph Langley. Seems to have undergone a radical change after she joined the activist group Thought. Collected data shows a potentially dangerous personality. A more thorough investigation by law enforcement is suggested. Juliet Carrington claimed that Cassandra defended her by injuring the police officer and has been arrested. Episode 2, A Place Where There Is No Darkness. Welcome back. I hope you don't mind if we get started right away. We have tons of work ahead of us. I met with my superiors and they wish to continue with the test case. They believe in the capability of Orwell to handle this. Oh, and you, of course. My superiors agree with me. Based on the information you have already extracted, the activist group known as Thought is worth investigating. It seems that this Goldfels is an important member of Thought, so we now have clearance to consider them as a target person. Now that Goldfels is a target person, there may be new data chunks available in documents that you've already accessed, and don't forget to go back and recheck your sources. So one thing I did notice when I was working in the game, so when we would go over the pharmacy would be a good example, or the pharmaceutical company, it seems to me that we had to scroll over the page before it told us, before it told us what the chunk was. But I don't recall if it gave us one of these red stars to point us in the right spot. Anyways, let's read the headlines. Oh, there's a bunch. All right, heavy rainstorms expected for the weekend. Bonton and Farview, as well as large parts of the western nation, will be covered in heavy rain clouds, culminating on Sunday. Heavy rain clouds incoming, photo stockoverflow.tna. Cute. Boston Farview. If you had any plans for the weekend involving the outdoors in Bonton or Farview, you'd best forget about them. There is a massive low-pressure system incoming, bringing with it storm clouds and rain to the nation's west. Sunday morning will be hit hardest until late afternoon, so make sure you pack an umbrella if you need to go outside, lest you become a sopping mess. There is a literal silver lining on the horizon, however. Over the coming week, the cloud will move on, and temperatures will stabilize at comfy levels. After a long and harsh winter, spring will finally win the upper hand. Timelines and Rosen announce cooperation. The Davenport siblings, owners of the biggest social network Timelines, announce a major cooperation with software giant Rosen Technologies. Timeline founders Ada and Alan Davenport meet Victor Rosen on Nation Today last year. Hillbury Bonton. It's a big deal. The internet billionaire siblings Ada and Alan Davenport, creators and owners of the most important online social network Timelines, located in Hillbury, are starting a major cooperation with the Bonton software giant Rosen Technologies. This has been announced in a press statement given out on Friday by the PR departments of both companies simultaneously. By utilizing the existing infrastructure and software development capabilities of Rosen Tech, Timelines will be able to respond to the needs and requirements of the quickly changing digital world in real time. Timeline's executive Ada Davenport is quoted, "Our growing user base will profit from this by significantly reducing downtimes, tightened security, and a sped up integration of new features, she continued. And connections between Bonton bombings evident. Attacks against Gillian University in Bonton and Freedom Plaza are connected, experts conclude. Stelligan students and teachers alike are in shock and deep mourning. Bonton, the bombing that occurred yesterday at Stelligan University, seems to be connected to the attack against Freedom Plaza earlier this week. This is the conclusion of the police division, who is investigating the cases. In both assaults, a similar explosive device created with pure malevolence appeared to have been used, police spokeswoman Steele said. The letters received prior to the assault seem to support this suspicion, while their meaning is still puzzling investigators. It's on a public blog. Come on. According to rumor, well, then again, it is quoting something. So, according to rumors, people have been theorizing the number of stanzas might represent the number of bombings, which in turn raises the question as to whether or not there might be another bombing yet to occur. We understand that some people jump to this conclusion, but there is no good reason to believe this, Steele answered when confronted with this theory during a press conference. Meanwhile, Stelligan University has declared that normal operation cannot continue under the circumstances, so they will be closing their doors for the time being. The university has also put up a special front page to pay their respects to the assault victims. See the above images. All right, that's us up to date. I thought this had a star in it. I'm going to just take a quick look. I'm assuming it's... there's nothing new for us here, but Cassandra Watergate, arrest 13, charge, assault on a police officer, redacted, arresting officer and holding facility. The suspect was arrested in her flat. She willingly opened the door and cooperated with the arresting officer after having the warrant announced and her rights read to her. Okay, so let's start with Goldfells again. Okay, so it does seem like we're able to attach photos to people. So this kind of this is kind of reinforcing that idea that once, there's two layers of profile that we could build. There's people related, and then there's people who are actually investigating. And it seems to me that Goldfells is certainly somebody who we're now investigating. All right, we read this before. So yeah, definitely mention the letter. We're right, it seems. Okay. An immigrant. I keep forgetting that this place is locking down on immigrants. It's still, I think, relevant here. Why I created the blog, sure. The Thought, an activist group with the same name as this blog? If Goldfells is the one who created the blog, perhaps he founded or even was the leader of the activist group. In terms of not being able to add, adding the profile picture for the lawyer, it would seem to me that it's just a question of whether or not the game wants to permit that. I can see why it wouldn't be that, important to include the boyfriend's photo, but I'm not really deriving any significance out of the photos. Although, again, I'd prefer not to bias the investigation by putting a mugshot. Okay. Thought Must Change Direction, published July 2016 by Goldfells. I think what I'll do is I'll try and read these. I've noticed that in terms of reading, I put the wrong emphasis in whenever I have a data chunk. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and read it as if the data chunks aren't there, and then I will I'll make my decisions in terms of the text. Oh, the red icon disappearing. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that. But yeah. Oh, actually, speaking of, cool. But yeah, I'll read the entries first, and then I'll go over the data chunks. It's probably not a bad habit anyway, because there might be some context that makes me choose to add a piece of information or not. Thought Must Change Direction, published July 2016 by Goldfells. I thoroughly believed we were able to capture minds if only we could garner attention on thought as a group and what we stand for. It seems my ambition was once again too much. After 1.5 years, recruiting 2 of my students and arranging 3 demonstrations like the one we held at Freedom Plaza, I feel obliged to ask myself where we stand. Have we reached our goal? What has been sacrificed along the way? In short, are we true to the initial goal that formed the group? Frankly and sadly, the answer to the latter is a resounding no. We let ourselves be consumed by anger and hatred towards those who we thought to do us wrong. Thoughts are free, but that does in no way mean that they can attack or do whatever they wish. Instead of blaming others, I now see my high aims might well be the cause for the events of the past months. More than anyone else have thought, I feel responsible. As a consequence, I will halt my active engagement in this group. I firmly believe it shall be for the better of everyone involved, especially my students from Stelligan. Yours sincerely, A. Goldfells. Concerned 1 on... Well, it doesn't say when he published it, but possibly the same day at 8:40. Yeah, it doesn't time either. Please reconsider. Guy hurt there was only a goddamn cop. They had it coming for long. It was messy, I know, all the way back to the thing I messed up organizing. But hell, it took a look at the bright side. We made the news. This is what we wanted. What you wanted. Huh. I would have assumed that Concerned 1 would be an alias we'd want to follow up on as well, because it sure sounds like they're a member, but... okay, definitely recruiting students. 3 demonstrations. More interesting might be that 2 students seem to be involved. Okay. I'm going to think about that for a second. As a consequence, and definitely profession. What now? Stelligan? The same Stelligan where a bomb just exploded? You know what I think about coincidences? I won't repeat it. Well, at least I'm not communist, right, Uncle Cranky? So far, the evidence, and I don't know if atrocity is quite the right word, but yes, obviously this is an incredibly, problematic method of investigation. But I'm all for it. Well, playing the game, not for this actual, yeah. So far, the evidence suggests that Goldfells was a prominent lecturer at Stelligan, and some of his students became involved in thought. Did he, recruit them for his cause? We need to identify those students and see who else is involved in the group. I am going to say that he's announcing it. It's all I've got, so... Whatever active engagement means, still, an interesting fact. So... Reacts with hatred and anger about the troubled past of thought, hinted at troubled past of thought, and feels responsible for the troubled past of thought. I'm not sure I'm going to be able... I don't think there's going to be any more information we get to resolve this, but... For those of you who don't know, Uncle Cranky is also a streamer on Twitch, and basically, whenever I stop by, he always keeps going on about communism, which, is his thing. He's probably one of the more political channels on Twitch, but he does occasionally play ARPGs as well, and I'm to understand that if enough people ask him... I can't remember if he was going to play Mortal Kombat Special Forces or Total War Warhammer 3. But really, whichever of those you want to see, just make sure you keep spamming his direct messages all hours if you can. He really does like chat activity, so you can also spam that in his chat. And I'm sure it's probably he believes in democracy or whatever. So presumably he will let the people's will be heard and follow through on it. Yes. So, yeah, please do not actually bother Uncle Cranky with that. I'm winding him up. But anyways. Well, let's see what the list... Okay, Joseph Lang. Let's check out the... the news broke. All right. Stelligan University knowledge, science, wisdom. Sometimes all remain silent. Oh. It's not just the memorial. Okay, I'm definitely going to check that out, but let's do the breaking news first. Breaking news. First suspect in connection with assaults arrested. Woman arrested in connection with recent attacks in Bonton. Police spokesman Jim Kaufman informed the press about the progress of the investigation. A couple of minutes ago, the Bonton Police Department reported that an arrest connected with the recent bombings in the capital has been made. A young woman has been brought into custody thanks to investigation efforts of a special task force, police spokesman Kaufman said. How the woman related to the bomb attacks, Kaufman did not cover. However, it is rumored that the suspect is well known to authorities by other incidents. Let's do the listener. Again, I'm kicking the can down the road on Goldfill's state of mind. Hey, you. Sorry about last night. I really should have come over. It's just that this client is massively influential. We could bring a whole lot of exposure to the office. I've been trying to get a meeting for months, and it went rather well, so here's hoping. God, I'm such a stupid old man who just talks about his job too much. I'm sorry. It's just such a big part of my life. Hello? Are you still upset? Cassie, can you at least answer me? If you don't, I'll start to worry. You know what I'm like. Okay, I'm gonna check out the home first. Bomb assault on Stelligan campus closed down until further notice. April 14th, 2017. Yesterday evening, an explosive device went off at Stelligan campus, killing a Stelligan student as well as a lecturer. Several other individuals have been severely injured. The authorities are investigating. This is an unspeakable tragedy, Stelligan President Hopkins said during a press conference that took place this morning. In light of recent events, it is impossible to maintain daily routine. This is why I've decided to suspend all educational services of Stelligan University until further notice. Therefore, Stelligan campus will remain closed at least for the rest of this week, with no educational courses or events taking place. Stelligan Canteen elected Best Public Dining Hall in Nation's Bests competition, April 11th, 2017. The jury of Nation's Best contest, annually rewarded to the most excellent public services, has declared Stelligan's Canteen the winner in its Best Public Dining Hall category. In the recent time, we have tried to be fearless about our services in trying something new, something that just may not have worked. We are very happy to receive this honor as a direct consequence of those efforts, the student service manager Gusto declared consecutively in a press statement. Now, I'm a little curious about something because I heard one of Orwell's, one of his likes, I guess for lack of a better term, was actually canteen food. You may get hit by 100,000 YouTube videos going all at the same time. But what I am a little curious about, so I want to see if I can verify that. I don't know if that's a direct reference to that or if it's just, Stelligan has good canteen. But I do want to see exactly what because I don't remember the Orwell bit that well. So it's referring to the 1984 canteen moments, but I know there was something. Yeah, there's a lot of 1984 canteen references. That's weird. Okay, I can't find the thing I was looking for. But yeah, I don't know. Apparently canteen food was a thing for him. So anyways, neither here nor there. You can't get over how old this game is now. Yeah, I mean, it's funny when you think about it, right? When you say it's like, oh yeah, this game came out in 2016, and it's like, oh yeah, this game came out in 2016. So all right, let's try notable alumni. I don't know if courses are like courses. If he's a professor at the university, I'm assuming we'll be able to make a connection there. But I don't. I'm going to assume that Professor Goldfels is not on the list. All right, notable alumni. The legacy of a university is carried on by its most remarkable alumni, some of which are honored on this page. Orlando Bufford, Steligan alumnus of the biotechnology course, is the founder and CEO of the highest-grossing online grocery trading companies, Mcado. Catherine Delacroix, ever since her early study years as a student of criminal law, Catherine Delacroix has been a member of the party. In 2009, when the party had been elected as government, Delacroix was named head of the newly created Ministry of Security. Joseph Langley opened his own law office in the city of Bonton some years after his graduation from Steligan in 1992. His law office is probably best known for having defended construction entrepreneur Elwood Hendricks in what gained public attention as the Lion's Share scandal. Is Hendricks the last name of that punk-looking guy in the blog? I've probably got it wrong, but I'll see if Hendricks feels like a familiar name. Joanna McElroy, having studied medical technology at Steligan, Joanna McElroy is now the host of the eponymous daily TV show For It McElroy's, in which she covers psychological family issues. Oh, Woban, were you here for reading? So the last three streams we read 1984. Steligan University offers prospective students courses from a broad variety of fields in which a bachelor or master degrees may be obtained. Please refer to faculty pages for a more detailed description of each course. Department, Technology, Biotechnology, Medicine Technology, Environmental Technology. Oh, okay, so it is in fact Professor Goldfels. All right. Media techniques, media ethics, media design, media management, law, general law, business law, criminal law, department, natural and computer sciences, physics, applied physics. This course is discontinued and will only accept applications until 2017. Chemistry, biology, and computer science. Being a luminary in his profession, Abraham Goldfels gladly accepted the offered professorship in the field of media ethics at Steligan, from which he sadly retired in fall of 2016. Previously, Professor Goldfels has held a position as a journalist at Der Reporter, one of the most renowned German daily newspapers. He was also chairman of the Global Media Ethics Congress. In his works, Professor Goldfels never relents to emphasize the importance of privacy over public interest. Publications of Significance, Privacy versus Public Interest, Where the Right to Know Ends, essay 1995. Million years ago. You're not even allowed to play games if you were born before 1995. Id, Ego, and Selfie, an analysis of the dangers in overexpressive self-representation in social media, study 2012. Okay, that's a good game-playing age. And Daiga Duncanson's Fry, Thoughts Are Free, a modern time declaration of independence towards mass surveillance. Oh my god, that's going in. What do you say to that? He literally wrote the book. Okay. I don't know, I feel like past affiliations are reasonable to include. Chairman of an ethical congress. Just the average run-of-the-mill terrorist rate. Okay, no comment there. I'll update the profile picture. I don't know why, I'm just going to. Abraham it is, well done. Did you notice the bombing locations seem to be closely connected to thought? There could be a pattern emerging. Thought has held 3 demonstrations, yet there... Okay, so this was one of the things I was thinking about. There have only been 2 bombings, which might imply... Well, it's a definite shot in the dark, but we absolutely need to do everything we can to prevent another attack. Take a close look at the past of each member with thought. Find out the locations of all the demos that they have held. That might yield a hint. Wow, that's a whole lot of information about this Goldfells. Yet only one other page could be indexed. Very strange indeed. I think the next course of action should be to look for other people in this thought group, like the students he mentioned. Alright. So we're looking into the students. If I'm going to make a final decision on Goldfells, I should probably... Okay, frankly and sadly, the answer to the latter is a resounding no. We let ourselves be consumed by anger and hatred towards those we thought to do us wrong. Thoughts are free, but that does in no way mean that they can attack and do whatever they wish. Instead of blaming others, I now see my high aims might well be the cause for all the events of the past months. More than anyone else in thought, I feels responsible for the troubled past, and reacts with hatred and anger. This definitely seems to align a lot better. So this is one of the things that I'm doing, is that part of what's going to determine my decision is how well I actually think the information being sent to Orwell lines up with sort of how I'm reading it. So we'll add this one. Troubled past, we'll have to get to the bottom of this. Okay. Attendee list. Welcome to the Internal Stelligan University class attendee system. Pick a class by completing the 3-step wizard below. So I don't... Maybe he would have... Okay, yeah, he was retired by then. Welcome to the Internal Stelligan University class attendee list system, showing 24 attendees in class number 58332 semester. One thing I'm looking for is just the Watergate name. Juliet Carrington. Oh, yeah, that's a name we've seen before. Annotation, master's thesis, Rosentext, 10 Commandments, Pillars of Success, or just PR trickery. Registered for this course. Harrison O'Donnell. Guest, okay. But not connected with... Okay, fair enough. I'm not 100% sure... Oh, no, right, because of the names on the blog. We've seen this name before, haven't we? Right, she was a friend of Miss Watergate. Now, it also appears that she was a student of Abraham Goldfells. I think that's enough to warrant a report. Give me a few minutes. All right, we have authorization to investigate Mrs. Carrington. He's just pretending he's the manager. Come on! Harrison O'Donnell. Yes, we've seen that name connected to Miss Watergate. I'll report this right away. So I think Harrison was the one I was mistaking for Hendricks. I'm Hudson. He's Hicks. Sorry. We've been authorized to consider Harrison O'Donnell a target person. Now there's some more work for you. Congrats. Harrison and Juliet. Those must be Abraham Goldfellow students within thought. Well done. So I think that's the game telling me that we're done looking, but I am just going to take a quick... It doesn't seem to take that long to go through... the lists. I've shown a pretty deplorable memory for the... Oh, Juliet Carrington again. For the names, so I don't think I'm going to find that much, but no stone unturned and all that. And I don't think he was at the university there, or then. Cool. Okay, we start with everybody's Facebook, but not really Facebook timelines. Okay. I like the music. So this doesn't mention activism. I do. The Targets is. Wait a minute. She was a performer though, wasn't she? Anyways, this one doesn't like mention activism or anything like that. So, oh, the Chestnut Tree. Oh, cool. Reference to the Chestnut Tree Cafe there. Stelligan University, the Targets, Fairview Public Library, Cafe Chestnut. Cassandra Watergate posted on March 4th, 2017. Ha, you actually can dance, and I got proof now. You still in bed? Is that really B? I gotta be careful around you, apparently. Great photo, though. Who took it? Nice try, Jules. A magician never reveals her tricks. Anyways, thanks for the great time, Cassie. I must admit, it felt kind of good to go out for once. Not they plan on doing that again anytime soon. What? Every time I ask you out, you're so goddamn busy, and then you fall for friggin' muffins? If I ever had known that before. Sorry, Adam. Maybe you need to spy on me some more. Ah! Cassandra Watergate. I'm bored to death tonight and finally need someone to come along. Here, Julesy, I got something for you. Oh no, my one weakness, exposed for everyone to see. Okay, tell me, what must I do to get one of those? I'm prepared for the worst. Just go out with me and explore Bonton's famous nightlife, will you? Blinks big eyes. You got a message, Cassie. I need this recipe for my mum. Guess it's just you, but you never posted to social media just to initiate a conversation with a single person. There was a really interesting, I can't remember if it was Twitter or Facebook, but somebody did a really interesting search for, I think it might have been Facebook, but like basically on the site for the like status update, you know how like usually there will be a prompt for you. So it's not just like a white box where it's like enter text human. It's usually gonna have like some little gray line. It's like, what's going on today? You know, name. And apparently, especially in like the early years of the social media platform, and again, I'm like 99% sure now it's Facebook, but apparently there is like thousands of people with status updates saying it's like, oh, not much, who is this? And like various other replies thinking that it's like a direct message to them as opposed to a what's on your mind. Okay, great. Yeah, that was but yeah, like the response to the prompt as if it is an actual person as opposed to to another one. But you're right. Like I will tell you, Wogan, I have actually seen conversations like this on my own timelines. I don't really use Facebook, but this is not incredible for me, although I personally think it's insane. Anyways, you know I'm not so keen on going out late night. Plus, I don't dance, ever. Care to spare me, please? But it's okay, I fully understand you. I think I will then spend the evening in bed, watch movies, and eat a hell of a lot of muffins out of frustration. All right, you win. I'll be there in half an hour. That torture and cruelty, my friend. Now, where's Amnesty International when you actually need them? Ah, Cassandra Watergate has engaged in torture. This might be relevant. I'll hang on to it as a possibility. Happy birthday, honey. Good to have you back. To mark the occasion, we've decided to update your profile on our family page. I hope you like it. More like Watergate case. Yeah. To mark the occasion, we decided to update your profile on our family page. I hope you like it. We are the Carringtons. Welcome to our website. Jonathan and Esther Carrington. By the way, the parents have apparently made a better website than I've ever done in my life. A man walks into a bar and meets the girl of his dreams. They marry, settle down, and have 4 daughters. But let's talk about our dysfunctional family. No. What may sound like the beginning of a cheap joke or some kind of pulp fiction is, in fact, a fairy tale come true. When John met Esther, they immediately knew it was love, so it is no wonder that only a year later they got married in a small chapel near Lake Springwell. At the same time, they began to build a house in Malloy Court, a cozy little spot in Fairview, which would serve as the new bombing location. Sorry, I'm actually really into this game. I just get very silly when the material gets quite serious. You're waiting for the recipe at the bottom? Maybe, okay, if this, you're saying that this is like a love letter to Orwell? The true love letter to Orwell would be at the bottom. The recipe on this site is his recipe for the perfect cup of tea. And by God, if somebody in this chat has not heard the Orwell tea essay, I will read it again. So it is no wonder that only a year later they got married in a small chapel near Lake Springwell. At the same time, they began to build a house in Malloy Court, a cozy little spot in Fairview, which would serve as the very foundation for their family, and which they still inhabit to this day, happily ever after, so to speak. How many people here have heard me read that essay? In 1985, their first daughter April was born. Little did they know that there were 3 more to follow. April McIntyre Carrington, born April 1st, 1985. Headmistress at Fairview Elementary. Favorite food, mashed potatoes. Favorite color, indigo. Favorite pastimes, writing, playing the piano. Favorite book or movie, Labyrinth. Isn't that like as old as April McIntyre? Labyrinth has got to be that's almost certainly an 80s movie. April is the firstborn daughter in the Carrington family. As you might have guessed already, her name is not a coincidence. When the little girl decided to be born on the 1st of April instead of the March date the doctors had calculated, John and Esther spontaneously decided to name her daughter in tribute. Now fully grown and independent, April is married to Roy McIntyre. 1986. Okay, I remember all the movies I watched when I was 1. May Carrington. Born November 19th, 1987. CEO and founder of My Cloth Limited. Favorite food, sushi. Favorite color, cyan. Man, lots of blue lovers here. Favorite pastime, going out with friends. Favorite book or movie, The Devil Wears Prada. I've always been crystal clear that May would found her own company one day, and in 2012, that is exactly what happened. With a little help by some friends and her caring parents, she managed to create the today well-known clothing startup My Cloth, with more than a dozen employees. June Carrington, born December 6, 1990. Chief engineer at Bonton Machine Works. Favorite food, spaghetti pizza. Why not pizza on spaghetti? Favorite color, ultramarines, for the Emperor. Favorite pastime, inventing something new. Favorite book or movie, Back to the Future 2. Little June was so fond of everything that she had the slightest bit of technology on it. It began to worry John and Esther, but there was really nothing to be concerned about. June has proven to be a one-of-a-kind engineer, and now the Bonton Machine Works company is profiting greatly from the fact. Is this much personal information on the web freely given a standard process? Am I too old for the internet? Woban, you have no idea. I feel like it is beyond the scope of this particular broadcast. I mean, it is related to the game. I should do some homework and see if I can creep it in between... Yeah, I'll leave it there. I'm going to do some homework, and hopefully I can do something kind of cool for you. Well, for everyone, really. Okay, Juliet Carrington, sorry. Back to the topic. Okay. Got a birth date. Favorite color, red. Favorite food. I don't feel like the favorite book's necessarily relevant here. Since the nestling of the family showed up a little bit unexpectedly, the parents, Jonathan and Esther, not parents of, decided that they would end the strictness of the naming pattern her sisters had followed in favor of a slight aberration. Juliet learned to play the guitar, even developed the plan to become a professional musician in a band. However, she decided to end her band career and once she was single again. Okay, we don't have the conflict yet. Her studies of media economy at Stelligan focused on her studies of media economy at Stelligan University instead. There's definitely more on me than I would like out on the internet. But yeah, I mean, I think as is sort of indicated on here, it doesn't even necessarily matter that, like, so Juliet Carrington could be the most careful person online, and all you really need is that one link between her and a family member, and you get to that website, and all of the carefulness has been blown apart. And I mean, obviously, so much of what we're dealing with online is even stuff that you've completely forgotten that you've written. If you gave that to someone who has bad feelings about you, whether it was really awful, the thing that you said, or whether somebody is kind of taking advantage of the divorced context to like settle an old grudge, that's another factor that I think people can't necessarily be blamed for not taking into account at the time that they were speaking, or writing or texting or whatever. But there's obviously something that you want to keep in mind now, right? Like, I mean, please don't take that as, so like if you have the really bad stuff that you want to write, like just make sure you're saying it to someone cool. Like, no, like don't have horrible thoughts. But obviously, one thing that I think we're kind of working through is that, I don't necessarily think the distinction between what was sort of accepted at, like, I guess I'd put it to you this way. In Canada, we had an MP who, clearly did not get along with the government. So they were a member of the party that was in government. And they were asked to do something as a minister that they disagreed with. And this led to a big deal. I'm trying not to be too, like, as soon as I give certain details, we're going to know who it is. And I'm trying to be fair on the different sides of this. But the one thing that astonished me was, over the course of this whole business, so like there's a whole bunch of stories about being ordered to do something illegal or unethical or whatever. And at one point, this MP released a recording of the clerk of the Privy Council to augment their case. Now, like, depending on how much you know or care about in terms of, government, particularly Canadian government or one similar to it, like, you have this idea of cabinet confidentiality, right? There is this idea that, like, so if you are running the country, there is some value in making sure that even if everybody around the table doesn't necessarily agree or get along with everyone, that they're not going to just immediately run out to the press and announce what was discussed in the cabinet table. So, for instance, I'm in Ottawa, I'm in the nation's capital, and right now we have got a bunch of trucks in the capital honking at all hours. Well, maybe not today, because I know there's now legal, there's like a threat of a lawsuit, and I believe the lawyer for the truckers has said that they would consider like moderating the honking. But at least up until that happened, it was quite literally all hours of the day. There's stuff I haven't necessarily been able to access as a result of it. And then there's like the really horrible stuff, like people, having their, like, people ripping other people's masks off and like urinating on the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and that. Now, whether at the municipal or a federal level, are probably going to be some discussions on how to handle that. And you can imagine even just someone asking the hypothetical, if we brought in the military on this, what would happen? And someone saying, that would be a terrible idea. We would, it risks an escalation. Military is sort of designed to deal with a very different kind of threat. This would poll poorly. There's any number of answers that could be. Or there could be somebody who says, that's a wonderful idea. In fact, let's go to the Americans and buy a bunch of like Reaper drones, and that'll solve the problem there, right? Now, that send in the military decision could be nothing other than a genuine just request for information. It's like, okay, if everything's on the table, then why don't we do this, obvious thing, or this thing that I heard about on the radio or whatever. And, it can be immediately shut down, and someone says, no, that's a terrible idea, we're never going to do that. But you can also see how the reporting of that could turn into the possibility of sending the military to break up this trucker protest would be, yeah, well, I mean, I guess the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier would be the unreturned serviceman, but yeah, I mean, I'm also not happy about people wearing Canadian flags as capes, but I'm probably at the get off my lawn stage of this sort of stuff. But yeah, anyway, what I'm trying to say here is like obviously there's a benefit, even if it's just an idea, so that you can have bad ideas like said and dismissed. You want to make sure that that sort of stuff doesn't go out. But you can see how if somebody breaks that confidence, depending on what paper you send it to, it's entirely possible the headline the next day is going to be, military considered for response to protests. Well, the reality of the situation is that was never really, I mean, again, by construction in this example, that was never actually a serious consideration. It was a discussion point. But now that's going to lead to a very different kind of response. And the consequence is going to be that when you are having the what do we actually do conversations, people are going to be reluctant to, are going to be reluctant to be sort of forthcoming with their ideas or with their questions, because now there is the possibility that, they're going to read about themselves unfavorably in the paper the next day. So, and then, I mean, there's just the simple idea that, I don't know, I'd actually feel very uncomfortable recording the phone call of, someone without them knowing it, right? Particularly because in that situation, like, that you're being recorded, you're not necessarily going to say something that like, clearly if you're recording, you kind of have an intention that somebody else is going to hear it, and so you're going to sort of sanitize what you're saying. And again, maybe you'll say, well, it's important that we know what people are really thinking, they'll be more honest if they don't know they're being recorded. Fair enough, but I don't quite see where the symmetry is, right? The person doing the recording isn't necessarily, free from devious thoughts. But, again, all I'm really trying to do here is sort of establish why there may be some benefit in sort of an expectation of privacy or secrecy in the case of certain official positions. And yeah, in this particular case, the headline definitely was the conversation with the clerk of the Privy Council. But there seemed to be some outlets seem to make a little bit more about the fact that it was recorded than the other one, but that definitely didn't seem to be I felt like the decision to do that actually got relatively little attention. And I was surprised by that, because I actually thought that was a fairly substantial sort of breach of trust. I don't know, like, to me that kind of feels like a bit of a questionable ethical line when you're like an MP. But yeah, I don't know, like, I'm trying not to be too tough on that, because, like, obviously I'm sure this is still a somewhat controversial point in terms of Canada. Like, the election, we've had a couple of elections since that happened. So, people have kind of made their decisions in terms of how that affected how they voted. But when we come back to the idea in terms of just, what you write and sort of what your expectations for a conversation are going to be, and sort of your expectations in terms of your privacy or whether or not somebody's going to, use it, there's obviously a very different kind of dialogue that you will engage in if you feel that, your words are going to be read probably in the most unfavorable light, maybe even a decade after you write them, than if you sort of speak a little bit more freely among friends. And again, there's a certain individual responsibility to not say horrible things. But I do think that there is another half to this, which is that there is actually some reasonable room for kind of asking about people's intentions and releasing this sort of thing. And then more importantly, just, trying to reinsert the relevant context. And in case this sounds like a veiled reference to like a certain podcaster, no, that's not where this is coming from. This is a more general statement. So I'm not entirely sure that's where this this game is going on it, but it seemed a little it seemed a bit relevant. Right. Okay. I want to go back to Juliet's timeline. So I think we got everything that we needed from the Carrington website. Oop. I don't think we need the extra profile picture. This I might hang on. They seem to be making a lot of references to playing the guitar. I don't see To Kill a Mockingbird. So the fact that it's mentioned twice here, and this I'll hang on to, but yeah, happy birthday for me as well. Have a good one. Nobody took notice. Nobody cares. Nobody. What did Harry do this time? Jeez, as much as I like him, you really need to ditch him. Maybe people would care if you'd be, I don't know, less enigmatic. Only 1 week left until I have to enter my thesis at Abraham's course, and then it's goodbye Stelligan. I'm a bit scared of the huge gaping hole that's going to leave behind. Girl, you're going to manage. I know it's a scary thought at first, but we'll stay in touch, no matter what. Hear me? Thank you, Amanda. I feel much better already. We definitely keep in touch. This drives me outright mad. Even though Cassandra and I just got to know each other at the protest at Freedom Plaza, she stood up for me regardless. This woman's a heroine, not a terrorist. Go Cassie. I'm assuming this is the same article? Yeah. Rick Denton. If one pisses off the government, one must expect them to respond accordingly. Action causes reaction. That's simple-mindedness. Rolls eyes. Also, this doesn't sound like the Juliet I know. You wouldn't even accept the duty of being a class representative when you were appointed. How come you care so much about politics now? I'm not surprised you stand up for your beliefs. Underneath, you're a strong one. But activism? Attending demonstrations? Is that still you? Yeah, I'll take a recent change in behavior. First Miss Watergate, now her. Is there some sort of brainwashing going on? Man, I can always rely on Symes to come up with the most extreme interpretation of the information. Sometimes people change their minds. Sometimes other people help to get the right mindset, find out what you truly care about. This is about our freedom, and I know what it feels like not to be free. What would you want me to do instead? Sit at home, being indifferent? Indifferent? No. I just see no use in occupying public plazas and throwing stones at poor men and women. This is a democracy. We have petitions for that. Oh yes, Rick Denton is the right kind of protest guy. Harrison O'Donnell, I'm so proud that you are capable of using the essential tool of any good slacktivist. Hell, I would like to get to post a really slow clapping sound, but Timelines doesn't allow it. So just friggin' imagine that if you can. Oh, actually, sorry. Woban, on your point of siloing your internet okay, I actually feel a little bit bad saying this. So I have worked on political campaigns before. And you know how there's like, what is it, like change.org, I think? There's definitely some, it's like basically online protest stuff. Or online petitions. So we totally use, like where it was relevant, we would absolutely use that for information. Like we would, kind of scroll through. Obviously local stuff's a bit better because of course that's going to be who you're reaching out to. But yeah, that's a very good indicator of people's interests. And that's just a case of people voluntarily putting their information out there on the internet. And that's immediately lining them up with a particular cause, and that particular cause is probably going to identify them as a potential voter. So it's like the the ability to leave behind information that can be used to sort of connect you to other stuff is maybe like it's a lot easier to fall into than you would normally expect. It's like Rick Denton's absolutely somebody I'd have a profile on. So yeah, I never signed on them. I mean, they'll identify me. I usually tend to talk to canvassers because I'm like, I'll give them, I'll answer what they want. I'll maybe not volunteer information that, like if they wanted, they usually don't ask for like demographic information or something like that. But if they want to get an indication, like if a pollster's calling me or something like that. Okay, actually, here's how it really works. If they're for the other side, I will talk to them for as long as I possibly can. I think I've said this before on the site. I think this is a trick most people know now, but like, it is not the worst. Having been someone who's actually polled for a couple of times at for an extremely unpopular party, having somebody swear at you and slam the door is not the worst thing. Like, I'm a grown up. I can handle someone not liking me. I'm not gonna go home and like rethink my life because someone at a door, said a dirty word at me and expressed that they personally don't like me because I'm canvassing for a particular party. I mean, I was getting paid. I wasn't even necessarily voting for one of those parties. In that case, it's just like, okay, well, obviously this person's not going to vote for us. We don't need to waste time, get the candidate out or anything like that. Don't arrange like a lift to the polling station. But, man, if somebody gets you chatting at the door, if you spend a whole lot of time there, if you're like super sweet and friendly to the people who come to your door, well, they're probably not going to finish their poll, which means that they're not going to get the information that they need for E-Day to their office, or they're going to need to send another team out to finish it, and then they'll that just waste resources that could have been deployed elsewhere. Like, wasting people's time is the most wonderful thing that you can do if you really feel that mad about the political party. Yelling at them, first of all, it's kind of a dick thing to do, because just in general, but like, number two, they are the people who are kind of making your whole democracy work, right? You do actually need volunteers and paid people to to make the machinery work. Oddly enough, campaigns that run on $0 and don't do anything tend not to win. But yeah, just as a practical point, someone being mean is one of the easiest things to deal with. It's if somebody like is nice enough that you feel like you can't extract yourself from the conversation, that it's harder. Presumably, this is why somebody who works in like call centers would be a good canvasser, because I know call centers, like, you have the number of minutes you should spend on a conversation, so you kind of develop the skills to end the chat. I'm not so sure about going out. I'll leave that beside, because there's a lot of apocryphal information here. Like, I don't think guitar we can establish more specifically. Let's see what's going on with Harrison. Hey, we found Woban! Media punk? What does that even mean? Okay, they all like the targets. Haunted House. Oh yeah, sorry. I think I mentioned it before, but there was the Chestnut Cafe. But yeah, that's definitely a 1984 reference in there. This post has been deleted by... Oh, okay. Everything all right with you? Now it is. Good fucking riddance. Post been deleted. I feel sorry for the girl. It's clear she's been attacked and just panicked. Now they'll have her ask for this. We didn't start the fire. That's almost certainly a conversation about Cassandra. Supposed to be deleted by user Peter Fletcher. The fascists turned this into a nightmare. People didn't do shit. The protest was peaceful until they showed up. They stormed the crowd and provoked what happened. Huh? You've been suffering from a bad case of self-censorship lately, or what's happening to your timeline? Here's Senator O'Donnell. This couple rock the show, as it will rock the rest of the goddamn nation. Okay. I'm assuming they're probably split up July 5th, but we'll see. Interestingly enough, he didn't delete this one. Thank you for taking me along. Honestly, I didn't think that would be welcomed so warmly, nor that my humble skills would be worth me coming along. Mike Hutchinson, if you got it, flaunt it. You definitely got it, baby. Pulling the strings of a fancy guitar in the spotlights on stage suits you well and makes you look even more awesome. Thank you, Mikey. Guess I could have pursued that musical career before even beginning my studies. Study is giving me headaches at the moment. Thank God it'll all be over soon. Mike, why don't you go ask Julia out right away, huh? No need for hiding anything. I can provide a nose correction just for that to make you look just as awesome. You want that? No? Then off you fuck. Harry, calm down a bit, will you? I don't think Mike meant to be flirty. Mike, sorry, he went a bit over the top there. I'll include that. We included the, like, medication stuff, so if he's set off easily, I think that's not too bad to include. Never thought I was going to write this one day. First day at Stelligan, feeling so elite it makes me want to comb my hair. Any survival tips? My most valuable social network associates? You at Stelligan? Lose a bet? Nice joke, Harry. You're a bit early for April Fools, you know. Why can't I go and attend a university like a decent human being without raising eyebrows anywhere, huh? Yeah, it's just a guest lecture of a friend. You got me. But still, shit just got real. Okay. Definitely including the deleted posts. Do we have something to hide then, Mr. O'Donnell? I'm just waiting for him to tell me about the destruction of words in the new edition. Okay, July 5th. Oh, well, this would have been on her birthday. Okay, sorry, hang on. So that's 2016. Which birthday was it? $2017. Oh yeah, they're definitely not. I mean, I guess if she's studying on the media studies anyway. No, wrong person. So, any of you waiting for an opportunity? Never heard Chalk swear before? I'm not swearing, it's the game. I'm more interested to talk about all his deleted posts. From Syme or from me? I mean, he's definitely cleansed his timeline. Like, it in the context of the game, it's definitely very suspicious. But I think also, too, one thing that has come up since this game was released is there is the tendency now for people to... Oh, from Symes, gotcha, yeah. No, it's all good. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I'm definitely not very good at the, like, responding to the will of the people so far as topics. Like, obviously, if I'm not interested in something, I can try and flog it, but it's not going to be very interesting. But one thing that is actually relevant, that I think has changed is it's actually kind of interesting. This is a little bit, you kind of have to squint really hard for it. But I'll talk. I know also I'm taking forever to get through this day, but I mean, I hope this is kind of the intention of the game. Actually, also now that Dublin's here, we gotta read something. What was I gonna say? One thing that has changed, I think, since this game was published is the tendency now for people to delete their tweets after a certain period of time. So I think this especially became more widespread when Sarah Jong was added to the New York Times editorial board. And I mean, again, this wasn't specifically what I was so again, like, now that I'm thinking about these specific cases, now I can say, okay, this all lines up to the idea of sort of a bad faith reemerging of past posts. But at least for me, that's when I started to notice a lot of people using like a bot to sort of delete old posts and so on. And I know there's a local entrepreneur, Toby Lutka, I think is the pronunciation. Anyways, the guy who did Shopify. I think he's on the board of Coinbase now. I think he puts on his profile that posts automatically delete after a year. And the reason why I mention this is that obviously in the present day, where this is a common enough thing that people will post this on their profile status, that puts a very, very different kind of coloring on Harrison's behavior. So the implication here is, I think, more or less the one that you would expect from Symes, which is, aha, this person's, deleting things. The same way that when we take a look at Goldfell's posts, we'll say, oh, okay, everything's been archived. Like, there's been a couple of terrorist attacks, and all of a sudden these posts are closed down. But I did want to take a quick second here. I'm just going to reread Goldfell's post again, because there's one thing that I think actually kind of incorporates that idea of different conventions on the internet sort of shaping the way that maybe we'll respond or think. I propose to consider the question, are our thoughts still free? While this might seem to be a surprising question in our current world of ever-growing digital surveillance, freedom of thought is no longer self-evident. Dear reader, there is a German folk song called "The Thoughts Are Free." It goes like this: thoughts are free, who can guess them? They fly by like nocturnal shadows. No man can know them, no hunter can shoot them. With powder and lead, thoughts are free. I think what I want and what delights me, still always reticent and as is suitable. My wish and desire, no one can deny me, and so it will always be, thoughts are free. And if I am thrown into the darkest dungeon, all these are futile works, because my thoughts tear all gates and walls apart, thoughts are free. When I was still young, long before I emigrated to the nation in 1993, I believed this to be a universal truth, that there are no borders for thoughts and no rules for what is or is not allowed to be thought. This was not because I thought people should be so tolerant, not at all. Instead, I simply held it dear that nobody, except for ourselves, really knows what is going on in our heads until we choose to reveal it. Yesterday, a question crossed my mind. If the increasing interconnectedness of humans via modern technology serves more and more as a collective memory and brain of our society, and there is an institution that is capable of monitoring every bitstream of it, how can thoughts still be free? Is it not likely that we will communicate only under great mental reservation, to hold on to our knowledge, which means as a final consequence that we will stop thinking? While I think of the increasingly aggressive operations of the surveillance machinery in the nation, I truly fear the answer to this question. This is why I created this blog. I want to encourage alternatives to the total control and safety bigotry of this digital world. Yours sincerely, A. Goldfells. So, I don't know if this is kind of going Marshall McLuhan here, but one of the things that one of the things that I'm sort of taking from this paragraph in particular, and this is why I wanted to bring it up in reference to the idea of sort of deleting tweets and that, is sort of he's making this mapping from how much of ourselves we sort of present online and how everything we're sort of communicating is done on the digital medium, and how that is going to shape our thought patterns. And basically, we're going to shape our thought patterns are going to be shaped based on the interventions that happen online. This doesn't necessarily mean that you have to accept his premise, right? The first thing I kind of thought to myself when I read this was like, people stopped thinking way before the internet. But obviously that also isn't necessarily engaging with his argument, right? That's kind of why I kept that to myself. But likewise, right, if we do want to take if we want to take for granted a couple of his assumptions, then, you also have almost this, Memento-like character where you have sort of this one set of, long-term memory, anything that's physically recorded. Then you have, medium-term is effectively erased, and then you have, just sort of the present day. Obviously, it's certainly not a novel observation that we definitely have a very short attention span for these sorts of things. It's actually a really good article, Neil Stevenson, which really it's not So the idea itself is a worthwhile one, but it's not like he's the only one who's made it. But he was writing it in reference to his book Anathem. And essentially what it is it kind of starts off with a number of historical events which sort of seem to be these analogies to sort of the intervention, like military interventions in different parts of the world. And, you can sort of paint Afghanistan or Iraq, wherever you want in that essay. And then he talks about a bridge collapsing. And then it's sort of like, wait a minute, I thought this was a different essay on another thing. And he basically comes clean that it's he's going somewhere else with this. And I think what's sort of interesting about that one, so first of all, every single example that he takes is writing that's hundreds, if not thousands of years old. And none of it has anything to do with sort of the modern day. But more importantly is that absolutely none of those examples are about... So again, you'd read the first few paragraphs of that essay thinking that it's just going to be another article about the various wars. Where in reality, it's actually just an article about our tendency to, just have very short-term thinking and sort of how it culminates to this collapsing bridge that effectively, the memory has now gotten so short that the infrastructure has been neglected to a point where it is actually possible for something like this to occur. The reason why I found that interesting, like I said, the idea of people saying that things are too short, this can go back to Nicholas Carr and the book The Shallows, or that was based off of an Atlantic article, Is Google Making Us Stupid? And that, I believe he outright references Phaedrus. Even Carr's argument is not a new one. The argument that writing is this tool of forgetfulness. If you write things down, that allows you to forget, whereas if you can't write things down, there's this myth in it where basically the invention of writing is viewed as a curse rather than a blessing. If you haven't read Phaedrus, it's wonderful. But even Carr is aware of the very long conversation about technology and its tendency to sort of shape thought. But the reason why I found Stevenson's article particularly interesting was because of the number of times I hear people... It felt like for a while that everybody kept referring to the Marshall Plan. And I kind of get why. But I guess the thing is that there's more history than just the post-World War II era. The Marshall Plan was not always the best example, but I noticed even among people who you'd sort of consider to be well-read or thought leaders, thinkfluencers, people who you'd kind of expect to be, at least in terms of their command of the facts, they kind of seem to have been reasonably well-read. But even then, it definitely seems to be within this very narrow band, where, and again, I'm not expecting people to have gone to all the world's archives and have read everything in the original language in that. But there was definitely a tendency in terms of things that sort of passed for erudition, but actually wound up being a very superficial way of looking at the particular issue. And that was just because it maybe lacked a larger, an even broader context than maybe was relevant. I realize this isn't the best example because to really go into it, I would need to sort of dig up the discussion. I just remember the impression that I had from it. I need to dig up the specific conversation and why it felt like maybe the Marshall Plan was more the example of convenience rather than the most appropriate mapping to that particular situation. But in any case, that wound up being a very long tangent off of the deleted entries idea. So let's get back on track. I think we were done with Harrison's timeline. The game's certainly telling me it is. There was a detail about a relationship. I just want to make sure. Did I not record the... Okay, it has been resolved. Rosen Technologies, a message from the founder. When I founded Rosen Tech in 1998, my vision was a simple one. There should be tailor-made software for any purpose. Who would have thought that a guy hailing from merely an attic in his parents' home could create the single most important software company in the nation? Certainly not me. Who would have thought that the government would take an interest in the company to become its greatest stakeholder? Certainly not me again. Against my wildest expectations, but due to my sheer stubbornness, a lot of persistence, and a little bit of luck, Rosen Tech today employs that 5,106 workers and 224 successfully completed projects. And these figures keep increasing so fast that I added a live counterscript to this page to keep it up to date. So what's the essence from my experience? Although I never expected it, my vision proved to be a very strong one. Now let's see what's in yours. Yours sincerely, Victor Rosen. The 10 Commandments. We at Rosen Tech believe that outstanding quality and performance walk hand in hand with clearly defined rules. Thus, we have phrased 10 commandments that guide us in our every workday. 1. Any vision is valuable. Have you ever thought the future should be like this or like that? How a certain problem could or should be solved? Of course you have. Do not let these ideas go to waste. They are pure gold. Pursue them. 2. Software can solve any problem. This is Amazon. Yes, it can. We live in a time where information is everything. We can reduce massively complex facts to pieces of bits and bytes. Then we get carefully designed algorithms to work and marvel at the results produced as our problems are suddenly undone. 3. Embrace the client's vision. We think that our valued clients know best what's at the core of their demands and needs. Hence, it should be their vision, your grand design that guides your effort. Yeah, well, it's mostly just because the techno-optimism and the this kind of strikes me. So there's definitely the 14 principles of management that seems to get really drilled into Amazon executives, and the embrace the client's vision thing strikes me as like the customer obsession pillar. But the thing is like it's not like show me the company that has as a pillar like, we hate the customer and we'll do everything we can to inconvenience them. And then I get to find out how many Comcast subscribers there are on the channel. But like, you know, this is the thing. Like this can be kind of generic enough to apply to any company. But I don't know. I think it's because I've been reading Brad Stone's. Brad Stone's has written 2 books on Amazon. I'm reading his most recent one, Amazon Unbound. So I've been getting a little bit more daily encounters with lists like this. So again, I'm busy railing on people for referring to the Marshall Plan as like I'm referring to a book that I was reading today. So anyways, open-mindedness and transparency is a key. Closely connected to number 3, the importance to stay open-minded cannot be overstated, just as the importance of transparency in all the processes. Do not neglect or reject. Do not obfuscate. It's as simple as that. 5. Always stay in touch with the client. Whoever said ignorance is strength certainly wasn't right. There's no strength in not knowing what the client wants, so go ahead and ask, even if it's 1 or 2 times more often than necessary. 6. Synchronous over asynchronous communication. Do not waste the client or your own time by bothering with asynchronous communication like email. It's almost always more efficient and personal to get directly in touch with one another, and it opens up the opportunity for immediate feedback or discussion. This is why we actually have no email addresses. 7. Think about your responsibility. Our work does not only matter to our clients and ourselves, it may also change the entire world, literally. You should be aware of this. That much power should not be taken lightly. 8. Fix your mistakes. Learn from them. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, this could also be the no PowerPoint rule that they have. But again, like, I don't want to belabor the Amazon connection, because it's not like there aren't other tech companies that have sort of similar commandments like this, right? 8. Fix your mistakes, learn from them. There is something healthy about mistakes. Like a catharsis, they will wash out your flaws one by one, provided that we notice and revert them. This is why we always let each piece of code be reviewed by our specialized review task force. But how do they communicate that the code was not up to... Are you allowed commit messages? Because those are asynchronous asynchronous communication. Oh God. Okay. So if anybody wants to write an Orwell parody, I would love to have a game... Like, this game does not deserve... Sorry, when I say does not deserve a parody, this game has done nothing to, like, it shouldn't be... The parody shouldn't be like a beat up. But there is something very charming about the idea of trying to be one of the people at Rosentech, trying to develop a repository or like some kind of system of version control to be in line with the synchronous communication principle. That you can't leave a commit message because that's asynchronous. You must communicate your changes in real time to everyone. You have to call up the person who committed something back in like 1992 to ask them what their plans were when they did that. Anyways, yes. So for those of you looking for a Unity project, I would personally like to play this game. What company is that, Woban? Anyway, sorry, there's something healthy about mistakes, like a catharsis. They will wash out your flaws one by one, provided that we notice and revert them. This is why we let each piece of code be sorry, we did that, right? Work here and now. People tend to discuss what could be and could have been. While it is important to remember the past and even more important to have visions for the future, the present is the time that really matters, because this is where all the work must be done. 10. You can do better. No matter what you can do, you can get even better at it. You continuously learn and improve yourself. Never stop working. Strive for perfection. Get in touch. Rosen Technologies, shaping visions bit by bit. Get in touch. Following the sixth commandment at Rosentech, we rely heavily on communication and collaboration with you. We'd like you to call us directly so we can easily discuss your needs. Our vision shaping team is ready anytime to form a software that fulfills your needs. Please call Remy French, head of vision shaping. Or are you from the press? Our PR team will gladly answer all of your questions. Please talk to Maria Harper, head of PR, or her friendly substitute, Juliet Kerrigan, PR assistant. And actually, this is probably a better photo. Oh, that's crazy. I did not know that. I use Confluence and what's the other one? The big one that they do. This is like everybody uses this software. Why can I not? Jira. I haven't actually seen their website. Yeah, thank you, woman. I'm an idiot. Good work. The listener will also track incoming and outgoing telephone calls of numbers you have added. Cool. Again, I apologize for taking... okay. I'm going to check out the band, but there's something going on with Thought. Actually, I'll check out Thought at the very end, but... I know I'm taking my sweet time on this. This might be a better portrait for Harrison because he's not wearing glasses. Okay, the targets. We are the track you are ashamed of in your fine-tuned playlist, the unexplainable gap in your seemingly flawless CV, your drunken selfie in your timelines profile, the porn movie found on your work computer. You cannot avoid us because we are you. We are the targets. Oh, that's quite an ego you've got there, haven't we? Hancock. For members, Trotsky, Phil, backing vocals and bass. Sorry, I should probably read it. Okay, so the targets, Hancock, Danton, and Castro, and Trotsky is the former. Oh, and Tubman. I think they might be political. Haunted House Spontan, upcoming April 19th, 2017, cancelled. Get your asses ready for the return of the targets on our new album. For the premiere, we're headed back to the scene of our first crime, The Haunted House, also featuring Tearing Down, tickets $12. Doors 8, showtime 9. Cancelled. Anonymous wrote, a friend of mine claims to have heard that Hancock decided to quit the band, but no official statement has been given out. A wholehearted thumbs down for that bullcrap. Gotta find me another favorite band now. You better do the same. What? And Now the whole thing got canceled? What's going on? Target Lover 89. Such a shame that Tubman left again. Why? I really can't stand tearing down, wrote. Good lord, not those emos on the show again. Why do you do this to us? Why? Anonymous wrote, yeehaw, finally, looking forward to this one. You gotta play Pipe Dream? So friggin' cool. The Cell, Bonton. All right, well, we know where that was taken now. July 4th, 2016. We're so criminally good, we're going to get locked up in The Cell. It's on, and it's going to be a hell of a show, featuring our brand new member, Tubman. Also featuring Tearing Down. Tickets $10, store 7, showtime 8. Comments, Catharsis wrote, wow, this is such a blaze. Really love your new guitarist dress. Finally come to the Freedom Plaza demo. I just have to get to know Juliet, especially since she is the one organizing this. So we'll have to resolve the conflict at some point. Can't stand Tearing Down wrote, really nice show, but geez, can you get rid of Tearing Down, please? Blast Tense was so much better, IMO. There's some great names in this. Anonymous wrote, you found yourselves a brilliant new guitarist there. Seems a bit shy though, but sure doesn't have to. Rock on, Targets. Punk's Not Dead wrote, shit, missed to buy tickets. Anyone willing to trade? Haunted House, Bonton. Guess who's on stage, baby? The fine folks from Haunted House will have us at their place in November. Reading this, you are commanded to come. Also featuring Blast Tents. Tickets $10, door 7, showtime 7:30. I can do without the Rockstar portrait. Anonymous, Hancock, I love you. Heart, so amazing. Less than 3, so amazing. Dafthead wrote, my new favorite band, greatest band of the nation, except for the proclamations and stuff you did at the show. That was really weird. Okay. Albums. With more and more poverty in the streets, it's about time for capitalists to finally recognize them as a viable target group. It's time for an advertisement for the poor, out now. Listen to Pipe Dreams right now. So I'm not quite sure I heard anything that quite lines up with recognizing them as a viable target group, but I'm really happy I got to see everyone pull out their best dance emotes. Yes, DTG16 actually is given special credit to Woban's very enthusiastic dance. But thank you for sharing that, guys. That was fun. All right, advertisement for the poor 2017. Them Tracks, Exposed, advertisement for the poor, Nosebleed, Sick, Overcome, How You Live, Stripped to the Core, Pipe Dreams, Go Home You're Drunk. Our album is available at any damn good music store, the physical ones. Screw streaming. The targets, a riot 2015. On the plate, rise, you're inside, a riot, wrong about us, fight back, stone to the knee. Very cute. 7 Nation Army. Sorry, folks, this one's all sold out. Drop by. This is actually quite funny, but drop by one of our concerts or get one for free, or drop Hancock a line at themediapunk@mailerate.tna. So basically, if you get this reference, you're old, and if you didn't get this reference, get out of here. You're too young for the stream. Excellent. You now have access to any emails coming in or out of this account. Okay, obviously we got a bunch of stuff piling up in the listener, but let's see what's going on with the thought. Wait, what the actual... The moment you open that doc, malicious code injection was detected in Orwell. You've had 47 attack warnings and still counting. What the hell is on that site? Yeah, it's subtle, but yeah, that's got to be a White Stripes reference. We've had 47 attack warnings and still counting. What the hell is on that site? Hello. Hey, Cass. What happened yesterday? Juliet, this is Joseph on Cassandra's account. Not too uncommon in a relationship. I mean, it's relevant if we're gonna nail someone to the wall for texts. Sorry, hi Joseph. I didn't know you had access to Cassie's account. Nice to finally talk to you. You too, Juliet. Have you seen Cassandra since yesterday evening? Heard from her at all? I spoke to her last night via chat. She seemed quite upset about the whole Freedom Plaza thing, and something else she wouldn't talk about. Then there was someone at her door, so she went to answer it and never came back. I assumed it was you. We were supposed to meet for dinner, but I had an unexpected meeting with a client. She wasn't exactly happy about the change of plans. She quit the chat, and that was it. I haven't heard from her since. In that case, I think she's probably at home stewing away. Well, I just tried that. She gave me the key to her flat 2 months ago, but no Cassie. Also, her PC was still on. I guess calling her didn't work either. I tried, no answer. Damn, I hate myself now. Did you set your number to private? Otherwise, she's probably just avoiding you. Private's my default setting. After all, I am a lawyer. All right, Cassandra Watergate is now a lawyer. I like to believe that, by the way, Dublin Pappy is, all right. Cassie told me you were funny. I think you shouldn't worry too much. It's probably nothing. When Cassie's mad, she usually goes and wanders around the city, and she'll be back in no time. Yeah, she does get a bit fiery at times. We had an argument once, guess what happened? See, this is why I wanted to talk to you. I feel like sometimes you know her better than I do, and I'm her goddamn boyfriend. Oh, I doubt that somehow. I mean, you two were in the thought group together, right? You both went to the Freedom Plaza protest? And so I thought that maybe you'd know the other places that could be important for her or the two of you, where she could be at. Joseph, I'm sorry. Freedom Plaza was organized by Thought, yeah, but Harrison did all the planning for it. I don't know much else. Oh, I see. I wish I could help, but honestly I don't have a clue. Well, thank you anyway, Juliet. Don't mention it. I'll text you when she turns up or if I get an idea. So, this is another tricky one. So, Catharsis, this is Cassie speaking, will definitely have to come to the Freedom Plaza demo. I just have to get to know Juliet, especially since she is the one organizing this. And then we have the alternative. It was organized by Thought, but Harrison did all the planning for it. Now, she's talking to someone else, and so you could be avoiding response. Like obviously, if you're trying to craft a particular narrative, there's nothing about the fact that it's a private conversation that means she's necessarily going to be forthcoming about about her role in organizing the protest. On the other hand, like Cassie's hearsay is maybe not or Cassandra's hearsay is maybe not the most, like, it's not that much more reliable, right? The fact that she's not correctly identified who organized the protest doesn't really help either. Let's see, do we have anything about Harrison? I'll reserve judgment on this. I mean, I'm always on the fence about whether or not I let my opinions of someone color the later evidence. Or the earlier evidence, but in this case here, I might want to see if there's any indication that Harrison might be a good organizer or Juliet may be a bad. True, yeah, okay, good point. Welcome to Rosentech. This is PR assistant Juliet Carrington speaking. How may I be of service? Hello, Juliet Carrington. This is Esther. You sound so official at work. Oh, hi, Mom. Is this important? I can't take personal calls while at work. I just wanted to check in, make sure you are home for dinner tonight. Actually, I'm heading out with some friends from work. Time for some Bonton clubbing. I thought she said she didn't like going out. Honey, please don't. On the news they said that it would be advisable to avoid public places. They expect another bombing. Mom, I get that you're worried, but I can't just sit at home with you every night of the week. That's exactly what those terrorists want us to do, avoid public life. We can't give up our freedom like that. Honey, please, you won't have much freedom left if you're dead. Mom, I won't die. How can you be so sure about that? I could just as easily be hit by a car on my way home to your lovely dinner. Don't say that! This ridiculous group has gotten you into nothing but trouble. They were called... All right, geesh, Mom. I'm going to think about it, okay? Thank you, honey. Mom, I'm sorry, but I really have to go now if I don't want Victor Rosen to personally fire me. All right, we'll harvest the details. Okay, did I forget to add that from the timeline? I guess it didn't seem relevant at the time, but... Yep. I'm also going to add playing the guitar just because of the connection with Target. Like normally I wouldn't consider hobbies to be relevant information, but hey, and me, Flora. I mean, I think you came during one of the during one of the reading streams, if I recall. Yeah, I think I was going to hold judgment on that. But thank you for stopping by. Right, we're going with the listener still. All right, yeah, so this was the one that caught my attention. It's Friday and Miss Carrington has plans to go out tonight in Bonton. That information would normally be innocuous. We know that she actively dislikes going out. People are truly creatures of habit. Maybe she really does want to go out, but this seems a little odd. What is she really doing? Lives with her parents also seems relevant. Now to find her parents' address. Well, I'm pretty sure if we just visit any of her parents' websites, it'll probably give us their last 5 addresses. Wait, did it seriously just update? Okay, yeah. Huh, funny. This is right around the corner from where I live. I apparently need to keep my sarcastic remarks to myself because the game seems to serve them up. Right, this is the quit the band comment, so. That's right, yeah. So this game, Orwell, is definitely, this game is definitely lined up with that book. Is Symes doxing himself? I mean, he's a senior member of the security apparatus. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything to worry about from us. Unknown person to Harrison O'Donnell. Order confirmation invoice. Oh, bank info probably. Oh, yep, there it is. Hello, Mr. O'Donnell. Thank you for shopping at Semiramis Flowers. Semiramis Flowers. We hereby confirm your order 122145 of the following products: a lovely bouquet with a tag to Angela. Wait. Oh, sorry. It says Angela Harrison O'Donnell. I thought it said Angela O'Donnell. I'm like, wait, there's an O'Donnell. All right. Does establish a connection with another person. $24.99, taxes included. Okay, just to give you an idea of what a complete failure of a person I am, what kind of flowers would $25 get you? Asking for a friend. It's Valentine's Day is coming up. This total has already been subtracted from your bank account, 224-993-76005. Delivery is ready to be picked up from the Semiramis Flower Store, Bonton City, this afternoon. Have a very nice and florid day. Maybe don't shop at the flower shop that gives your bank account information in an email. First National Bank, welcome to FBTN Online, Mr. O'Donnell. Last login April 10th, 2017 at 7:31. People's Drugs, Farmer and Bonton, EC Pay. Trust Health Insurance. Wait, they do have to? I'm just going to add all of this. I don't think so, but pretty sure most correspondence I've had with my bank that references my accounts usually. I actually think I have an email from them right now. So hang on, I'm just going to open up my bank statements on stream. Yeah, so I'm looking at a bank statement right now, or not a bank statement, but like an email informing me about statements for my personal bank accounts, and it's Xing out the full transit number and like half of my account numbers. So like I've never really thought about how I would maliciously use someone's banking information, so I don't know how far you can get with it, but as far as they're concerned, they don't want to, as far as an email communication is concerned, they certainly did not want to release the bank account number. Either he values his hygiene, or it might as well be material intended to wash away a freedom memorial. Guy his age, planning on doing something dangerous, perhaps? Payment from the National Beholder. Sounds like some sort of secret affiliation. Keep looking for more info. Security warning. Unrecognized access to account. Dear Mr. O'Donnell, your FBTN online banking account was just used from an unrecognized device. This is really cool. Unrecognized operating system, browser, and location. Don't recognize this activity? Review your recently used devices in your FBTN online banking account now. We're sending you this because we take security very seriously, and we want to keep you updated on important actions in your bank account. We were unable to determine whether you have used this browser or device with your online banking account before. This may occur when you sign in for the first time on a new computer, phone, or browser. When you use your browser's incognito or private browsing mode, or remove your cookies, or in case somebody else is accessing your account. Best regards, the First Bank of the Nation online banking team. Let's just delete that, shall we? Okay. So it doesn't actually seem like it's letting me make any particular progress, so it sounds like it... So the inference I'm going to draw here is that the game wants me to list that he's quit the band. I wouldn't necessarily this isn't necessarily something I would have voluntarily done, because again, this is like for the same reason that I didn't really weight Cassie's statement that Juliet was the organizer. But we'll see if that got me anything. Also going to take a second here, just make sure I didn't miss any other. Oh, right. I never actually sorted out the conflict. Okay, well, I'm going to just put something useless in. Yeah, that definitely didn't get us any info. My bad. So I think I said I wanted to go with the other detail. I think I'll take Juliet's side. You planned the protest that went completely awry? Doesn't sound like very good planning to me. Or maybe it didn't go awry at all. Maybe it went down exactly as he had in mind. So that Freedom Plaza demonstration was one of Thought's protests, not immensely surprising. One down, 2 more protest locations to go. You got O'Donnell. Harrison, it's me. Well, 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 look who it is. I knew this moment would come one day, but you caught me by surprise. Harrison, shh, Juliet. Ever since we first made out on that clear night on the Stelligan Greenfield, I knew it was destiny. I know you never really meant to. Will you please spare me your juvenile bullshit? I didn't believe it at first, but it really is you. To what do I owe the pleasure of your beautiful voice? You miss me, right? So this is why you did it? To make me call you back again? The heck are you talking about? Oh, come on, don't play dumb, great administrator. I'm talking about the thought page you so generously volunteered to maintain. What? Give me a sec. What the fuck is this shit? You messing around with me, Jules? Are you seriously trying to say this wasn't your doing? Why would I fucking want to disgrace Thought? Maybe because of the same reason you bailed out of Thought all of a sudden. Thought didn't do shit anymore since Abe disappeared, but turning it around that way made a damn fine excuse for you to bail out on the two of us, huh? Maybe then because you disgraced Thought before by hiding all the articles on the Thought blog except Cassandra's. Abe archived the first ones because he didn't even want us to know. None of us could ever access them. I merely did the same with the rest because that would also be in Abe's interest. And Cass wanted to show her article around. Oh, please. I know you deleted all your rebellious posts to secure your cozy job writing that ridiculous opinion column for the TNB. Oh, well, that explains the money. You know, it's funny you dare speaking of disgrace when Rosen is the government's personal bitch. In case you didn't know, almost makes you the same in my book. So you really don't know anything about the hack, then? I don't have a friggin' clue. Can you revert the changes? You bet. I'll even hunt down the son of a bitch who... Just revert it, okay? I don't care who did it. I just can't stand our memories being toyed around with. Okay. We'll be done in no time, ma'am. Never could say no to you. If only. Anyway, thank you. Okay. If you can just give me a quick second here, I actually really need to go to the bathroom. This is normally when I'd be wrapping up, but I'm going to try and make a bit more progress because I know I was very chatty during today's investigation. So I'm going to actually probably refill my tea as well. So it should only just be a minute or two. I'm sure my break text is not going to work well with this background at all, but I'll try to keep it as short as possible. And we can go back to... This is even... yeah. Wait, OBS doesn't let me pick colors? What on earth? Oh no, here we go. Alright, sorry for this, but I would rather not soil myself during the broadcast. So I will be back no more than a couple minutes. Get a stretch yourself if you haven't. Okay, sorry about this. I'm just finishing a carrot stick and we'll be ready to go. All right, sorry about that. I know it's kind of a drag when people go away, but I don't know. I'm not quite sure when I'm going to finish for tonight because like I'm sort of at the time I would normally finish, but I at least want to get today done, and I did threaten to read the tea essay, and then I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd like to get at least one more day in. We'll see. All right. Jared, yeah, that's fine. Give us the exact details of the intimacies. CCTV. Okay. Stelligan again. This university seems to play a major role for members of thought. Well, yeah, they were recruited from there. Oh, is that so? We still need to keep observing him, though. Bailout on the two of us. Former relationship. Yeah, we kind of already knew that, but... Seems that today's new targets have a common history, belonging... something more than belonging to thought. Thought didn't do... Okay, well that's kind of just reinforces information that we already had. The spirit causing thought to become inactive. Abraham Goldsfell's disappeared, causing the group to be inactive. They're no longer active? Seems to me like someone still is. Oh, that helped. Alright. We definitely want to know that... oh, hang on. Yeah, no, this is factual that he hid articles, just because Abe did some of that as well. I'll just put the rest. First the timeline, now the thought blog. You have a lot to hide, Mr. O'Donnell. Okay. Goldfells. This gets more confusing by the minute. Why do you hide something on a group's blog from its own members? Hidden agenda, perhaps. Okay. Right, this definitely has a lot of useful information, so... I read this one quite regularly. I wasn't at all aware it was our guy. T&B probably didn't know either. Also, this must be what the large payment he received was for. Okay, that seems to... yeah, we could do ICU. Unknown person to Harrison O'Donnell. ICU. Knock knock, Harrison. Seems I caught your pants down on that little page of yours. Confused? That's fine. You don't know me, and I like to keep that way. But I know a lot about you, media punk. If you knew what I know... if you knew what I know, what you know about what this little group of yours did, you would find it just as hard to ignore that those bombs might just carry your name tag. Get what I'm talking about, right? So, the Righteous Hacker Initiate will expose all information I got on you. Might interest the cops, won't it? Got no love for the Gov, but I will do what I must, so give me one good reason not to and I might reconsider. I was really hoping it would say what the details here are. I'm not quite ready to add this in because we've got somebody who's threatening to blackmail, but I'd rather know like what the details are. And what did I miss in here? Yeah, that's not going in. So I'll wait on the other. National Opinion, Shut the Pargasian Border, by Harrison O'Donnell. This time in the National Opinion column, Harrison O'Donnell argues why the border... Wait a minute, they put his name on there and Symes is like, oh wait, I remember reading this guy now. I suspect this is deliberate, but I like how he makes the enormous leaps of logic, and like, so the leaps of logic are really apparent, but I think what I really love is how he's really oblivious to the fact that like he has a favorite columnist whose name he does not remember apparently. All right, this time in the National Opinion column, Harrison O'Donnell argues why the border to parties needs to be closed. I'll go and spill the beans right away. Shut the border between us and the parties. Now, will you, please? Can anyone see what's happening there? I mean, are you blind? Take a look at Triflith, for instance. The situation there seems to be escalating yet again. 2008 much? And just like then, the nation will let itself get dragged into the conflict. Just like then, the Pargesians will see the nation not as a friend who does the best to de-escalate the situation, but as an opponent who invades and seeks cooperation through force. History keeps repeating itself. That's certainly nothing new. Well, because the specific detail... Well, for one, we already know he's a lawyer, I believe. But number two, it's actually a specific piece of information to Cassandra. I don't believe I could take Cassandra information and put it on Joseph Langley. But in this case, we've established he's a lawyer, both under occupation as well as the connection. Yeah, what I can do, I'll get back to this article, but I'll show you when I was in the listener. So when you look at the details, it's specifically saying that Cassandra Watergate's profession is lawyer. So in this case, the lawyer is speaking from Cassandra's account, but it's a little bit like, so the game definitely leaves you little traps like this. There was the timeline comment, which says, you know, Cassandra, you're torturing me. And you can actually say, you know, has a history of sadistic torture or something like that, as opposed to the not sadistic torture, I guess. But yeah, that there's a specific reason why you would not want to put that specifically into Orwell. Although I think, if I recall correctly, you have to avoid misunderstandings like that. I believe you actually have to have the profile you want to attach that to up. So we might be able to get an example here. Anyway, sorry. Just like then, the Parisians will not see the nation as a friend who does the best to de-escalate the situation, but as an opponent who invades and seeks cooperation through force. History keeps repeating itself. That's certainly nothing new. Safety of any citizen is of utmost importance. That has been the party's premise ever since 2009, and ever since it has been working like a charm. Until now, that is, as some self-proclaimed benefactors in the opposition claim that borders are meant to be open to possible refugees. If I didn't know how we suffered already 9 years back, I would agree without a doubt. I would walk out there and welcome them personally with arms wide open. But I do remember perfectly well. Though my name isn't Nostradamus, let me foretell something. We will see a rise in acts of terrorism in the very close future. Who knows? Maybe next week a bomb will go off in the middle of Farview or Bonton. Don't you pretend not to have been warned when that happens. So if he specifically referenced the university, I take that. I don't think I'm quite willing to... We'll see. Supports the governmental position. No, he doesn't. I don't even need to see what the conflict on that one is. All right, I might have locked myself into decisions again. Oh, great. Now there's a hacker involved in all of this because the situation wasn't bad enough as it is. Okay, that isn't so bad. So, like, Rageous Actor Initiate. So, I wasn't 100% sure what this was trying to say, like, whether or not it was saying that there's information that this guy's blackmailing him with, or if it's just referencing the hacker. Anyways, oh great, now there's a hacker involved in all of this because the situation wasn't bad enough as it is. Wonder what this is about. Hey, wise ass. This is the most pathetic blackmailing attempt I've read in a long time. You want a damn good reason not to call the cops? I can give you 3. 1. You hacked my site, i.e. my web server. Last time I checked, this was highly illegal. Something about glass houses and stones. 2. I don't get what you want to have found out about me. True, our protest didn't always go as planned, but since you claim to know so much about me, you should know that this was hardly my fault. What I wanted is all in my blog. Not a word about that fucking bombing people. Only grabbing attention. But you never even found that, huh? Where were your mad skills, hacker boy? I'll throw you a breadcrumb so you don't feel too miserable. My Nick. I'm the wrong person to mess around with. Leave my page alone. Roll it back, and then don't dare touching it again. I will get you, promise. H. For your own worthless sake, I hope it wasn't you who broke into my bank account, else you're neck deep in shit, even more than you already are. Thought I didn't notice, did you? Like I said, wrong guy. Very wrong guy. Yeah, that's fine. Background. I was thinking he was about to replace his occupation. I really wish it would tell me a little bit more about what I'm putting into Orwell on this. Something new on Juliet? Sorry, I'm just going to take a second here. I seem to have lost the preview for... Huh. Yeah, I'm just going to quit and go back in. So I know it's a bit of a drag to see me jump in and out, but it kind of seems like there's a couple of important details that we're going to be working with. So it'd be nice to have a little more clear idea. Okay, cool. I do not remember what was up here. If there was anything. Huh. So either this disables the preview, or there is none in the email. I hear the sound for it. But yeah, there's really no indication about what that's going to do, so I'll let it simmer for a bit. Okay, so we got the wall of text, which was his blog. So I guess we're going to sort out who actually... Oh, right, now I remember. It's the profile. That's why it looked weird. Okay, let's see what Hancock's writing on the wall says. Wall of text. No. Bottom liberator and professional douche. Hell yes, it's happening. After years, my plan is finally taking shape. It even has a name. Thought. You know what? Let's read this in chronological order. November 5th, 2013. Yeah, okay. No, fucking no. The perfect safety of the individual is our ultimate goal. We have stated so before our election in 2009, and we will stay true to our promise. To be able to provide this, we will again greatly increase surveillance measures in the month and years to come. This is already a new concept in the works at the moment that continues to stretch our current technology, pushing our safety initiatives to an entirely new level. These words came from the glorious majesty herself, Miss Catherine Delacroix, Lady Security, this very morning. I cannot even find words for how mind-bogglingly stupid the government's plan is. Let's turn on our brains for a second and think. What do people value most these days? Freedom, of course. The freedom to say stupid things on the internet. The freedom to choose between a trillion cell phone brands. The freedom to walk around with the most ugly haircut ever sculpted. The safety is what everyone is longing for so much. Go lock yourself in a barn, because taking risks is part of living your life, you idiots. I'm telling you, the next step that the government will take will be to stop citizens from doing things before the thought has even popped into their heads. Minority Report, anyone? Thus, there will be no more freedom to choose, no freedom whatsoever. This is a dangerous pitfall, seriously. All right. I will see... I mean, I kind of already disabled... I'm pretty sure I already disabled it. I am... Oh, interesting. Hang on. There's another unknown data check, apparently. This is really old information. I suspect this is closer to this guy's truer beliefs. And I'll probably add this, but given that there's another unknown data chunk, I'm going to reserve judgment for now, at least. If there's any hope left for this country, it lays with its people. It's got to be directly from Winston's journal. It is resembled by every freely thinking mind, every individual of this fucked up place that is willing to switch on their brains. Safety is a lie, and nothing but a buzzword used to cause fear and take control from you. If you don't get that, you might as well turn into a remote-controlled zombie and say bye-bye to free will. Thing is, people love staying blind, as long as they have the illusion of safety. So what I need now is a way of getting this truth in everyone's head. I've grown really fond of the idea to start a band, maybe call them Enemy of the State or the Most Wanted. Music is an excellent way to add add the spice of emotion needed in order to make the important messages stick in your mind. And hell, I'm ready to be a rock star. I already live in a trailer anyway. Old information, but maybe relevant. So I might as well go to the full gutter punk life. So what do you like more, Enemy of the State or the Most Wanted? Or maybe something else? Anyone willing to join? After all, I can't do it by myself. I mean, I could, but solo rock stars are even lamer than Dimefront. Hancock, March 3rd, 2015. Run around naked, eat chocolate pudding from a diaper, insult your mom on timelines. It's mind-boggling how anything, no matter how mundane, will generate attention these days, as long as it's not normal. A construct of society that doesn't make sense, by the way, and there's a camera around. You can be sure that we will hear about it. The ever-present cameras are one reason this site exists, at any rate. Everyone loves the sound of click tsunamis in the morning. Already got a nice plan of my own. As soon as I get myself a handful of like-minded people, we're going to occupy that friggin' elitist university, Stelligan, that's for sure. What's the story here? Okay. I bet we could scare this cardigan-wearing conformist a great deal just by showing our ugly faces. I'd love to see them running. So, I think this is when organized a peaceful protest at Stelligan campus. Oh, this is interesting. So she just contradicted something that she said to the lawyer. God, why would she talk about Harrison to the lawyer and then public? I mean, I guess she would want to take more credit for stuff online. Peaceful protest gets... I don't know. I'll think about it a little bit. Hell yes, it's happening. After years, my plan has finally taken shape. It even has a name, Thought. Finally a counterpart to the radical reigning of totalitarian surveillance. I'm glad to have a capable companion in this. One who came up with the best idea for a demo ever. I'm not going to tell you. It's a surprise. I can only urge you to join us in our arm to unleash this pitiful, pathetic wannabe democracy of a country from its shackles. For freedom is not free in a place where every move is observed and analyzed. Help us make freedom free again. Leave a message. The Alias Man. The government is scanning all the websites for potential threats. They make people disappear that spread rebellious ideas. It's vital that people like you show the courage and write about this truth. A heartfelt thank you. I know they're fucked up, but you, man, should put on your tinfoil hat. Tommy, I really like what you're doing here. I can relate to you being fed up with the government so much. We must act now. Want to meet sometime, Hancock? On some occasion, I deeply question the purpose of this message page. This is one of them. Message left by Goldfells. Dear Hancock, by pure coincidence, I stumbled on your website. Frankly, your thinking and your attitude to get other people to think alike left quite an impression on me. I'm looking for people willing to join a debate club called The Thought, and I think your presence could really liven up the discussion. Okay. Irrepressible 32 Tal, how you doing? Thank you very much for resubscribing with your Prime. How are you doing? And hello to yourself. I feel a little confused now. Is this thought a blog, an activist group, or a debate club? Perhaps all three. Dear Goldfells, I don't know where you got the weird impression that I would be willing to join some debate club. I'm already debating here all day, on my own. This country needs change, freaking action. If you have this to offer as well, drop me a PN here. Don't spam, thanks a ton. Mariah, I like the idea that you want to start a band. How about the name The Targets? Targets? Sounds kind of lame to me, Mariah, but thanks anyway. I might consider that. And finally, message left by DeRox. Your articles suck, lol. You should go and write poetry instead. If I got this comment, I would get far more attention. It would mean that I got far more attention on my blog than I currently do. Doing well, your son slept through the night the last 2 nights. Close to a miracle. Hooray! Here's the question. Did the fact that your son slept through the night mean that you finally got some sleep? While he was staring at the flashing monitor in the dark, all alone in the room that he was allowed to inhabit by his parents' mercy and only dressed in his dotted shorts that his mom had disposed this morning, he finished the words, "Your articles suck," with a strike of the enter key, and in that moment he was content, for he had never written anything more intelligent or relevant in his entire life. BTW, your grammar sucks. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're getting a little reprieve. Sure, let's say lives in a trailer. I can second guess like everything in the game, but oh, come on. Oh, damn it. I clicked that too fast. Okay, so I'll wait till I find the conflict on that one. Juliet's timeline was the other conflict. I'm disinclined. You know what? I'll leave it as a blue one. I'm disinclined to include it. Yep. It verifies it and gives us the... Okay. First time seeing this game. What's the elevator pitch? Sort of almost like a detective game, I guess. A little more text-based, but not necessarily bad. Essentially, you get to play an analyst in a surveillance state. Effectively, this character... So first of all, in a game called Orwell, it is, first of all, very heavily referencing Orwell's works. And in essence, you are playing one part of a two-person team. So you are given a fairly alarming amount of access to your to targets. There's been a bomb attack that's gone off, and we're potentially stopping another one. And the... essentially, we are feeding information that we're finding from both open source intelligence as well as signals intelligence. So the phone taps and emails and all of that. And effectively, we are sort of constructing a narrative. And I think maybe one of the hookier bits is that not all of the information is true. So sarcasm, if it's entered into this system, will be treated as serious. And essentially Symes is our sort of counterpart who is taking this information and sending the police out of NSA the game. Not necessarily a bad one, but certainly I would suggest that, first of all, we are looking at Citizens of the Nation, which I can't recall if the NSA's powers extend to that. I always thought that they were only allowed to do foreign signals intelligence, but I could be wrong. CSE in the case of Canada for me. But yeah, effectively, it's a game in which you are basically playing sort of part of the apparatus of a surveillance state. It's definitely very engaging. And so one of the reasons why we've been it's definitely one of the reasons why we've been reading. So we read 1984 before playing this, and we read Animal Farm before Not for Broadcast. And it essentially, I knew that I would be doing both Not for Broadcast and Orwell. Once I decided to do Not for Broadcast, I knew I was going to be doing this game, and so I wanted to make sure that we had some of the source material. Yeah, actually, I think the FBI might be the better analogy in this particular case, depending on division of responsibilities. But I mean, again, I'm Canadian, right? So my knowledge of American, law enforcement is, I mean, like, it's derived from television, and I know television isn't accurate, right? Like, television is the sort of place that makes defense lawyers always seem like the bad person. And I have a lot more sympathy for defense lawyers than I do the prosecution. I think the prosecution also serves a really important role, but like, as far as the weight of power is concerned, in one person you've got all of the resources of the state trying to deny someone their freedom, and sometimes for legitimate means, right? That's why we have courts. And then on the other side, you've got basically one person who's went training, got some training, and they're basically the last thing between you and going to prison. So, it's hard for me to, like, obviously, don't get me wrong, I love Law and Order. Like, that is definitely, I don't even think a guilty pleasure. I think it's actually pretty good TV. But, like, I'm not going to pretend for a minute that its portrayal of the defense, which usually is antagonistic, because of course the cops are the heroes in that. I'm not entirely sure that is the most helpful meme. Better than your knowledge of the Canadian Police deadly do right? It's good propaganda. I think the RCMP would probably be more analogous to the FBI though. Anyways, Outskirts Camping, that is one ugly place, but I guess it's cheap. Okay, Debate Club invitation. Stelligan University, Campus Life Online. Topic, Debate Club invitation. Started by Goldfells, June 18th, 2015. 112 posts as a lecturer. Dear readers, I would kindly like to invite those of you who are interested to our newly found debate club called The Thought. Our primary discussion will revolve around how people can best be made aware of a topic in the age of information overflow. First, we will brainstorm and discuss various options. Then, dependent on participation and interest of the attendees, we'll perform practical exercises and test sessions for empirical research. The thought meetings are scheduled to take place every Thursday night at 7 p.m. sharp. Meetings will take place at the Cyber Cafe Chestnut. Another reference to, I think it's probably the same reference to the Chestnut Tree Cafe, Complex D on Stelligan campus. No registration is needed, just come by. You can also visit our blog online. We'll visit that again in a second just to see if anything's changed. We are looking forward to meeting you and to discuss a topic that is pertinent to our current daily lives. Regards, Professor Abraham Goldfells. Rob107 offers Debate Club. Ain't nobody got time for that. Debbie R. says, if I can find the time after work, I might come around. I am a general law student in my 9th semester. Can I claim any credit points for participating? Goldfells, minor update. We will have a wonderful guest join us at our meetings. Hancock has been theorizing ways of political engagement on his independent blog, Hancock's Writing on the Wall, for several years now, and is sure to enrich our debate sessions. Debbie R. Sadly, this is not an officially accredited event. I am sorry. Concerned One is a name that I remember. I'm not a student, only here for self-improvement, but the topic really piqued my interest. Am I able to join? My name's Nina, by the way. Hancock, Concerned One. Let's be honest with one another, shall we? The first few sessions were not exactly full, aka fucking empty. So yeah, last thing Abe and me are going to do is give up hope. So we'd be glad if you drop by next Thursday. It doesn't matter who you are. We don't care whether or not you're a Stelligan or... I'm not. I'm just a guy with ideas who's maybe lucky enough to realize some of them soon. So, Nina, you'd be very welcome at Thought. Abe, thanks, Don, for the warm welcome. Nina, so there's another member that we haven't heard of yet. I'll request clearance to make her a target. We got the green light. Did they ever say no? Cool. So I have a feeling a whole bunch of old posts are now going to become relevant. What a strange alias name. Yeah, because Concerned was already taken. We've definitely seen this before, but let's just take a second here and see if Concerned 1 posted anything. Probably not, because they connected through the debate club, but I think Concerned 1's was posting on this site. So we just infected our computer again. Wait, I think they mentioned... Well, I think the game usually gives me... Wait, what? Why is it saying a red... This hasn't changed. I'm thinking the targets had a... Or maybe not. Okay, fair enough. I think it's probably going to want to force a decision on some of these components. I'd really like it if you guys could just let me play the game. Like, I get that it's boring to see people lost, but I don't know... Like, I just don't know how else to communicate this. Like, it is something I've not really changed my stance on since I've started streaming. Wait a minute, wasn't there only... I thought there were 2 references here. But anyways, I don't mind attributing it to Harrison. Freedom Plaza and Stelligan. Very well, it is a pattern exactly as we suspected, but we still have no idea about the 3rd location. New Carry, it's definitely really good. I had actually played it... I played it probably over a year ago before. But it's one of these ones, I didn't stop playing it for disliking it, it's just a bunch of other stuff kind of got in the way. So I'm kind of happy to be coming back to this one. It's, I'd probably say I feel a little bit more interactivity with Not for Broadcast, not that I think it's the most appropriate comparison. But it's a fun little detective game, and I think it's got an interesting setting. So I'm definitely having a good time with it. And I know there's a 2nd episode, which I also have in my library, which we'll probably get into after this, but I'm obviously taking my sweet time with this one, so no promises as to timeline. Freedom Plaza and Stelligan. Very well, it is a pattern exactly as suspected, but we still have no idea about the 3rd location. You need to be diligent now. Lives might hang in the balance. In the worst case, we cannot determine the location on time. Well, I might have to conduct an interrogation with Miss Watergate. I want to avoid it, though. She's behaving pretty defiantly, I've been told. Looking at what you found so far, I think I might have enough information to put some pressure on her. Okay. I should probably clean up any loose ends, so... I don't think I have enough to... I don't want to... I think that's implying a little too much on that article. And then... There was one other... Okay, I'll wait till I have all the information on that other one. And looks like it unlocked the... Knock knock, Harrison. The thoughts are free once again. We are not done yet, you and me, but first on, I must turn to another. Okay. I'm just going to start with the overview. Basically, I'm looking at the stuff that I don't think is going to have any details. So the blog entries may have comments from Concerned 1, which we're most interested in. I don't believe we've read Metamorphosis. This is the one that had Concerned 1, almost certainly. Yep. So this is the one where Goldfell's sort of announced his withdrawal. Please reconsider. Guy hurt there was only a goddamn cop, all the way back to the thing I messed up organizing. Okay, so this is almost certainly the location of the next bomb. Doesn't have the previews again, but in both cases, I'm going to despises law enforcement. I bet this goes both ways. And interesting. What did she do for thought that she might have messed up? Thought we might be able to click on the profile as well, but apparently not. Okay. I'm not sure why it's saying the overview is new. Finally, metamorphosis. Oh, one from Hancock. So first of all, okay, no new info. I guess you only get to click on the name if it's an author. Fight for freedom will be carried into the streets starting today, and thought will be the spearhead. The government consists only of ass-kissing motherfucking turds. Ah, the beauty that is freedom of speech. Isn't it great that, again, I don't have the preview? I'm thinking this might be a bug. But anyways, the government consists only of ass-kicking motherfucking turds. The beauty that is freedom of speech. Isn't it great that in this country I can say whatever I please and no one can hold it against me? Actually, what happens if I put Harrison up here? Still nothing. Okay. And no one can hold it against me. It's just my opinion, and you might disagree. You shouldn't, because I'm right at that. But yeah, you may. And you might as well judge me to be an asshole, and that is fine too. It isn't, as long as it doesn't have any legal consequences for me. I think it is a great measurement of the amount of freedom in our country that as long as I am able to write this, and there isn't any governmental lackey taking that statement and reporting it to some superior, we are truly free. George Orwell said, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. True that. Isn't that at the very top of the website? As with the current course towards more and more surveillance, our state of the nation's slow metamorphosis, it is inevitable that this will change one day, and it's damn well possible that day isn't too far off at all. There must be a counterweight to the process, and the answer can only be that the thought no longer stays in our heads. It will carry it onto the streets of the nation, become transformed, and by that re-implanted back into the minds. An invincible idea that we shall always be truly free. Third one, this is a great moment. I'm glad we finally get to action. Any plans for where we'll strike first? Hancock. Who do you think I am, huh? Of course I do. We will hold a nice little proclamation where we were born. Let's piss off the so-called young elite. No offense, Abe. Goldfell's my friends, though I share your enthusiasm towards acquiring people's attention. It would be better to avoid Stegelian as a place of any demonstration. For the moment, because of the increased student fees, the atmosphere is heated up enough as it is. We might be able to get back to Steligan later on. And the incriminating one, Hancock. What a pity, but you're probably right. So what about holding a proclamation on a government building then? Sounds like a worthy first demo. I think we need to strike into the heart of the everyday people to really cause a stir. We should go for storming a Bonton Mall as our first thing. Maybe even wait until it's busy, say around Christmas. Although I know we want to gather more people to join us, we should not discuss the matter here. There are eyes out there who might be malevolent towards us. All right. That is quite a bit to unpack. But I don't want to log out of the game. I'll log out of the session. I won't quit the game, but I don't see any reason why the conflict entries shouldn't give me details. So I want to see if I can reset its attention and see if I can get some prompts. I mean, again, I can infer from the text. So far, there haven't been too many problems inferring intent from the texts, but the last thing I want to do is sort of get caught. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I mean, the guy gets his his columnist job, and he says he loves the government, and everything else is rebel who hates the government. Yeah, I'm totally fine saying that he does not like. Okay. It's an activist group after all, and now we know who had a primary say in that. Kind of hostile that builds bombs, most likely. Well, no, we haven't established that, but okay. So, Planned proclamation of a government building roof as a first protest thought. Planned storming. Okay, so I guess it's trying to make me decide what the first thought protest was. Now, it seems to me, in the absence of any other information, that Nina, although we didn't know her as Nina at the time, said that thing that I screwed up. So let's see what we've got here. Master organizing something for thought. I'm trying to remember the order of events. Planned Freedom Plaza. Plan to occupy Stelligan University. Well, okay, actually, so we kind of built that narrative. It's possible that each member had one planning effort. So it could be... I'm trying to recall the... Okay, so Freedom Plaza happened on July 10th. July 10th, 2016. Again, I'm probably wrong, and it might have been Juliet who did. Yeah, why would I think Harrison's going to have the information on it? So Freedom Plaza was the one where the brick got thrown. Okay, actually, maybe there's another way I can attack this. Let's say, let's take the July 10th, 2016. Sorry, I had a thought. Right, okay. Then we're going to compare that to Goldfell's change direction. Yeah, so that was July as well. So that was probably the last protest. So presumably, again, it's a bit of a stretch, but it would seem to me we haven't really established... I haven't really established a timeline, but I would be... Oh, hang on. Yeah, nothing. Oh, actually, so that was July 4th. See, I would have thought we could probably look for some kind of like a news item. An item. I'm definitely more inclined to say that Concerned One, Nina, was the one to organize the first event, though, just because it's the only thing. Like, there's no indication that there's no indication that this event occurred. There is evidence that there is an event that Nina organized, and we haven't associated the other protests with her up to this point. So I don't know, like it's a leap, but has Nina planned it? Are you sure? A mall? Well, that must be it then. That's where the third bomb will be. But there are dozens of malls in Bonton. Which one is it? All right. If this is all we have, it's what we have to work with. So let's get this interrogation thing going on before we run out of time. I'm actually located in the same facility where Miss Watergate is being detained. I will have her moved into an interrogation room and walk across. To cover my identity, I will connect to her via an internal hardline. Let's just hope that what you've provided gives us enough leverage over her. I'll open a connection for you two to eavesdrop. After all, this is your case too. Plus, we need all the possible info found in Orwell. Hold on. This a Scanner Darkly situation. We'll change the name to Dick. Well, that would be a very different game, I think, but potentially very different customer at least. Who is this? Why can't you just leave me alone? Miss Watergate, my name is Symes. Great, Symes. You can go fuck yourself. I already told the other guys everything over and over again. It wasn't me who hurt the We have new evidence that states otherwise, which is why you are in custody. Again. That's not what this is about. We are investigating the bombings at Freedom Plaza and Stelligan. I just want to ask you some questions. Cooperate, and it might reflect positively on you. Oh, you want to frame me for this as well? I must be such a busy terrorist. I was right here imprisoned while I set off a goddamn bomb at Stelligan? We know you didn't trigger the bomb at Stelligan. Maybe not even the one at Freedom Plaza. We do know, however, that you have been in close contact with a group called Thought. What? They have nothing to do with it. I want to talk to my lawyer right now. You mean that boyfriend of yours, Joseph Langley? My boyfriend. You know that. We know a lot about you, Miss Watergate. I don't need to call him then. Now shove off. Your defiance towards me is not advisable. What about your parents, Bruno and Alice? Got a nice company, don't they? Association with a criminal case against their daughter, yet again, could hurt them badly. Last time I was in custody, all they ever did about it was suggesting I leave my position as junior COO. Does that give you the impression of a perfect family? Well, have it your way then. We have your confession in regards to that nasty incident with the police officer. You'll have to go through that whole process again. It's going to drag on for a long time. And where did you get this supposed confession? I never did anything. Miss Carrington stated this in a conversation with you. Have you been spying on us, you dirty little government fucker? Well, I hope you also noted that she stated that this happened in defense. Indeed, we did note that. That does mean you have nothing on me. It seems my colleagues didn't tell you that you've been assessed as a potentially dangerous, did they? Potentially dangerous? I like the sound of that. Oh, me so danger. That is not a joke, Miss Watergate. See, it's all in this profile here. In accordance with the safety bill, people being assessed as potentially dangerous may be held in custody for a very, very long time, until they are deemed to be no longer a threat. Bullshit. You can't just make up something and flag me as dangerous just because it suits your case. It's an official investigative result. We can even double the time span you'll sit in here with a police record like yours. No, why? I hope you'll like your cell and your cellmates. But cooperate and avoid this at once. Why are you doing this to me? Just answer my questions and I might be able to help. I don't know what you expect from me. I first went to Freedom Plaza. I don't know much about their plans. We know a person going by the name of Nina had plans to storm a mall. Do you know which one? Mall? A mall? Yeah, a mall was mentioned once or twice. I think it was that huge place, the Circle Mall. Circle Mall? Are you completely sure? Yes, I do think so. All right, this will have to suffice. Wait, what about this reflecting positive on me, huh? Your cooperation was noted. All will be dealt with in due time. Goodbye. Phew, I guess that went good. Thank God you provided valuable info. Unfortunately for Miss Watergate, I cannot do much for her. It just doesn't work like this. What's an Orwell is an Orwell, and acting upon it is mandatory. I know what you must think now, but would you rather not save these people? We did the right thing, you and me. Looks like the biggest mall in all of Bonton. The Circle Mall is our target. All hell will surely break loose once our report goes out, but I don't think we have a choice. And that, add the data chunk to Cassandra's profile, and I will inform the cavalry so they can do their job. Okay, it's done. Evacuation is in progress. Better keep our fingers crossed that we were right, and that we're not too late already. Now all we can do is wait. Welcome to Rose and Tech. This is PR. Hello, honey. It's me again. Mom, I just heard breaking news on the radio. They're evacuating the Circle Mall. They also told everyone to avoid the places around the mall. You best head home at once. Evacuating? Mom, I can't just leave work. You're overdue already. Well, yeah, fine. I'll get home soon, okay? Thank you, honey. See you soon. Be careful. Yeah, see you soon, Mom. Jesus, what's taking so long? This waiting around makes me feel so helpless. But I really think you did fine. A homemade explosive device has been found by local police units at the scene at the Circle Mall. We did it! You saved all those people. Your diligence was brilliant. Next up, we will pull this Nina apart and find out who is really responsible for all this mess. Really great work. Get some rest. You deserve it. I'm going to bask in my headlines first. Breaking news, explosive device found at the Circle Mall. An explosive device has been found and disarmed at the Circle Mall in Bonton. After sudden evacuation and thorough search, a device, which has been identified as a homemade bomb, has been found by police forces at the Circle Mall. The device has been disarmed by specialists on site. Although authorities refuse to comment at this time, it is suspected that this might have been the bombing announced earlier by the letter found at the previous bomb site. We will continue to report on as the situation develops. For the moment, it is strongly advised to keep clear of the area around the Circle Mall. Yeah, it's all the same details. Okay, I did threaten to read the TSA. We'll wrap up the day first. Okay, based on the data was submitted, we learned another bombing occurred at Stelligan University. An identical letter has reached authorities. The two bombings must be connected. Thought held 3 protests. The Thought group held 3 demonstrations, the locations of which seem to match the bombing locations. Thought is inactive. The Thought group is inactive. The bombings may be the deeds of a single individual. The Circle Mall bombing prevented. Due to your efforts, a bombing at the Circle Mall was prevented. So some new targets. Harrison O'Donnell, guest student at Abraham Goldfell's course, shops very frequently in a drugstore, has 2 health insurance plans, left the Thought group, writes for the National Beholder. We know his address, rejects the government position. He appears to have been an important member of Thought, and he might have tried to hide his past to secure his current job at TMB. Goldfels immigrated to the nation in 1993. He seems to have founded a blog called The Thought, associated with the group Thought. He was a media ethics professor at Stelligan University who quit in 2016. He disappeared, causing the inactivity of Thought, and recruited members for the debate club, which was Thought. Juliet Carrington, she's a former student of Abraham Goldfels. She works at Rosen Tech as a PR assistant. We most probably caught her lying about going out tonight. We know her address. And Nina, she got recruited for Thought by Harrison O'Donnell. She has an aversion to law enforcement, and a protest in a mall was based on her planning. Okay. So before, I won't take too much time on this, but like I said, I did threaten the TSA. So just give me a quick second here. It is Orwell. So this, for those of you who don't remember this, this is when, I think it was Woban. I'm pretty sure it was Woban. My apologies if I get it wrong. But there was the reference to the there was a reference to a recipe being at the bottom of the family website, or the thought that it should be at the website. And unfortunately, there was no recipe. So what is TSA again? I don't remember. I don't know what it stands for, but they are responsible for checking people on the airports. Probably transport safety something. I'd like to do the next day tonight. The TSA is very short, so I'll do my best to mine. All right, so for those of you who don't know, George Orwell did write a cup. It's called A Nice Cup of Tea, and it is absolutely George Orwell's essay about drinking tea from 1946. So if you look up tea in the first cookery book that comes to hand, you will probably find that it is unmentioned, or at most you will find a few lines of sketchy instructions which give no ruling on several of the most important points. This is curious, not only because tea is one of the mainstays of civilization in this country, as well as in Erie, Australia, and New Zealand, but because the best matter of making it is the subject of violent disputes. When I look through my own recipe for the perfect cup of tea, I find no fewer than 11 outstanding points. On perhaps 2 of them, there would be pretty general agreement, but at least 4 others are acutely controversial. Here are my own 11 rules, every one of which I regard as golden. First of all, one should use Indian or Ceylonese tea. China tea has virtues which are not to be despised nowadays. It is economical, and one can drink it without milk, but there is not much stimulation in it. One does not feel wiser, braver, or more optimistic after drinking it. Anyone who has used that comforting phrase, a nice cup of tea, invariably means Indian tea. Secondly, tea should be made in small quantities, that is, in a teapot. Tea out of an urn is always tasteless, while army tea, made in a cauldron, tastes of grease and whitewash. The teapot should be made of china or earthenware. Silver or Britannia-ware teapots produce inferior tea, and enamel pots are worse, though curiously enough a pewter teapot, a rarity nowadays, is not so bad. Thirdly, the pot should be warmed beforehand. This is better done by placing it on the hob than by the usual method of swilling it out with hot water. Fourthly, the tea should be strong. For a pot holding a quart, if you are going to fill it nearly to the brim, 6 heaped teaspoons would be about right. In a time of rationing, this is not an idea that can be realized on every day of the week, but I maintain that 1 strong cup of tea is better than 20 weak ones. All true tea lovers not only like their tea strong, but like it a little stronger with each year that passes, a fact which is recognized in the extra ration issued to old age pensioners. Fifthly, the tea should be put straight into the pot, no strainers, muslin bags, or other devices to imprison the tea. In some countries, teapots are fitted with little dangling baskets under the spout to catch the stray leaves, which are supposed to be harmful. Actually, one can swallow tea leaves in considerable quantities without ill effect, and if the tea is not loose in the pot, it never infuses properly. Sixthly, one should take the teapot to the kettle and not the other way about. The water should be actually boiling at the moment of impact, which means that one should keep it on the flame while one pours. Some people add that one should only use water that has been freshly brought to the boil, but I have never noticed that it makes any difference. Seventhly, after making the tea, one should stir it, or better, give the pot a good shake afterwards, allowing the leaves to settle. Eighthly, one should drink out of a good breakfast cup. That is the cylindrical type of cup, not the flat, shallow type. The breakfast cup holds more, and with the other kind, one's tea is always half cold before one has well started on it. Ninthly, one should pour the cream off the milk before using it for tea. Milk that is too creamy always gives tea a sickly taste. Tenthly, one should pour tea into the cup first. This is one of the most controversial points of all. Indeed, in every family in Britain, there is probably 2 schools of thought on the subject. The milk first school can bring forward some fairly strong arguments, but I maintain that my own argument is unanswerable. That is that by putting the tea in first and stirring as one pours, one can exactly regulate the amount of milk, whereas one is liable to put too much milk in if one does it the other way around. Lastly, tea, unless one is drinking it in the Russian style, should be drunk without sugar. I know very well that I'm in the minority here, but still, how can you call yourself a true tea lover if you destroy the flavor of your tea by putting sugar in it? It would be equally reasonable to put in pepper or salt. Tea is meant to be bitter, just as beer is meant to be bitter. If you sweeten it, you are no longer tasting the tea, you are merely tasting the sugar. You can make a very similar drink by dissolving sugar in plain hot water. Some people would answer that they don't like tea in itself, and that they only drink it in order to be warmed and stimulated, and they need sugar to take the taste away. To those misguided people, I would say, try drinking tea without sugar for, say, a fortnight, and it is very unlikely that you will ever want to ruin your tea by sweetening it again. These are not the only controversial points to arise in connection with tea drinking, but they are sufficient to show how subtilized the whole business has become. There is also the mysterious social etiquette surrounding the teapot. Why is it considered vulgar to drink out of your saucer, for instance? And much might be written about the subsidiary uses of tea leaves, such as telling fortunes, predicting the arrival of visitors, feeding rabbits, healing burns, and sweeping the carpet. It is worth paying attention to such details as warming the pot and using water that is really boiling so as to make sure of wringing out of one's ration the 20 good strong cups that 2 ounces properly handled ought to represent. The Evening Standard, 12th of January, 1946. Yeah, see, this is one of the nice things about that essay is that people are like, yep, I agree with that, I agree with that. It's like, nope, this is heresy. So, I've definitely read that essay a couple of times on Twitch. I apologize to those of you who had to hear it before, but it is fun. First of all, it's a fun one to read. But hey, how you doing, this Lois Loss? But I definitely, how far into the game are we? We just finished day 2. I'm going to do my best to get as far through day 3 as I can. It is midnight, and I've already been streaming for an hour longer than I normally do. But I have been taking some time on things like reading George Orwell's Tea essay. So I think I can do my best to put another one in. So I do like honey, but I drink my tea, but I don't even put milk in my tea. But yeah, so again, I apologize to those of you who've had to hear me read that essay a couple of times, but it's a fun one. It's short, and I do like the reactions that it gets. Okay, Juliet Carrington, former student of Abraham Goldfell's. She works at Rosen Tech as a PR assistant. We probably caught her lying about going out tonight. We know her address. Oh, no, we read all of these, so. To the next day. Episode 3, Unperson. All right, thanks, DTG16. Glad you could catch the essay, and we will see you in the next one. I'm definitely not going to finish the game tonight, so we will carry on Wednesday. The hero returns. No, it's fine, really. You deserve the credit. At least from me, because you'll never get a public one. Just imagine your name in big letters in that TNB article. This Nina character is the final member of Thought that we don't have any concrete information on. Since she's the one who planned the protest at the Circle Mall, and now a bomb has been found there, she is now of special interest to us. Her stance towards law enforcement just gives us one more reason, as you found out yesterday. Focus on Nina, but keep watching all the others too. Okay, let's start with the headlines. I know we've got others. Oh wow, there's lots going on. Okay. Movie release endangered by lawsuit against the director, April 15th, 2017. Movie director Aran sued by lead actors over breach of contract. Post-production of Grey Shadows Part 3 is on hold indefinitely. Release on Valentine's Day endangered. Things have always been tense between actors and eccentric director Sumishi Aran, right? Image Rhubarb Productions. Hilbury. It has been a tough wait for fans of the ongoing Grey Shadows saga. The final act of the trilogy has already been postponed several times for a multitude of reasons, and now there seems to be yet another real threat of delay added to the list. Rhubarb Productions, the studio behind 100 Grey Shadows, today announced that post-production duties would be suspended until further notice. It was then reported that the suspension was due to the pending lawsuit filed by the lead actors Mike McDeal and Betty Yvonne against the movie's director Sumishi Aran, who allegedly breached a clause in their contract. The agreement clearly stated that no images of the movie would be made public without explicit consent of both actors, which was not the case for the edited movie poster Aran had shared online on Thursday. This has put the expected Valentine's Day release in jeopardy. Fans have been talking to online message boards, sharing theories about the lawsuit and other holdups during production, have been arranged to cover up the desolate state of the movie. As a result, the Rhubarb Productions Timelines profile has been bombarded with messages of anger, with rabid fans wanting answers. In the meantime, there is also news that is sure to soothe the fan spirit. McDeal and Yvonne have announced on both their websites that they have resolved their issues and are a happy couple once more. So this is the edited movie poster. The national opinion, be on the watch. Column author Harrison O'Donnell reflects on last week's article and calls on the citizens of the nation to show courage in the face of terror. So let's get something abundantly clear to begin with. I feel bad. I feel like a fucking moron, and rightly so. In last week's NO article, I blabbered about how some bombs would soon go off in Bonton or Farview. At the time, just to advertise my point of view. I am truly sorry for everyone involved or affected by those terrible events. It was never my intention to ridicule or trivialize the attacks in Bonton. Well, if you've not been living under a rock, and a massive boulder at that, for the last couple of days, you absolutely must have heard that is pretty much exactly what went down. It's far beyond I hate to say it, but I told you so. Thanks to the efforts of our government and the safety bill, the latest attempt has now been prevented. Finally, a kick in the terrorists' butts. Naturally, there are still tons of critical questions. How the hell is it possible to begin with when we have all these CCTV and new safety regulations out there? Why spend so much money for mechanisms that don't protect lives as they should? Why is there still no real suspect in sight, not even to mention in custody? These questions neglect one fact, though. People killing asswipes are among us. They are our neighbors. They are like you. They are like me. Mind you, they are most certainly not like me. It's tough for cameras or other automated safety systems to recognize a criminal or terrorist before he actually commits a crime. They cannot look into houses and certainly, thankfully, cannot look into the soul of a passerby. We, the people of our great nation, must grow ever more vigilant. We ourselves must stand up for our safety alongside of the high-tech security mechanisms, as those can work in addition to our own perception. Let's not get intimidated and not back down to some shitheads thinking they can spoil our way of life. Report suspicious things going on as soon as you can learn about them. It's your duty to the community, but mostly yourself. Loose lips can also sink terrorist ships, figuratively speaking. So yeah, I will see about this. People killing asswipes or people killing... Woven to Underdog is putting... I'll take a look as soon as the job site opens on TNB. I'll happily put your name in for the editor job. All right, investigators avert catastrophe at Circle Mall. I think this is... Okay, nope, this is a new article. So, investigators avert catastrophe at the Circle Mall. Third bombing in Bonton Mall averted due to investigative success. Delacroix gives confirmation of efforts. Once again, Bonton has become the center of attention due to a terrorist assault, except this time it has emerged unscathed. Due to the efforts of the Special Investigation Unit, the last in a series of 3 previously announced bombings has been averted. The proposed scene of the crime was the Circle Mall in the center of Bonton, which was locked down and secured by police forces yesterday evening, right after the investigation team managed to correctly estimate what location the terrorists were aiming at. Catherine Delacroix, Secretary of Security, gave a short conference to representatives of the press. In it, she stated that the successful prevention of the bombing attempt to be proof for surveillance and investigative measures to be functional. The search for the perpetrators of these nefarious acts of crime would now be the top priority for the investigators who have substantial leads. You leave my grandma out of this. I don't think there's anything new on the... Yeah. Oh, it looks like it wanted me to get the 404 again. Okay. From unknown person to Harrison O'Donnell. Hey, forgot to charge my phone last night. Yeah, I have to do the this the old-fashioned way. Really wanted to thank you for the very nice evening. Less than 3. I haven't enjoyed myself so much in, well, ever. Only to be topped by that night, that is. Winky emoji. I was hoping that you'd drop by CCC and come pick me up tonight. We can cook together, maybe watch something, and who knows, maybe continue where we left off. You in? Smiley face. Finally, I just realized that I've never been to your place, even after all these years we've known each other. So I figure you're hiding another love affair of yours there, are you? Probably your ex. You're the one you've been talking about ever so often when I was around. That girl that's always yammering on about how she despised the safety bill? Nina, I think? Come to think of it, for all that torment you owe me, you owe me big time. So I really, really demand that you come to your place. Winky emoji. Love you, Marcia. P.S. If you're going to the city center today, please take care of yourself with all the bombs and stuff. Don't stay any longer than necessary, okay? All right. Obviously, at this point, we're just going to keep throwing in the fact that people have certain stances as to the government. That's going to be our new criteria for arrest. Why would someone oppose the safety bill? We haven't got the lowest crime rate in years, or possibly ever. You and me, we have a job thanks to the bill. Oh, well, I mean, he's case closed, really. The only reason not to support this is if you have a dirty past. With the situation as heated as it is, this sounds like someone we should have a very close look at. We need a full examination. First, a concrete background. Who is she? Second, what motivates her? What does she want? And finally, where was she around the time of the bombings? New entry unlocked. We're on indifference. So first of all, I'm going to take a look at Concerned 1. Okay, we got a util contact there. Only one article. War on indifference. The indifference towards their own rights is a worse enemy than the government itself when we are to overcome privacy-destroying surveillance laws. Sorry, 1 second, please. I'm going to enjoy my own cup of tea. We are in a state of war against our own government. The declaration of war is the safety bill, the only gain of which is reinforcing the chokehold the party has on us. With this bill, they are screwing every single citizen of this country. Yet most people are ignorant to this. Most people simply don't care about their rights being wrestled from them. Why bother when I have nothing to hide is their default excuse. They feel safe in the cozy houses while the government slowly puts the muzzle to their forehead, ready to pull the trigger any second. With our move on the crowded Circle Mall in Bonton yesterday, the first shots have been fired towards lurking indifference among the populace. But they were merely warning shots, a friendly reminder that it's about time to take sides in this conflict. We cannot tolerate indifference. We will not accept it. If you're not with us, you're against us. Goldfells. Frankly, I was in shock when I heard the events at the mall. How you in particular incited the crowd to directly threaten the visitors. Now I'm even more astounded by your writing. You know, I agree with people being oblivious in this matter is the problem's root. We've discussed this many times. We must get their attention carefully, though, through interesting and remarkable events. We must make them think. Scaring them to death is the exact opposite. Concerned 1. Scaring people is convincing them, Abe. People will only care about things that pose immediate threats to their life or lifestyle. Your own words. Surveillance is just too abstract a topic, too far away to grasp. They don't feel the danger of it, so we made them feel. It's as simple as that. Let's follow your argumentation for a moment. What did you achieve then? You just upset innocent bystanders in a time when we are already deeply unsettled. This is the exact reason why they are so afraid and yearn for safety in the first place. You've just proven them and the government right. Violence cannot be the key, and thought shall not stand for that. Violence? There was no violence. No one was hurt. Frightened at best. Honestly, I think it wasn't even enough. We made some local press, but the big fish, TNB, didn't bite. No big deal at all. How are we going to reach the broad audience? The rethinking you wanted if we're not willing to let us do something about it. Ladies, gents, can we all calm down a notch? Abe, you are totally right. We're fucking fire starters. We got a little carried away by the euphoria of finally getting our message out there. We didn't think straight for a moment. It's not going to happen again. Thanks for stabbing me in the back when I needed you the most, Harry. This is not the right place for a discussion of this magnitude. We'll have a word about it in our next meeting. So definitely the intention's pretty clear here, so. Scaring people to get attention to one's message? Really? Is this what thought's about? Cox Tyler Durden. So the only thing that makes me really reluctant on Goldfells and Harrison in particular clearly knows how to put on airs. Like, they definitely know how to say the right thing at the right time. It's a little harder to get a read on Goldfells for the simple reason that, like, there was the conscious decision to shut down the blog, and there's a lot of references, or like at least like lock down some of the posts, and there's very clearly a conscious effort that people are listening, right? So every time I see violence cannot be the key and thought shall not stand for that, things like, you know, public condemnation of violence and all of that, like, you do have to wonder how sincere that is. Clearly we don't get to know what's been said at the, we don't get to hear what's been said at the meetings. I don't know. I'll keep it here. I'm not gonna disable it, but I need to think a little bit about how I should interpret this. I don't even know why I didn't disable this right away. I simply do not trust any of the opinion articles. He's always quick to say, yeah, exactly. All right. So Let's see the reply. Hey kiddo, you're absolutely fucking lootly right. One could rightly call that evening mind-blowing. And of course I'll pick you up tonight. I like the continue you're talking of, and I think I'm in need of it big time. But let's not stay at my place tonight. It's utterly unfit for a lady like yourself. No lovers hidden there, only not-so-hidden leftovers and laundry. Especially not Juliet. I haven't heard anything of that bitch in months. Okay, well that's not true. I'm done with her because I'm with you now, my Marcia. Pinky swear. And Nina? You mean anything will set me off? Angry outburst, Nina? Don't even get me started on her. She was my partner in crime a while ago, so to speak. That's it. All right, well. Partners in crime? Okay, what crime? Damn it, Syme. Enraged outbursts. Interesting. Keep looking for a reason behind this. Okay, so this is an example here. So wrong profile. I think there was a question earlier about why don't I add something to the lawyer's profile. It will instruct you when it's not the appropriate one. Okay. The location information has served us in the past, so I'm going to add that. And dating background is very important. Juliet and Harrison were together. That's that one's news to me. What? Guess it doesn't matter. It seems to be over now. Syme has definitely not been paying attention. Okay. Hey, Sylv. Hey, Nina. Just wanted to ask if everything's fine. Yep, don't worry. We're having a great time. Thanks for taking care, even though it's Saturday. Don't mention it. How have you been feeling? Still shitty. Nina, I hate to say it, so don't hold it against me, okay? I'm fine. No, you're not. You're worrying me. You always look so sad. Nothing to worry about. Anything new on the love front? No. Only idiots on the singular portal thing you recommended, Sylv. I don't know how you got to find John among so much crap. I'm going to remove the account. Yeah, it's 99% fools, but just keep it tight. Someone will come to the rescue. No thanks. I can rescue myself. Gotta work now. Thanks again, Sylv. Call you later. See you, girl. Cheer up. Okay. That is wrong person. This definitely... could be relevant to find out what about. Definitely adding the singular portal. Presumably that's going to give us another site. Yup. Welcome. Singular. Don't be single. Be singular. Continue to your profile. Hello, concerned one. It's great to see you again. It's a good day to fall in love. This is your public profile. Everything you enter here is visible for any visitor. So how many of you know that basically all the dating apps are owned by one company? I won't bother with, like... As amusing as this is, I'm pretty sure this is not at all relevant to the investigation. So... oh, dislike suit. We gotta go. Okay, concerned one, female, Bonton Fairview area, born October 1985, looking for men, 35 to 45, joined June 2014, last login April 4th, 2017, height 6'1", 1.85 meters, body type athletic, diet everything, drinks never, smokes never, drugs never, likes hiking, climbing, Asian food, and the Beatles, does not like suits, most movies, candlelight dinners, so don't even bother with that. About me, there isn't really much to say. If you'd like to get to know me, ask away. Recent profile visitors, farmers doing well. No. Go to the gym. Sorry, go to gym. Gym knows how to train. Okay, that's all we can really get out of that. I think I'll just disable these. Opinions. So conversations probably is the most likely place for things, but I tend to like doing the trivial stuff just because it's a little easier to run through. Your opinions help us to compare yourself with potential matches. Your answers are always private and will only be used for your match score calculation. Here are your answers so far. For sure for Jimothy. Well, that's the one I usually do. Like whenever Johnny's talking about going to the gym, I'll just say, "Who's Jim?" Anyways, I'll just read the ones that are ticked off. So, what are you looking for most in a potential partner? True love, honesty, financial stability, and independence. Definitely going to be added in. This is like kind of the... I don't think I've ever seen like a security check which has not clearly been searching for financial security, whether it's like a credit check or just general financial status. Like obviously huge changes in finances are a big tell. People being in some sort of financial distress obviously makes them more vulnerable. Like I've never seen this not become relevant on any kind of a check. Anyways, how long do you expect your next relationship to last? A couple of years. Would you consider allowing your partner seeing other people? Yes. Okay. Would you consider dating someone who does not want or dislikes children? No. What places would you like to go on vacation? The seaside, the mountain? How interested in politics are you? Quite a bit. I don't really think that's relevant here, but I'm not going to remove it. Are you a dog or a cat person? Dog. If you turn a left-handed glove inside out, it fits the left hand. The right hand, what is this question? I should probably read what it's going to tell Orwell. So looking for financial stability. Who doesn't need a little bit of reliability in their lives? Is she striving to find that stability on her own accord? Any reason why she craves stability? Your conversations. To start a new conversation, visit the profile of your match. You may close a conversation whenever you feel like it. Your match will then be unable to message you unless you open it again. Your conversations. Pretender 80, 34% match. Pretender 80. Hi there. I saw your profile. You seem quite nice, so I wondered, do you have any more pictures? If so, let me know. Looking forward to hearing from you. You close the conversation. Super Randy. I mean, why even bother reading the others, right? 68% match, by the way. Hey Blondie, just came across your profile and I got stunned immediately by your striking beauty. I just had to message you. I wonder if you could spare some time for a lonely heart like me and go out with me sometime. We could go out and have a drink at Frank's. You know that one, since you're from Bonton too, right? What about the weekend? Blondie? Seriously? I don't recall anyone calling me Blondie, and I'm an 80s child. Great, me too. So when are we going out? We're not. Now I totally get why you're over 30 and still single, arrogant bitch. Conversation started by Wise Sam, 7% match. Hi, concerned one. I just read your interesting profile. It left me dying for more information. Now here I am, asking away like you requested. If you dislike candlelight dinners and movies as you stated, guys will probably have a hard time dating you. That makes me wonder. What is it that we would like to do on a potential first date? Of course, I could resolve to just ask you out to the local Chinese place around the corner and just abandon all the candle part of the dinner. Still, that does seem a bit straightforward. Could really use a helping hand here. Care to lend me yours? Cheers, Sam. Hi, Sam. It's kind of refreshing to read a decent message from time to time. If we were to go on a date, just ask me out to this local Chinese place you mentioned. I don't care much for dating rituals. By the way, name's Molly Schwartz. You can call me Molly. Ha ha! Also that Metatron, yeah. Yeah, it's I'm trying to remember. I think Firefox did like a privacy evaluation on basically dating sites, and it's horrifying. It's like Google and Facebook, and then just turn the dial up to like 11. But the thing is too, like not to put too much reference on it, but like dating stuff, like, you know, Tinder, you can see why that became such a big thing, you know, in the apps before, but like obviously Tinder is the really big one. Like dating is one of these things that you would think the internet does very well, but it's actually one that most people think really sucks. And it's kind of hard to argue that the current stuff really... I'm still going to suggest it probably doesn't do it very well, but it's a heck of a lot better than what happened before it. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, I kind of feel like the dating problem, as far as apps are concerned, is actually not all that different from, I mean, something that software developers need to worry about. So, like, you know, when you run into the problem, when you hear some game developers talk, not all, but like they'll talk about, well, the algorithm's just going to kill me. I don't actually think this is true, by the way, but like there's an article that, who is it? Oh God, he's the guy who does Spiderweb software. I genuinely do not remember his name. Anyways, he definitely got attention for a fairly controversial article he wrote, basically looking at the total number of games being released and using that as a measure of a tremendous amount of wasted effort, which was not exclusive to gaming, but certainly was representative. And one of the things I noticed, there's actually a couple of game developers who I don't really know, but I have had some contact with, and I've actually covered some of their stuff before. Yeah, I mean, I get the point being made that dating sites can't work too well, otherwise they lose customers. But like, it would seem to me that one of the ways that you would, so like in the current equilibrium, if you had a site that people were saying like they were getting the thing they were looking for, surely you would like cream your competition. But oh no, woman, definitely like that. Those boxes. I mean, okay, so I don't actually know how they work, right? I have a couple of ideas. I definitely know a bit about the Glico algorithm, which I know at least a couple of them use. So like it'll be like a competition. It's almost like if you ever watched the movie The Social Network, where like Mark Zuckerberg's like rating the hotness of his classmates, like that. I think he used the ELO system. It's similar to that. I know Tinder does that. So effectively, like I think it's the propensity of people who like try to match to you. It kind of gives you a bit of a ranking, and so the prediction is sort of like you'll get ranked with someone with a similar level. So the idea is like, you know, the attractive people, generally physically attractive, but basically the kinds of profiles that people want to match with will be matched with the other, you know, highly matchable profiles. And the people a little bit lower on the rung, the people tend to swing away or swipe away, are going to get combined together. I also had a suspicion of this because I have used Tinder in the past. I don't have it now, but I matched with someone who seemed unusually like attractive for someone like me. Again, this is not to suggest that I think I'm some kind of troll or have some like hang up or something like that, but like this is like, I was like, this is either a robot or somebody who made a mistake. And like, sure enough, they sort of like undid the match. I'm trying to remember why I knew this, because I think it gave it was like the super whatever. Anyways, it was suspicious. And more or less like things sort of corrected itself. But what I did notice after that was like, you can kind of see how it's like it's a surprise win in a chess tournament. So all of a sudden this person's getting ranked with like higher level people. And sure enough, like over time, I'm failing to like get anyone's interest, and I'm getting enough sort of matching defeats down back to my, you know, obviously above average equilibrium. But yeah, like, I mean, it honestly, I actually think this is a really interesting topic, but where I wanted to go with this was, the amount of, so it's one of these ones where if you think about the types of companies that are working quite, oh yeah, sorry, I was going to talk about algorithms. So on this article, there's a couple of people who I've actually played the games for, and I'll be honest with you, I think if somebody wants to make games for a living, I would like them to achieve the fulfillment that they want, and whether that is to do it as a hobby or whether that is to do it as a job, you know, that the job kind of depends on whether or not they're producing something that enough people will be willing to sort of part with their money for. You know, ideally that means that it's something of value that's being made and it's connecting with enough people who see the value that they're able to continue to do the work. But I think the big problem that I had was that I kind of know a little bit about why their last game, didn't necessarily do so well. And the reasons aren't very interesting here, so I'm not going to go into that. But in their reply, I noticed that they spent a lot of time talking about the Steam algorithm. And the thing is that the Steam algorithm is what allowed... So, like, there's a lot of assumptions about the Steam algorithm, and I'm not going to say that it's perfect, but, you know, this idea that it's constantly beating down these games that would otherwise be massive successes, it is fair to say that Among Us was able to get its, like, really successful second act, right? So it's not like it's going out of the way and saying that if you didn't get this flash in the pan popularity, that you'll forever, you know, languish in obscurity. There were obviously changes that Innersloth made to that game to improve it. And I don't think anybody could have predicted it becoming as, like, huge as it was. But it's very hard to say that the algorithm is just, like, crushing people unduly when a game, which by any standard metric, right, in terms of, like, age or past attention or something like that, you know, you would think would get a little bit of a lower rating. But oh yeah, they definitely have a motive to do that. But anyways, yeah. Well, all I wanted to say here was, right, so, like, I think that what they're like, the thing about this is that I think people are just realizing that by and large on the internet it's actually really hard to get noticed, right? How many people are going to do Twitch streams tonight and have nobody visit? How many people upload stuff to YouTube that maybe only family members will see? You know, blogs, right? You know, I'm a very, very small fish. I recognize I'm a small fish. I get analytics out the wazoo telling me how, you know, how small my reach is. That's fine. You know, I get enough, and hopefully you get enough out of watching this stuff to run through it. And I definitely hear more than a few times, and I'm very grateful when people say this, is like, oh, you know, I love your stuff. You know, you should be much bigger. And I'm like, of course, it's hard for me to disagree with that point of view. But I also understand that, you know, there's lots of people trying to go out for that attention, and I may not necessarily be the best fit for that, right? So I don't actually think it's a problem exclusive to gaming. I don't think it's a problem exclusive to news or blogging. I think it's the same problem that exists in the dating sphere, which is that it's kind of hard to get a read. I mean, especially in terms of, like, personality compatibility. I mean, obviously, if you find someone attractive or not, provided you are sufficiently forthright in your photographs, you can make a judgment on physical attraction right away, right? But in terms of all the other characteristics that constitute a good match, I mean, I wouldn't be able to sit down and develop an algorithm for it. And to a certain extent, I actually kind of think it's the same problem that any number of entertainment products are going to be facing, right? You know, people want to be entertained just the same way that at least some subset of the population would like to be attached to someone. And, you know, you are dealing with very limited information. I mean, I suppose at least in the case of the games, you've got indications of how people are spending their time in terms of what they're playing. In terms of dating, you know, I mean, I don't mean to suggest that people, like, who don't stay together, it's like a failed relationship, right? Like, sometimes maybe that's not the goal for people to go together, but, like, you know, you've got your matches. It doesn't really ask for any feedback as to whether or not you met these people in person. I mean, and presumably you can get some indicators in terms of, like, chat messages and such. But I I mean, it's, in essence, it kind of comes back to what the slowest sloths said, is that continued use of the site, previous matches, which by one metric you would say is a success, continued use of the site is sort of an indication of something about those matches not previously working out. And then again, like depending on the service that you're using, it may or may not take into account other personality traits. So again, I'm sorry to spend so much time talking about dating apps and things like that, but it's kind of, to me it's an interesting conversation because of the data component. But I also think it's kind of interesting just because I think it actually ties to a broader problem that people are running into, which is, how do you get your name out there on the internet, right? The whole field of search engine optimization is where people are trying. That's one example of how hard people find it to answer that question. And to a certain extent for dating, like it's maybe improved over time. But to a certain extent, it just sort of seems to be running into the same problem that, can be boiled down to the same one that other people's like, why don't people look at me on Twitter? Why don't people read my blog? Why don't people watch my channel or whatever? So I don't have an answer to it. I think it's one of these interesting cases where, I don't know, if I want to sound like a complete asshole, I could say, dating's ready for some disruption. But anyways, let me just catch up with chat really quick. The ability to say no to a man without having to physically be there is a plus. Yeah, I mean, definitely there's something nice about the sorting process. But yeah, sorry, I was just thinking, like, one of the reasons why dating is actually really useful so just think about what it does in Orwell, right? We get names, we get, identifying information. And yeah, obviously, like, there's a reason why one company owns all these dating apps, right? Because they're just going to be able to harvest a ton of data. And that's why some of this stuff can be free. Obviously, some of them do have like a paid service, but clearly, like, as far as everybody kind of knows the game that Google and Facebook and all of that's in, but like dating is that sort of almost on steroids, because in this case, like, if you think about it, right, when you build a Facebook profile or like any other kinds of profiles, except for maybe something like when you go on Google to set up your your like payment for, or either paying them for ads or getting paid for doing something on their platforms. Like, most of the stuff that you submit to them, it can be anything. But generally in dating, you actually kind of want an outcome, and you are going to find better outcomes if you actually give accurate information. So that was, I kind of got off track, but that was the point I was trying to make, which is, oddly enough, in terms of a source of data, and like, if you are one of these people who wants to kind of take advantage of a very data, or like a kind of some kind of software startup or whatever that's taking advantage of lots of data and packaging it or selling it or otherwise manipulating it into something that you want to work with, I'd actually argue that coming up with a better dating site is probably a decent way of doing it. Because if you deliver on it, you'll probably get a bunch of people signing up. And number two, the data that you get is probably going to be a bit cleaner than if I open up like a YouTube alternative and like everybody's YOLO swag for 2069. Anyways, sorry. Cameron says eHarmony does okay because once you get to that point, you're so desperate and you've given up presenting a fake front or what people want from you, and by that point that you don't want, that you're just more honest. I feel like that's why eHarmony has a good success rate. Your cousin is bonkers, and she found her absolutely bonkers match on there. They would never have found each other on the regular social circles. Irrepressible says, by the way, you guys know a lot more about this than I do. It's actually kind of neat. Neither Mike or I are the most matchable, but we are perfect for each other. I think that's true for a lot of people, for sure. Super like, I would imagine Tinder has a motive to incentivize you to spend money instead of the free version. Well, again, that kind of comes back to the data side of things, Slowest Loss. Like, yes, there are they have introduced paid features so far as I understand, but the data component, like, it's just like using Google, right? Google quote unquote gives away its service, but they get quite a bit in return. Don't do it. It would imply that they would need people to not match, so they keep coming back and keep paying. But that would be cynical. Like I genuinely don't think it'd be kind of interesting to like sit down and model this all out. But I kind of see the ability to actually deliver on the promise better than your competitors, to be something that is appealing enough to potential customers. Like if you developed a genuine reputation for providing better matches, it would force the other groups to like up their game if they were deliberately suppressing the matches. I actually just genuinely think it's hard to do these matches properly, and that's why the system is. Like, I know it's sometimes fun to get a little conspiratorial on this, but I actually think the incentives of this industry, other than the fact there's like one company that owns everything apparently, but I actually think the incentives are structured in such a way that it's genuinely the fact that people struggle to come up with a better match, and I don't actually think it's something deliberately done. But I don't know though, right? It's just my opinion. I'd love to have the data from those sites, but I certainly would not be able to speak. Oh my God, there's so much. Let me go through this really quick. Not sure I buy it, but why the dating apps Hinge? I've never heard of Hinge. I'm not sure who you're agreeing with, but Laura, so I'll just assume me, because every word is a perfectly polished gem of prose and thought. Arranged marriages are making an unexpected comeback? Why? Then when you get fed up with one for not working, you give your money to the other one, which is also them. Okay, yeah, so we're talking about the concentrated ownership. Back to what you said about eHarmony. Most people who are dating are not really looking to get married. I think eHarmony has a niche of, are you ready to commit, or cynically, are you ready to settle? Yeah, absolutely, the last straw where you've given up all pretense of being the perfect package and you just agree that, yes, this is me. Customers have like zero information. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess the biggest thing is that I just don't actually think that this idea of like a dating cabal really sustains. Like, I don't really think it's all that sustainable. But again, like, I'm coming in with it with about the same information as you are. So anyways, I'm going to move on from it because it is getting a bit late. I may not be able to make it to the end of the episode here, but let's try and make a little progress. Oh, Jesus, we're already at 5 hours on the stream. So yeah, I should probably wrap it up a little bit. So Molly Schwartz, she's using a fake name. It's such a peculiar one at that. Hi, Molly. Oh, great. Suits me well, because no kidding here, I don't like this stuff either. I think most guys don't, though it's nice from time to time, especially with the right woman. Speaking of which, I was hoping you could tell me a little bit more about you, what the person behind the small picture and those separate chunks of data is like. What does Molly do for a living? What does she do when she's at home? Does she live all alone, or is there somebody waiting for her? Does she often get to climb? Please, Molly, feed a fool craving for each bit of knowledge about you. Don't let me starve. Cheers, Sam. Hey Sam, you're quite the dramatic guy, aren't you? Anyway, here I go. I work whatever I find, aka temp work. I hope you weren't looking for someone with a shiny job title. I live in a small flat in between tons of industrial waste. You still with me? And indeed, I don't live alone. There's a special someone in my life. It's a man, and he is very, very important to me. He's also the reason I don't get to climb as much anymore. Jealous already? Don't be. It's my son Michael. Why, Sam, 87% match, closed the conversation. I don't know if this is coming from experience, but this definitely strikes me as a either something that has been directly experienced or a very close insight to, I'm assuming, the dynamics of these things. Your aunt and your friend set up most of their kids' relationships without directly arranging them. Oh. I think my parents actively tried to stop me from dating. That was not fun. So yeah, needless to say, any arrangement that my family would set up, I would reject immediately. That is, approval of my family at this point is a disqualifying status. But clearly, as a widely known thinkfluencer through the YouTubes, one does not need mere dating sites. One just simply reaches into the comments and pulls up a a chosen member and says, "You are the one." 68% match. All right. Has a son. I mean, there is the possibility here that she's getting quite tired of the overwrought messages. I don't quite get that read here. But yeah, she's definitely quite blunt on this one. So yes, it is possible that she's already lied about her name, right? But it's possible here that she's getting... what I take this as is like, it's just getting the disappointment out of the way, so you don't spend a whole bunch of time on someone who's gonna like eject as soon as they know you have a kid. So, single mother. Doesn't seem like the type to be involved with terrorist attacks. Logged in as Molly Schwartz. Oh. Okay. Temp works. Oh, God. Okay, let's start with this to begin with. Looking for... This guy cannot be a maintenance. This looks like the kind of guy who should be like on the campaign trail talking about how great it is to be in Iowa again. Like, this guy should be a politician. Looking for a job, looking for temporary staff. In both cases, you've come to the right place. With Work Easy, you have the nation's largest database of more than 47,000 reliable temp and part-time workers and over 5,600 high-profile employers right at your fingertips. For convenience and safety, we offer escrow payments, connecting temporary employees with employers of many areas: repairs and maintenance, retail, administrative, and service. I mean, it's kind of the same. What's the deal here? Works in clear. Okay, that's all one. Registered since November 2013. Experience at Work Easy Star. 1,202 jobs taken. Almost 7,000 hours in house cleaning. 30. Oh my God. If I looked at this in terms of the amount of time I'd spend on jobs, I do not think I'd be able to get out of bed in the morning. Is there like a Oh, Joe the plumber? No, that was a media figure. I think the deal with him was he asked a question. I don't know if it was like an inappropriate question or like a mean question or whatever. Anyways, he seemed to say something to Obama, and he kind of became this rallying figure. Like the idea was he gave some criticism of a policy that that Obama had done, and I think because it was supposed to be this very grassroots thing. The opposition, in this case the Republican Party, sort of rallied around the idea of Joe the plumber. And of course, it's the United States, right? So you're gonna, as soon as you become a name, you're gonna want to cash in on it. And apparently in the States, it's reasonably easy to make money for, well, a certain type. Like, don't get me wrong, I know a couple of people who are having a very hard time in the States, but yeah, no, I don't believe Joe the plumber was ever, or if he was, he would have become a political figure as a result of the status of Joe the plumber. But I believe he was more just a talking point based on a question at town hall. I'm pretty sure more people in my viewership though would be able to say the details of exactly what happened, because I couldn't give you the details for sure. Okay. Works long hours and weekends, seems relevant to establishing patterns and where she might be. Look at us, working on the weekend. I get it. It's different, of course, when you're a single mother. That must be tough. Okay, so apparently there's a contradiction on addresses, but we do have an email. I'm missing something here? Oh! As the Prime Minister leaves, the weather's getting even shittier. Yes, praise Big Brother for the good weather. Blaine cancels meeting for surprise visit in Triflith. Prime Minister cancels crisis meeting and instead visits Parga's capital. Plans to lead renewal of stalled negotiations between Cassert and opposition. Prime Minister has just arrived in Triflith. He was welcomed with military honors on behalf of President Cassert. Right. Photo Power Press. Mont and Triflith. On Saturday morning, Prime Minister Blaine made a surprise shift of priorities. Originally scheduled for a crisis meeting with Secretary of Security Catherine Delacroix in regards to the recent Bonton terror attacks, the Prime Minister instead made plans to mediate in the more troubled negotiations with President Cassert and the opposition. The original crisis meeting was removed from the official party website, and Blaine took a National Air Force flight straight to Triflith, the capital of Pargas. As a government spokesman said, the Prime Minister has landed at Triflith International Airport about an hour ago and was promptly welcomed by President Cassert with military honors. This alone gave the opposition enough time to once again question the impartiality of the Prime Minister and announce that Blaine would not be accepted as a proper mediator. I think he asked Obama about high small business taxes keeping him from having more employees. That sounds like it, but I think the taxes were related to the healthcare bill that he passed, wasn't it? Actually, you know what? Okay. I know we've had some digressions, but we're going to probably wrap up soon anyways. Let's see what the story about Joe the Plumber was. We'll rely on the Ministry of Truth in the form of Wikipedia. Joe the Plumber, Samuel Joseph Wurzelbacher, born December 3rd, 1973, known as Joe the Plumber, is an American conservative activist and commentator. He gained national attention during the 2008 presidential election, when during a videotaped campaign stop in Ohio by then Democratic nominee Senator Barack Obama. Okay, so it definitely would not have been related to the healthcare bill. Wurzelbacher raised concerns that Obama's tax policy would increase taxes on small business owners. Wurzelbacher is a member of the Republican Party. Since he expressed to then Senator Obama that he was interested in purchasing a small plumbing business, Wurzelbacher was given the moniker Joe the Plumber by the McCain-Palin campaign. The campaign brought him in to make several appearances in campaign events in Ohio, and McCain often referenced Joe the Plumber in campaign speeches and in the final presidential debate as a metaphor for middle-class Americans. Wurzelbacher became a prominent conservative activist, commentator, author, and motivational speaker. In 2012, he ran on the Republican ticket to represent Ohio's 9th Congressional District in the House of Representatives, losing to the Democratic incumbent Mary Kaptur. So, indeed, you are... so Wobundu Underdog, you're actually right. Joe the Plumber did run for Congress, but did not succeed. So he is technically a politician, although not one who has ever held elected office. And I believe my earlier statement about him running as a result of his sort of brand recognition as opposed to it being the other way around, I think still holds. America has to be the lowest bar for being some famous political person. It's a tricky one, right? Like, this is something I've actually had to study a little bit, so I don't want to, I could easily go off onto like a 2-hour rant, which doesn't make anybody happy. I'm not saying that everybody who winds up in Congress is someone you would want to see as an elected politician. At least I would put it to you this way. I may be surprised that there aren't more cranks that wind up either in who run. Like, relative to the number who run, I'm a little surprised that more cranks don't actually make it through. But yeah, I mean, like, the thing is that to become well known, like as a commentator, it kind of seems to be that you just need to work out your niche as a it kind of seems to be like you just need to work out your niche for like the take you're gonna give. So like a figure like Christopher Hitchens, who's probably best known for his atheism stuff, before that actually has some very thoughtful and interesting essays, but like definitely sort of near the end whenever there was a religious matter that was brought up on the TV, he's obviously going to be there for the atheist side, right? And like, I'm going to leave aside the whole thing. I know if you like do a search on YouTube, you're just going to see like Christopher Hitchens hitch slaps this religious figure. Christopher Hitchens hitch slaps this like it just that's just a whole other side of the internet that's not worth talking about right now. But like this, there seems to be something about the way that a lot of, so politics is going to be covered on the news programs, right? Generally, they want to have, side A, side B. And so, a figure like Joe the Plumber, I don't maybe have an example of somebody who's found in a debate. Like, I don't see Ken Bone's show. I mean, like, maybe he has gone on to become like a commentator and motivational speaker, but there seems to be kind of like this basket of names, and part of it is because you kind of already know what they're gonna say. So I don't know if that quite counts as a low bar, because I'd love to be discovered as a good questioner on television, and then just like leave my become famous or whatever. Actually, the fame would suck, but make the kind of American motivational speaker money that presumably Joe the Plumber is getting. But I don't know. Like I don't know. Like it. I guess I'd put it to you this way. Like there's a lot of people who get written off as like being idiots or clowns or whatever, and like to a certain extent, like you need to kind of be really clear in terms of what you're pointing to. There are absolutely people who are clowny, but actually have a very, what seems to be a very cunning business model. I think it's a very cynical one, and it's one that I actually find very hard to take, but it's sometimes hard to see it as just, this kind of like idiot savant kind of situation. Anyway, I don't know. Like, and like, honestly, sometimes just people rally around the weirdest stuff. Like sometimes the world is just a strange place, and there's no reason to like just unpack it. Anyway, sorry, Glager, you were asking a question. This is Orwell. It's a sort of a detective surveillance game. You are basically playing Big Brother. Niche is best for politics and data and gaming. But yeah, I'll maybe put, if it makes you feel any better, Irrepressible. At least in terms of the Canadian shows that I watch, I think most of the time the people that they bring on for panels are questionable. Some of them are actually quite good. Is it Chantal Hébert on the CBC? I rather like. They've gotten a little bit better on a couple of them, but then a couple of their other shows are just kind of fallen off of a cliff. But yeah, this is definitely an interesting game, Glager. I highly recommend it. Although again, I've gotten distracted a little bit. I just think it's because it's getting a little late, so I'm starting to free associate. Okay, examination result. Oh man, this game. Okay, here's one thing. The commentary isn't. I know it's sometimes hard to pick what's directly related to Orwell and that. Here's one thing that I've been meaning to say for a while. I actually really like the way they very slowly salami slice the increasing, just the level of invasion, right? Like now we're looking at doctors' records. So, we looked at somebody's bank and it's like, okay, but, I don't know, anti-terrorist financing, like that's something that's actually been really effective at, attacking them, attacking terrorist groups financially has worked really well. So, I suppose, maybe working on the bank side of things might work. Obviously, you have that first level of discomfort where it's like, well, these people don't seem to have actually done a whole lot that's wrong. I kind of get that it's a little, it's... like there's the inherent level of uncomfort with it. But, we've had a couple of days of this already, so we're kind of getting used to being a little invasive. But then it's like, oh, okay, now we're listening to private phone calls that don't seem to be really relevant to the investigation. And, oh, okay, now I'm, looking into someone's dating profile. Well, it's public information, I suppose, so we can pull that out. Oh, I'm looking at their medical records. This is actually feeling kind of tough. You really like Lucas Pope games. I wouldn't necessarily say this is quite Papers, Please. I don't know. Does anybody have a good comparison for this one? Because the only thing about Papers, Please is that it has the go home and like your decisions are being driven by the circumstances you find yourself in the state, whereas this one definitely you are a. I don't even know if you count as a civil servant because you may not even be a citizen of the nation for all I know, but you don't really directly interact with people. So I'd say it's probably a little bit closer to sort of a, I don't know, I definitely say more along the lines of like a mystery or an investigation game. It's hilarious in Ender's Game how Peter writes the blog and people are like, yeah, this guy has the answers. All right. Dear Miss Maternova. Okay. I have a last name now. I'm writing on behalf of Dr. White. On your last visit at our office, a blood sample was taken. Then it was sent to the Bonton Central Hospital's laboratory for examination. I would like to inform you the results are now in. The date of the report, April 13th, 2017. Patient number 198-166-2254. Report, there are no pathological findings. All values are normal and more or less ideal. Regardless, Dr. White has asked me to remind you of his advice once again. Sincerely, Adelaide Ferguson, Assistant to Gerald White, MD. Bonton Medical Offices, 2nd floor, 12 Sideway Drive, 2X9M, Bonton. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So we have a date for birthday. Right. Okay. So I definitely see this as either out of date or putting on airs. I'm going to believe that you give your doctor the more accurate information. This is also very recent, right? April 4th. So unless she's moved within 11 days, this seems to be the more accurate address. I absolutely do plan on playing the sequel, The Slowest of Sloths. I didn't want to say that I was going to do both games before. So I had a favorable impression of this game at the outset because I have played a bit on stream before. And again, it's not that I stopped playing because I didn't like it. It was just there's other stuff that got in the way. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't like my tastes hadn't changed over time, but I am really very much enjoying this game. So I will definitely play the sequel, but as I'm sure you've noticed, it takes me a while to get through stuff. So that'll probably be next week when we do that. But yeah, unless this game like just does a complete pratfall by the end, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't want to have more of this experience. All right, perfect. An address is always helpful. Okay, complaint description. The patient complains about pain throughout the left thigh and upper leg. She describes the pain as searing, burning, sometimes bursting. The leg feels numb at times. Symptoms occur whenever the leg is stressed, releasing only when sitting or lying down. Symptoms started 9 days ago. Addendum. I have asked the patient regarding the healed wound on her left upper leg as no medical record existed in this database. She was evasive and gave no clear statement about the wound's origin. Okay, that's definitely something to take a look at. Examination VSBP 12882, HR 62 a minute, NPD visual examination revealed, I don't know how to pronounce that, cicatrix on lateral left upper leg, palpitation of the leg conducted, tenderness to light pressure, leg skin is warm to the touch, x-ray revealed, former deep wound in dorsal upper left leg, femur sinistra, NPD, blood sample taken and sent into the BCH lab. Good question. It is definitely a repeat visit, but I don't know if there's any evidence that it's a GP. The thing is, though, that 347 Industrial Quarters lines up with. I don't know. I thought my apologies if I didn't say this, but the other factor is with Wise Sam. I live in a small flat in between tons of industrial waste. So when I take a look at the two potential address, oh right, I gotta remember to check this out at some point. So my choices are 667 Bonton Road or 347 industrial quarters. I'm gonna say probably this lines up. Like I can see why you would lie on the public like job profile, especially one that we don't know when it was updated. The recent information from the medical database for a doctor we know that they visited more than once, I'm going to say is probably more reliable. Anyways, diagnosis. Pain is most probably due to a prior infected wound on the dorsal upper left leg. Okay. Compressing or damaging the nervus cutaneous femoris lateralis. Jesus. Ouch. This info might come in handy, though. Symptoms are similar to those of Miraglia, paresthesia. God, I gotta look these up. A medical leave with strict rest until the end of April 2017 has been suggested. The patient has been strongly advised to favor the leg to avoid further complications. Aspirin 400 milligrams has been prescribed with the following annotation. Take 2 times a day after meals. Advise patient to come back if symptoms do not improve after 14 days. So presumably the conflict is with the jobs? Yeah, well, this isn't much of a conflict. We know that they just ignored doctor's orders. So, employer feedback. Bonton City Cleaning, employed on April 13th. Very reliable and hard worker, would hire again. Cleaning Groundskeeping, employed on the 12th. Very reliable and hard worker, would hire again. And Fix It Limited, employed on April 11th. She pretty much saved us when a critical employee went home sick and were seriously understaffed. Absolute gem of a temp worker, fast, reliable, at an incredibly low rate. If you want to be like super suspicious of everything, you could say, well, maybe these were fake, jobs to try and boost her rating. Her rating's too good. But I'm inclined to say, single mother having trouble making ends meet is told by a doctor, don't work yourself too hard. Yeah, no, you're showing up for work. So she was working a lot over the week. Does that account for or against her ability of having committed the bombings? I'm not sure yet. Okay, we've got listener. Presumably that's going to be from her... am I missing a detail here? I don't think I am. Oh! More entries. Okay. I missed this. So June 15th, 2015, patient reports of digestive nausea and vomiting accompanied by high fever. Oral examination revealed slight irritation of the pharynx, gastroenteritis. Gastrax Forte, 250 milligram with a note, take 3 times a day with meals. And presumably the first entry, Lauren Fitzgerald, so different doctor this time. Patient reports of permanent unrest, inability to sleep properly, gets up 5 to 12 times a night, does not feel overly tired, hypervigilance. Experiences heavy tremor in both hands when trying to write, also sometimes in the legs when walking, especially the left leg. When asked for the duration of the symptoms to record the anamnesis, the patient stated they began over 3 years ago, but would not elaborate, 3 years, but would not elaborate. Asking why she did not visit earlier, the patient vehemently voiced discontent. A similar behavior was observed in reaction to any question regarding the origin of the symptoms or social and occupational circumstances at that time. In addition to the usage of strong language, the patient also hit a cabinet door with her fist. It's hard to get clear, reliable statements. Well, that's definitely in line with the profile we know already. The patient tends to react aggressively when feeling challenged or confronted. Rushes to extreme. Symptoms are similar with those of PTSD. Okay, it's a doctor that said that now, so it was obviously hinted at, but it sounds menacing. An important finding. I wonder what might have caused it, but can only be confirmed by a dedicated psychoanalysis. What situation this might have caused is unknown. Prior medical records for clarification could not be found. Strongly advised to attend psychotherapy. Additionally, Zamrolin Night, take 1 capsule a day, was prescribed. Also suggested to go and find the company of other people, a like-minded group to talk to. Oh, man, this game's really interesting. I really like the way that they've set this up. Okay, I definitely think this is relevant. Hypervigilance is close to feelings of paranoia, though it's not the same. Oh, we've got 2. Okay, let's start with Julia. Welcome to Rosen Tech. You are calling outside of our office hours. Please. Hey, little Julebug. June, it's so great to hear from you. Yeah, you too. That's why I called. It's about time June and Julebug had their annual sisterly chat, right? Super right. How did you know I was working today? When aren't you? Sorry, I forgot for a second. You actually know me. Feeling stressed? Boss causing you trouble? I can call back later. Oh, no. Hanging around with the office is just a good excuse. You know, not to be at home. I see. I never got why you moved back in the first place. I had to leave my student apartment. You know that. And you know that's a super lame excuse. You earn good money at Rosen Tech, don't you? You could rent any flat in town. You just don't want to. Ugh, I see you're not going to relent. Nope, sorry. I had a pretty rough start to this year. I couldn't really stand being alone at that time. I feel much better now, but Mom, Dad, they're so happy I'm back. You don't want to disappoint them, do you? Yeah, I can't do that to them, not again. And I was thinking that Juliet had finally reached a state of emancipation. Hey, I have. No, you haven't. You're letting yourself be hassled by Mom and Dad yet again, little Julebug. Julebug. It's strange and nostalgic that you still say that. Remember how I made that up for you? Yeah, I was so envious when Dad called you as Junebug, and he didn't he didn't have any nickname for me. And rightly so. Don't give in to Dad. At least give him a good fight, okay? I will, believe me. Goody. So I figure I should leave you to work then. Yeah, office is empty, but yeah, my to-do list is long. Okay, let's talk another time. I'll call you again. Do not try to reach me. Just kidding. June? Yep. Thank you for believing in me. Look at you sounding so serious. That's what a big sis is there for, right? Guess so. See you, June. See you around, Julebug. Okay, Juliet is not necessarily a person of interest, but our job's to get the info, right? So it's an alias. We have a location where they are. Julebug. God, what a weird nickname is that? Got a contact with a sister. I suspect that's because she ended her relationship at that time. Troublesome relationship with parents I can put down there. I guess that just happens, even in really close families sometimes. Why have you become suddenly more trusting? Okay. This is the hacker. Knock, knock. You got to ask who's there. Not in the mood for knock-knock jokes. Aw, you blew it. Cut the crap, who are you? So now you can ask. Initiate's the name. Do I know you? Oh, come on. I'm someone who knows you better than you know yourself, sweetie. Oh, not again. You're from Singular, right? I don't care how you got my number, just leave me alone. No, that's not where I'm from. User has blocked communication. So we obviously know that this is a little more serious. Let's initiate again. I wonder what his or her role in this is. Well, let's find out. Initiate has been in contact with 2 of our target persons so far. This should be enough. And here we go. Feel free to investigate this hacker as well, but keep the focus on Miss Matronova for now. Oh, no. You can't block Initiate out like that, sweetie. Buzz the duck off. Fuck. You should listen to me, just for the moment, alright? And then I'm all gone. Poof. I don't care what you have to say. See, I know about your little band of troublemakers, and I really dig it. Government needs a kick where the sun don't shine. That's all right with me, sweetie. But bombing people? That's plain wrong. Bullshit. How come you think that was one of us? Let's just say I've been watching you all for some time. Bonton bombs hit places where your outlaw posse has been to in the past. No way you did not hear about it. Even the cops seem to have found out at least something. They knew where to look for the last bomb. To give me a reason to, you know, like put that consciousness of mine at ease. I would want to help you, not turn you in. How dare you threaten me? You got nothing! Yolanda, be cool. I said I want to help you after all, not threaten you. I'll show you I can be trusted. I'm gonna hack that precious page of the party. That's something we gotta report right away. It's gonna be easy with all those party guys being lazy bones as long as they don't see it coming in the next few secs. By then, you'll answer my questions, alright? I don't care about your shit. Wait. He dares. Wow. The ITs are gonna make short work of this rookie. Give me a sec while I get to work. Don't go away. If I could get away from you, I would. I can't switch my phone off now. That is a nice looking firewall you have there, dear party web team. It'd be a shame if someone would just bypass it. Can you actually shut up? Doing this still gives me the chills, and I need to distract myself somehow, so... Almost done. Second longer. What the heck? Oh shit, man. This reinforced their huge gaping loophole. Just vanished. It's almost like somebody warned them. Yeah, whatever, goodbye initiative. It's initiate and wait. I'm gonna spam you for the rest of your days if you don't answer my questions. Oh, will you fucking leave me alone then and quit poking around in my life? Said you were not involved in the assaults. I'm not. Okay. Do you think it's someone else in thought? Band of misfits? Never. Harrison is the only guy I could remotely imagine doing anything like that. Suspected possible involvement with the Bonting bombings. Okay. Let's wait to see the rest of this conversation. Harrison had an interest in Cassandra because she could access big money through a parent's company. Otherwise, she's mostly a spoiled brat who thinks the world owes her. Juliet was a bit shy, but damn good at organizing stuff, but not capable of going terrorist if you ask me. So I think I got it wrong with Juliet. I think she was the one to organize the university. You know what I think? I think the government themselves behind the bombings. Thought about that. Do you know that since 2011, all the electronic devices have unique IDs? They look like this. PC 0035710009. It's not even secure. It looks like the code label on my PC. Well, that's because it is. What? Okay, well, that's info I need. Don't worry, I've only accessed the number remotely. Nothing more. You deserve some privacy. Fuck off. First you threatened me and now this? Very good, you found the device UID. Every device in the nation has one in accordance with the safety bill. We can use the Insider tool to connect and see what a user has on their device. Note that the device must be running and have an online connection in order for you to access it. Will do. Initiate recognizes when his help is not wanted. Yeah, if only you finally would. Okay, let's think a bit about what we found here. So it does say that yeah, we'll include all the details here. What a joke. Of course the government will bomb Bonton to bits to justify surveillance, right? I've heard that a million times by now. Every time something happens, there is nothing to these conspiracy theories. Must be crushing when your friends only like you for your money. Does she know more than we do, or is she randomly pointing fingers to distract us? Okay, what have we got? Am I missing something here? Oh, interesting. I think most of you, my very loyal followers, friends, and fiends, have never actually heard that I am writing for the TNB, but, yep, that's the thing. Looky here. This is why you kept quiet for so long. Congrats on that. What the hell? The big revolutionary himself, a lackey to one of the most pro-fascist, pro-surveillance bullcrap newspapers? That picture, is that spick and span babyface you? And that text, loose lips sink terrorist ships? Well, the real Hancock, please stand up. Guess the government bought you like everyone else. See the revolution go down the drain. Excuse me now, I have to puke way more than I ate. Peter, Peter, Peter. I know what you mean. I feel you. When the TNB called me to ask if I would write for them, I laughed at them hard for 30 minutes straight before hanging up. But then they called me again to let me know I could write whatever I want. No strings attached. Hell, I can even fucking swear, and I do frequently. I get the attention and reach I always wanted, and I can use it for a good cause. Well, good luck. With an article like that, you could not be further away. Alright, so I'm not sure that really told us anything new, but... Right, I didn't decide where I sat on Goldfell's opinion here. I don't think this is relevant. Oh, okay. I didn't realize there was another detail that we missed on this. So I'll mess around with the insider, but it probably is good to go into, like, know what I'm getting into. So, what, 3 years? What happened back then? That must have been really bad. Okay. From Creed at Bonton City, TPA, 4:14 p.m. on April 4th. Request regarding job. Dear Ms. Schwartz, we're glad to inform you that we will indeed be able to meet your request. Please be present at the operating site around 4 p.m. on both days. Please give a copy of this message as the confirmation receipt. We will not be able to make changes to the job originally agreed upon in your Work Easy profile. Regards, Clive Reed, HR Management, Public Cleaning, Bonton City Administration. Would it be possible to take over the Freedom Plaza shift? Oh! She requested to be relocated to a job at one of the bombing sites. Well, that's only a request, but it connects her to the bombing location. If we could associate Miss Metronova with the two other sites, we would be on the safe side. Dear Mr. Nova, thank you for your interest in working with us. As we receive numerous applications every day for each position, we are required to refuse most of them. Unfortunately, we have chosen another applicant who fits this position slightly better. We are sure you will understand. Thank you for your interest, and please do not hesitate to apply again at a later time. Best wishes, Diane Westfield, CEO, Westfield Cars, Bonton. Well, this gives us a number. Dear Miss Westfield, I would like to apply for a job as a mechanic at Westfield Cars. Please find my application documents, cover letter, and my CV with references attached. If you have any questions or need further information, please reach out to me via phone. Dear Ms. Majova, thank you for your application. I'm sad to inform you we've decided on another candidate. All the best for future job search. Terry Boyle, Human Resources Manager, Williamson Real Estates. Dear Mr. Boyle, I would like to apply as a housekeeper. Same number here. Okay, so that's the trash. I don't think... Oh, no, there's a browser history. Right, that's singular. Okay, that's fine. Okay. It's an odd thing to search for when you don't have something sinister in mind. I should have maybe looked at what the prompt was, but it vaguely associates Nina with the Steligan assault. Makes 2 locations she's tied to. We'll have a very solid case when he can make 3. A very solid case by looking up CCTV Stelligan? I don't know, but... Alright, private. So, Michael. Squad. Oh. I think the implication is that it's a... I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at there. Guys, please let me just play the game. I was trying to find out if it was a... So I don't actually see her in the photo. I wasn't sure if it was a profile or not. Metronova is an ex-soldier, as this is worthy of in-depth research. We need specifically to know what kind of experience she has. Say protocol Desmo 016. You know, if we were to marry and have children, it would be really funny if my name was Molly. Whoa, wait a sec. You're getting a bit ahead of things. You know I like to plan ahead. Yeah, you do like that. I really like Nina as a name, though. Why Molly? Desmond says to Molly, "Girl, I like your face." Come again? Obladi oblada, the Beatles. Don't tell me you don't know that. You're oldie lexicon impersonated. I have to admit, I was never a Beatles fan. More on the Rolling Stones side of the road. Okay, this is a major gap in your knowledge. You're aware of that. Why? I do know the song. There was something about a bra in there, wasn't there? Sheesh, it's not about a bra. In a couple of years, they've built a home sweet home with a couple of kids running in the yard of Desmond and Molly Schwartz. I like the idea. Me too. You don't have a problem with kids being the center of my life, do you? Not at all, but I guess you'll have to go and change your name first. Maybe I will. No wonder for a single mother. I officially dare you. I'll do that for real. Just you wait. And then you'll see how, how life goes on. Sorry, I'm not actually singing Obladi Oblada. Everything we found on Miss Metronova just shows a single mother trying to make ends meet for her son. That seems to be her primary motivation, and it's an admirable one at that. One that does not mix very well with terrorist ambitions. It is possible to be both. Do not read. D. Schwartz, male receiver TNA. So I guess you disregarded the subject and went straight to reading this utterly embarrassing mail nonetheless. I knew you would. Well, don't tell me I didn't warn you. I've never written a text like this in my entire life, so I hope you will be clement with me. Our backpacking trip along the Italian northwest coast has been, okay, I'll just say it, amazing, brilliant, the best one I've ever been on. That was not due to the sun, even though it was blazing all 10 magnificent days through. It was not due to the rocky coastline, with its endlessly serpentine roads winding up and down the cliffs, and not due to the picturesque villages alongside of them we passed through. It was due to you being there with me that made me enjoy every single second of it. I mean, just remember the one time we wanted to have a photo of us taken. The only person around was that elderly Italian woman. She didn't understand a word of what we wanted and kept shrugging and shaking her head. I had to bite my tongue so hard not to burst out in laughter. But you, cool as you are, just walked over to her, gave her your broadest smile, put the camera into her hand and the finger on the shutter release, then back into me to make absolutely sure she wouldn't take a picture of just me. It's funny to think how all the shots made for the best photo of the entire trip, don't you think? Every cell of me wants to just backspace all of this letter and not send it. But at the same time, I just want you to read it and know how I feel about you. Seems you have passed the patented Desmond Schwartz relationship test. Okay? So I might as well write down what I've been trying to say all the time here. What's the darkest dungeon line? Clemency will find no purchase in this place, I think. Schwartz, like her alias. So she isn't single after all. Well, we don't know that. An apology and an offer. Abraham Gold. Oh. Whoa. So an email is big. Oh, but it's his work email, so that's not going to be active anymore if he's... Well, I guess if you're like emeritus from a university... Well, he didn't leave emeritus, though. I don't know. I feel like usually university emails stay a little longer. Nina, I would like to offer you my sincerest apologies. It was not my intent to denounce you in front of all the other members of Thought, or worse, basically everyone. After all, what we do or say online persists like a minefield, as I wrote in an earlier blog post. I should have been more considerate. Your actions at the Circle Mall have turned out to be very different to what I had anticipated them to be, but that was hardly your fault. It was mine. Instead of passing judgment on you, I would like to offer my help. From my impressions, I would assume that you are someone whose life so far has been troubled, to say the least. Although it may not seem obvious, I have a rather moving background as well. As they put it, it takes one to know one. I would suggest we have a talk about how we might assist each other best. Please let me know if you're interested. Okay. Assist each other with what exactly? Okay, what's the... Alright, the minefield. Published in November 2012 by Goldfells, the mines of data have been laid out all around the web. It's irreversible. It's up to us to arm or not arm them. Dear reader, we are faulty beings. We make mistakes everywhere we go. Our most valuable trait may be the ability to keep forgetting. For the sake of our wrongdoers as much as ourselves. But oblivion is not built into digital data. Information is infinitely durable. Even more so, it is infinitely reproducible. It may be copied and distributed without limitations. Its permanent deletion can never be ensured. Our data is like a minefield, laying in wait, dormant, long after the war it was meant for has passed, yet not losing a fraction of its potential to destroy lives, only increasing its potential. We are the ones who arm the minefield, use it malevolently. To me, this is the most intimidating, inhuman aspect of data, that our missteps will be brought up again and again, that they will be turned into the most efficient weapon and used against us, that we will have to be flawless. You are sincerely, Goldfells. Guest writes, Hey Goldfells, I read your post and had to think, this is a very negative way to think. Are you trying to say publishing our data is inherently bad and we should avoid it? Because as I see it, we just don't have to give away the truth. We just don't have to give away the truth. Data is, let's call it volatile, flexible. No one forces us to be honest. Quite the contrary. We can be anyone we want to be. My friend, I do not think publishing our data is inherently bad. Information is in everything. And as always, it is our choice what to do with the data. It is its unnatural longevity and persistence the digital age has given information that worry me. Trying to bend the information we give away is admirable, but I consider it a bit naive. We cannot uphold being someone else forever. Our true self will always shine through by our actions, our choices, and that is information as well. Oh, there's the army profile. So just want to take a second here to make sure I don't have anything else I've left aside. Okay, I won't update this photo. It's an old one. So, Combat Engineer Battalion B Company Platoon 1246. Combat Engineer, so now we know where the wounds came from. Was awarded the Bravery Medal, so presumably also accounts for the PTSD. This Metronova seems to have come a long way from being such an honorable person. Oh, okay. Enlisted 2005, assigned to Platoon 5428, 5th Light Infantry Battalion, basic combat training completed, specialization training combat engineering completed. Assigned to Platoon 1246, 1st Combat Engineer Battalion, promoted to Specialist, partakes in foreign mission in 2007, returned to Bonton Barracks, promoted to Corporal in 2008. Awarded the Bravery Medal for saving multiple comrades and civilian lives in the face of extraordinary danger. 2010 promoted to Sergeant. In 2010 in charge of Squad Alpha, Platoon 1246. Partakes in a foreign mission. 2011 wounded in combat. 2011 considered AWOL. In 2011 AWOL status cleared. 2011 returned to Bonton Barracks. Court-martial sentence dishonorable discharge and 3 months confinement for being AWOL with voluntary return. In confinement and discharged. That is a severe punishment. Do you know that puts her on the same level as any other previously convicted felon? Wanted, cyber protection experts. The freedom of the nation is not only threatened by conventional weaponry and terrorism. A growing number of foreign hackers try to intrude corporate and public networks to steal confidential information or sabotage facilities in order to get advantages in the highly competitive global economy. The Army of the Nation is on the brink of founding a new cyber task force to counter this new digital danger. If you are an expert in the field of information security, enlist now and become one of the pioneers to protect the nation online. General Hartmann reconsiders activation of Kerberos. The threefold terrorist attack on Bonton has led General Hartmann to openly consider a temporary activation of Mission Kerberos. This would mean a constant presence of military forces within the capital to safeguard public places. It may seem like an admittance that our security measures so far are not enough, but it is the option to go for if we want safety, Hartmann stated in regard to considered activation. Soon after the statement had been released, the Ministry of Security published an official notice to the Ministry of Defense asking to withhold the activation of Kerberos for now. The notice was soon accepted by the Ministry of Defense, rendering General Hartmann's consideration obsolete. Take a quick look at the memorial. Remember the lost in service of the nation. Soldiers have lost their lives again and again. Their sacrifice is the foundation upon which our success is built. We would not be what we are, free men and women, without them. We honor their loyalty and devotion. It's a lot of names. Oh. This explains more. This is harsh. 2011 Army missions were initiated by the current government. As much as I hate to say it, definitely provides motivation to hate the government. Let's find more to back that up. It's kind of nice that they give you the data chunks, but I'm just trying to see if there's anything sort of suggestive where I can, but I don't want to spend like the whole night looking over all of this. Yeah, the music changes in this are generally quite good. Sometimes I'm reading dialogue, so I miss the like the dramatic reveal music, but there's been a couple like this. The world is our home base. The first duty of the Army of the Nation is to defend the freedom of our homeland. Of course, this does not only involve deployment within our own borders to secure our values and assist our allies offshore. Our soldiers partake in numerous missions in neighboring countries. Excuse me. Click on a location on the following map to learn more about a mission. Okay, I'm not quite ready for that yet. Mission Kerberos. Oh, well, there it is. All right. The safety bill, along with a set of further entitlements, allows the Army of the Nation to be deployed in the homeland whenever needed. This paved the way for the mission Kerberos, intended to secure or evacuate densely populated areas in case of a large-scale terrorist attack. To be able to achieve this, several divisions of the Army have received special training and are on standby at all times. Fortunately, Kerberos has remained dormant to date. So the 2nd Infantry Reserve and 3rd Infantry Reserve are ready. Okay. So, it would seem to me, I actually want to go back to her profile. So I don't think it says exactly what mission she was on, but we do know it was 2008 and 2007, 2011. After torrential week-long rainstorms during the 2016 fall, Gentry saw one of the worst floods within its recorded history. Nearly 1,000 people died and over 8,000 others were left homeless. Without hesitation, the Army of the Nation was sent in to help aid the survivors with the distribution of supplies and rebuilding their most basic infrastructure. So this apparently, the participation of the 1st Combat Engineer Battalion is contradictory for some reason. As an extension of... let's start with the... So the nation of Ustavica gained notoriety for its thriving business in illegal drugs, primarily heroin. As such, it also hosts some of the most influential and dangerous cartels in the world, who tend to settle their differences in the Ustavian streets by armed force. The police force of Euskavia finds itself overwhelmed by the sheer brutality the cartels often display. To make things worse, law enforcement staff are often found to be either corrupt or to have been severely intimidated by the cartels. In 2015, the government decided in order to stabilize the country and inhibit the drug trafficking into the nation, the Army of the Nation would offer support to the local forces in a bid to eradicate all traces of the criminal trafficking trade. So, too late for our timelines, and it's the 5th and 6th Light Infantry. So, an extension of the Euskavia drug inhibition was the mission. Stable Euskavia focuses on the support and direct protection of the citizens who are endangered by the cartel wars. Another focus is on wiping out corruption in public departments such as law enforcement. And you know what, let's just put a friendly government in place while we're at it. 4th Light Infantry and the 2nd Law Enforcement. Okay, I'll do border patrols because presumably there you go. The massive uncontrolled influx of refugees from the Parjas into the nation, arrangements had to be made to take control of the situation. As a consequence, the Army of the Nation was forced to secure the border with continuous patrols, adding a number of checkpoints, 1st and 2nd Recon. Finally, the peacekeeping mission, which presumably is where she was wounded. In the aftermath of the 2006 military coup quickly spiraled the one-time democratic model country Parjas into chaos. The rebel movement Forces of the True Parjas, FTP, declared war on the newly formed government under General Yemen Kassert, which led to a long-lasting and bloody civil conflict, until the Army of the Nation was finally greenlit to intervene and de-escalate the situation with bullets. Realizing that they were unable to stand a chance in an open struggle, the FDP changed their strategy to terrorism under the impression of being involved in an unwinnable skirmish. The prior government of the nation terminated the Parjas intervention mission, ultimately leading to the fatal event known as the Incident of 2008. With a new government elected in 2009, the Parjas intervention mission was immediately resumed under a new name, the Parjas Peacekeeping Mission, as it is now known. It proceeded once again secure and rebuild the Pargasian society and infrastructure. And presumably we've got this in 2 different places. Yeah, so I'm thinking mine clearance is where you get shrapnel, not food distribution. You thinking what I'm thinking? Knowledge about explosives. We now have enough on Miss Metronova's background. It's a story with a project. Oh! Safety Bill is a collection of safety-centered laws and statutes created with the ultimate goal to protect the freedom of the nation's citizens. Central to the Safety Bill is the simplified, sped-up process of taking investigative measures against criminal suspects and their prosecution, as well as the provision of an increased budget for safety-related expenses. Safety Bill also paved the way for stricter regulations concerning immigration and general travel into or transiting through the nation. It also became mandatory to inform employers whenever an applicant or employee is an ex-convict or otherwise regarded as potentially dangerous. I didn't even think of that. This must be absolutely horrible for her, especially considering she is on her own taking care of her son. Makes one hell of a motivation, together with the fact Desmond was killed on a mission sanctioned by the government. I previously was sure the only thing important to Miss Metronova was her child, but with this new insight, we cannot ignore the possibility she might be out for revenge. Yes? Hey again, Nina. Sylph here. How's it going? You feeling better? Yeah, somewhat. Finally after spending the whole last week in bed. Oh, good. I can still bring Michael around, though. Do you want... No, thanks. I'm gonna pick him up in an hour or so? Would that be okay? Yeah, of course. I promised to go on the playground with him. That's fine. I'll pick Michael up from the corner at Orchard Drive, wasn't it? Right. Great. Thanks again. See you in an hour. See you, Nina. Okay, so what's the contradiction here? We don't know yet. Okay. So again, location information pretty much seems like always something we should always be including. Okay, that might play a role later. An employer just raided you. Hi, Molly. We would like to inform you about a new rating your employer McDougal Groundskeeping Service just left for you. Ms. Schwartz did an okay job at the Circle Mall. Oh, yeah. Now I know why the music went suspicious. Okay. She seemed a little distracted, though, and ultimately quit for not feeling that well after 8 of 10 planned work hours. Okay, yeah, of course she's not going to tell her friend that she was out at the site. So even though I can't see the details on that... So you worked at the bombing site, and even at the right time. Oh, damn it. Her whereabouts are hereby clarified. Things are not looking good for her. Oh, come on, game! Her knowledge about the explosive might have helped Miss Metronova plant those bombs. There's evidence to suggest that she has strong reasons to hate the safety bill. That doesn't look great for her. And finally, we could associate her with every single bombing location and prove that she was present at the correct time of one. Seems we found our prime suspects. This is ground for arrest. Well done. I need a moment to talk to my superiors. I'll get back to you soon. Keep observing Miss Metronova for activity. Hey, Harry, you there? Oh, please. Is my name Ebenezer Scrooge? Why do all the ghosts of Christmas past suddenly come to haunt me? Harry, I don't have time for this. I have a problem here, and I need your tech knowledge for... Why doesn't everyone ask me about my problems? All right, what is it? I just came home. I left my PC switched on this morning, and I tried to look something up online, and suddenly it went all haywire. And my security app popped up with like a million warnings of some outside intrusion, so I pulled the plug. Sounds like you already fixed the problem then. Thing is, I got contacted by a very strange guy earlier. I think he was some kind of hacker, and now he's hacking my goddamn PC. Gee, this guy is a nuisance. I think that guy actually broke into my bank account as well. Oh my god, I'm the terrorist! I was contacted by that guy as well. He's blabbering about everything that we'd done in the past, claimed he would give our stuff away to the cops, blah blah blah, the usual stuff. Told you about that as well? What did you do? Told him to fuck off. Who do you take me for? Do you think he really has something? I need to be sure he doesn't have a thing. Even if that guy had something, have you gotten your hands dirty lately? What's the fuzz about? Need to get out of here before the cops are... Oh. What? Get away? Oh, come on. That guy's fucking fake. Jeez, what? Oh, wait. Crap. I don't think, I just screwed up. We cannot let our main suspect escape. I will assemble the intervention team immediately. We'll start creating roadblocks. I'll inform the intervention team that they should move in aggressively. As you found out, she might react violently. No, I have done something so bad. Since her PC has gone offline, we should start at her home. Thankfully, we already know her address. Go through her communications. Maybe we'll hit some places, hint at some places she goes when she isn't home. Forward them anything of importance to me at once. I'll brief the intervention team accordingly. It's in your hands now. Good luck and stay vigilant. Oh no. Oaks and Rose and Tech, you... Oh, hey, Juliet, thank God you're working right now. I called your mobile, but I couldn't get hold of you. Can we talk? Nina, I'm all alone here, catching up on some work. Is everything okay? Listen, I don't have much time. There's this psycho coming for me. He's been stalking me for days. What? What do you mean, psycho? I can't explain right now. Will you help me? Of course, but how? Do you know somewhere safe that my son and I can lay low for a while? I don't know. Come on, Juliet, you gotta think of something. Please. Okay, I think I know a place. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's the home of... No, wait, don't say it. I think he might be listening. What? How? This guy's a hacker. He's already gone through my computer, and I'm pretty sure he's listening to my calls. Are you kidding me? You mean like maybe listening right now? Just don't say anything that will give my location away, okay? Better safe than sorry. Just help me get out of here. Jesus, Nina, a bit late for that now. Now he knows where I work. Sorry, okay, look, let's get you out of here. Thank you. Give me a sec. Just gonna pack some stuff. I'm bringing my gun. Oh, fuck, she's dead. Whoa. Are you looking to get yourself killed? If someone's listening to this, they'll know you're armed and dangerous. Yeah, and if I don't bring protection, I'm going to be dead anyway. She's armed? I didn't expect that. I'll tell the intervention team to be prepared for resistance and to shoot if necessary. No! Stun! Ah! I'm going out the back door. We gotta... Look, we still need to apprehend them. Back door exit? She's athletic, but she's also injured. Maybe she'll just climb out of a window? Hold up, just let me get through here. Everything all right? Damn, Nina? No, he spotted me. He knew I was climbing out of the window. How? Fuck it. Nina, what the hell are you doing? Not going down without a fight, that's what. Nina, no! You're not gonna get... Nina? Oh, that's the connection to the officers at the scene. What the... I need my connection back now. Finally. Looks like we were successful. However, our target... She didn't make it. There was a shootout. After the first shots, the team returned fire. I told them to go in aggressively. Thought it was the right thing to do. Yep, no, that's on me. I definitely did not... I did not interpret that line properly. I went onto autopilot and added it. I wanted to communicate that she would be moved. I actually think it is designed to trigger you with the music. I think you are actually supposed to make that mistake. But yeah, it's definitely a reminder to actually pay attention to what you're sending to Orwell, because this is almost certainly an avoidable tragedy. I didn't want this to happen. Who's writing at this worst possible time? I want to be done with this horrible day. Can you check the mail, please? I am sorry. Nina Metronova. Nina, I am truly sorry for having drawn the investigators' attention to you, but to be frank, you overstepped the boundaries of our agreement. The bombs were meant as a warning to those who are indifferent. Oh! A beacon of remembrance to our message that the thoughts must always be free. They were not meant to kill. Once again, you disappoint me with your insurmountable hatred and rage. Consider our agreement void. Abraham Goldfells. Oh my god. I can't believe you just found this. Can you... They work together on this madness? But why? I still don't get it. This changes everything. We must find Abraham Goldfells tomorrow. Before, we'll need some rest. It's been one hell of a day. You may log out now. Wouldn't the officers have died instead? Well, so the reason why Syme said to go in aggressively was because we said that she was a fugitive from the law, which she wasn't. What I wanted to communicate was that she was potentially going to run, not be a fugitive. But again, like, this is why you want to look at the briefing. Now, in fairness, like, I've not had the prompt for a while now. So it would be really nice if this bug wasn't in the game, because it does sort of affect... like, obviously, that's a huge consequence to run into. But I likely would have made that mistake on my own anyway. So yeah, that's really tragic. Although, definitely evidence that she was involved in the bombing, so... Circle Mall has been saved from a bomb attack. As the last remaining member of thought, Nina Metrova needed to be investigated. She's considered an explosive expert due to her experience clearing mines during military service. We were able to associate her with every location of the bombings. She decided to flee. We sent an intervention team after her. Her motivation seems to be dominated by revenge for her deceased boyfriend and the safety bill prohibiting her from work. She was killed when she offered resistance to the intervention team trying to arrest her. Juliet Carrington hinted at having a bad start to 2017. She has a troubled relationship with her parents. Initiate has been in contact with 2 target persons, so an investigation has been authorized. He planned to hack the party website, which was averted, and Abraham Goldfels motivated Nina Metrova to commit to the Benton bombings. And on that brutal note, this game is great. I'm really, really sorry that I did not get to play this sooner. Well, sorry, I didn't complete this sooner. Man, I feel really bad about this. But this has been twice the length of a normal stream for me. It's actually really late, so I probably am going to be able to get enough sleep before work, but like just barely. So I appreciate you all hanging out. I am going to try and find somebody to host tonight. For those of you that want to see more Orwell, that is going to be happening Wednesday. My start time is between 7 to 8. I try to keep it as close as I can to the 7, but I can't always control that. I know I had a late start tonight, for instance. And if you have not read it already, we did start this series of streams by... Basically, the reason why I started streaming this, the start to streaming this was we read 1984. So this has been part of a series that I've been doing. So we started by reading Animal Farm, and then we did Not for Broadcast. I really enjoyed doing those. I think those are probably going to be coming off of Twitch soon. So they may not be in the VODs, but those will be going online on the YouTube channel. And then as a preparation for Orwell, we read 1984. So that was 3 different streams. You can, if you are interested in hearing reading of 1984, particularly if you have not read it or heard it before, I recommend both. But 1984 is definitely the one that's a little more relevant to this material here. That is currently on the past broadcasts on the Twitch channel, and that will be going on YouTube before too long. But again, definitely some material for the... Definitely some material for sort of the next, to sort of inform the game here. As for the rest of the stream, tomorrow is going to be another episode of Oblivion. I'll probably be hanging out and chat for that. Like I said, Wednesday for Orwell, and then Friday, if we don't finish this episode of Orwell, we'll probably finish Friday at this current rate. Probably won't go late like the other nights, but that's it. I'm going to host someone tonight. Let's go host Terran Rouge, who is currently playing Cuphead, which has actually had a couple of local developers work on it. Sorry, Terran Rogue, not Rouge. So I will leave you in her capable hands. I don't really know her that well, so you don't need to do the raid message or anything like that. But I know she's a Vancouver broadcaster, and I know her through Brian on the... No, I apologize. Sorry. Terran Rogue would be great. What I didn't realize is actually Kitsch is a streamer that I know, and I didn't realize he was live, so I'm actually going to host him instead. I apologize for pulling that host right away, but Concept K, Kitsch is a really great guy. So it's a music-based stream, but definitely a really solid Australian streamer that I know, and I didn't notice that he was online, so definitely somebody I'd like to try and show some support for. So thank you all for hanging out for the bait and switch. It's going to be Concept K. I do apologize for Terran Rogue. That was a mean thing to do, but it's been so long with Kitsch. So have a great night. See you, some of you on Wednesday, and until next time.